Prologue, The Conviction of a Teacher. Konoha Forest, late at night. Late at night in the moonlit forests of Konoha, Ayra Yumino ran like the demons of hell were on his heels. This was for one reason, and that was his foolish, naive, gullible, and pure student Naruto Uzumaki. Earlier that night he had heard of his student's actions and had instantly set out to find him with all due haste, because if he didn't find him, then the person that did would surely kill him. Spotting bright orange, Ayra thanked the gods for his luck and instantly headed for it. Out of breath and obviously angry, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing out here, Naruto?" His scarred face and brown ponytail stood out in the moonlight as it bounced off of his green Chunin vest. He looked down at a young blonde boy in an orange jumpsuit with blue and white trims, and with whisker marks on his cheeks. The question was rhetorical, of course, mainly because everyone ranked Chunin and above was out searching for him. The main reason for this being that Naruto had been caught leaving the Hokage Tower with the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, the scroll with all of Konoha's secret and most well-guarded techniques combined. This was an act of treason of the highest order, even for a child like Naruto. Naruto just held his hand behind his neck, rubbing it while grinning sheepishly. Te-hee-hee-hee-hee. Ayra's eye twitched, his expression then hardened. "Naruto, what are you doing out here? And with the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, no less." Naruto chuckled lightly for a moment before standing up and looking proud of himself. "You caught me fast, Ayra-sensei. I only had time to learn one jutsu." That made Ayra's eyebrows rise under his headband in surprise. "Listen, Ayra-sensei, I'm gonna show you this amazing jutsu and you're gonna let me graduate. Then everything will be okay. That's the way it works, right? Anyone who learns a jutsu from this scroll passes." There wasn't any doubt now for Ayra. Someone had tricked the easy and naive Naruto. The thought of it pissed the teacher off to new levels. And the worst part was he honestly believed what he was saying. "Huh, where'd you get that idea?" "Mizuki-sensei told me about it." "Believe it," Naruto said loudly, almost a shout. "He told me where to find the scroll and this place." Then it hit Ayra, the boy had been deceived. But that wasn't what hit him. What was that he had been deceived by someone who should have had his best interests at heart and was to be used as a scapegoat. And what could Naruto do but to trust his sensei to do what was right? Naruto didn't deserve this treachery of his trust. No teacher should break that trust. "Naruto, I'm sorry to say this, but Mizuki lied to you." Ayra shut his eyes so that he could think. Naruto was lucky he was the first one to find him. Others would have probably killed him before he even knew what was going on. Naruto looked up at Ayra, his eyes on the verge of tears. "Ayra-sensei, am I in trouble?" Naruto had no idea what to do now. Should he give himself up? Run? Fight? No, that was stupid in of itself. How could he possibly beat Ayra? A Chunin. No, he had no delusions about his skills compared to that of Ayra. Ayra would hand Naruto his ass several times over and wouldn't even break a sweat. Ayra sighed. What was he going to do? He placed a hand on Naruto's hair. "Honestly, Naruto? Yes. But if you come with me now, I'll do whatever I can to vouch for you and help you get out of this," he said with as much conviction as he could. He could see Naruto was having an inner conflict. He was trying to decide whether he would run, fight, or just give up. Naruto looked at Ayra, his eyes almost as if they were searching Ayra's to see if he was telling the truth. Mizuki had already lied to him today, apparently, so why trust Ayra-sensei wouldn't either. But he did give him his word. "Do you promise?" Ayra smiled warmly. "I just gave you my word, stupid." He couldn't help but to sigh in relief as he saw Naruto was going to come back. "Now, let's get going, Naruto death." That's when he heard the telltale whistle of a bladed weapon traveling through the air. "Naruto, look out!" Ayra tackled Naruto to the ground just as a massive shuriken passed right where he had been standing a second earlier. "Nice work, Naruto. I see you found us out," Ayra Mizuki stated as he appeared standing on a tree branch looking down at them. They got back to their feet, standing defensively. "Now give me the scroll." "The game's up, Mizuki. He knows that you lied to him. What you've done is despicable, Mizuki. Just tell me why. That's just what I can't wrap my head around. Why betray the leaf? You're home." Ayra said, moving his hand down his side, pulling out a kunai. Mizuki just looked at Ayra for a moment before bursting out in laughter. "Why? You ask why? I'll tell you why. When we were children, we both lost our parents to that demon brat, so I decided to befriend you, Ayra. After all, we were the same. That was until other people began treating you better than me, including our friends, the third Hokage, and even people we didn't know. Why did you deserve all that compassion, yet I received none? I was left to rot, practically ignored. Is that fair? No. And now I'll have my revenge on this village by handing over that scroll to, let's say, IWA. I think they'll be pleased with the means to destroy Konoha. As Mizuki finished, he broke into a manic laughter that filled the area with the crazed sound. I'm sorry you felt that way about our friendship, and you may say that everyone ignored, but I didn't. That's because our friendship meant something to me. But now you've forsaken that trust. I have no choice but to kill you, Ayra said, launching himself at Mizuki. Naruto just sat there wide-eyed as his two teachers exchanged blow after blow at speeds that Naruto almost couldn't keep up with. So this is a fight between two high-level shinobi. It was almost unreal in Naruto's mind how Ayra-sensei was able to keep up, but as he watched more closely, he realized that Ayra was lagging behind and taking more and more blows. After a few more minutes, Mizuki scored a knee to Ayra's stomach that wrapped him around his leg, just before he used both of his fists to knock Ayra to the ground, which caused an updraft of dust and dirt. Ayra lay there breathing heavily. He could feel that he'd broken several ribs from that knee and damaged them further on the trip down. He watched as Mizuki walked up to him with a sickening smile on his face. You were never a match for me, Ayra, so why bother? Why even protect this demon brat with your life? After all, he is just an annoying little demon who killed your parents. Naruto sat there listening to what was being said and once again was on the verge of tears. Why? Why did people call him a demon? Was it the pranks? No, it was happening before the pranks. And how did he kill Ayra's parents? Mizuki looked to the side to see Naruto's tear-lined face. Naruto, did you ever wonder why everyone hates you? Why everyone in the village knows about it but you? Naruto looked at Mizuki. I don't care what you say. You're just another of many who thinks I'm some kind of demon. You tricked me. You betrayed my trust. You're the demon, Naruto shouted as more tears streamed down his face. Mizuki just laughed again. I guess you're right about me. I don't really care anymore though. But you care very much what people think about you. And that is that you're nothing more than a blight on the face of this village. Something that needs to be taken care of. Ayra saw that Mizuki's words cut deep into Naruto from the change of expression on his face. Even he knew it was true. Mizuki, Ayra growled lowly. Stop this. You know you can't talk about this. Mizuki let out a loud bark of laughter. Why would I care about that? I'm already a traitor. Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you? Thought so. They've been lying to you your whole life, Naruto. Since the decree 12 years ago. What decree? Naruto said, confused. Why would there be a whole decree based on him? It didn't make sense. Everyone knows except you. Ayra's trying to hide it from you even now. He'd do anything to shut me up, Mizuki said with a laugh at the snarl that escaped Ayra's lips. Naruto couldn't take anymore. Why was he treated like this? He had to know, what is this decree? Why does everyone else know about it but me? Don't tell him, it's forbidden. Ayra tried to shout but started coughing up some blood from some internal injuries. The decree is that no one can tell you that the nine-tailed fox is inside of you, Mizuki said, smiling in glee as he saw Naruto's eyes widen in shock. The fox spirit that killed Ayra's parents and destroyed our village has taken over your body. You are the nine-tails fox, Mizuki said, and seeing Naruto frozen in shock, took the chance to throw his giant shuriken at the unmoving Naruto. Stop it! Ayra screamed, this time not caring about his injuries. Acting quickly, he grabbed the back of Naruto's shirt and him behind his own body, as shortly after the shuriken hit him in the back, piercing his lung and several other vitals. Ag! Ayra screamed as blood flew out of his body and mouth, spattering against Naruto, who stood there staring transfixed at the blood that covered his body. Why? Ayra-sensei? Naruto said, his voice breaking halfway through. Because you're the same as me. After my parents died, no one ever complimented me or recognized me. Being the bad student I screwed up a lot during class. Because I wanted to get everyone's attention. I couldn't get anyone's attention when I was a good student, so I acted like an idiot, Ayra said to Naruto. Looking at the tears that were once again flowing freely, it was tough. Ayra tried to continue but found his breath escaping him. Right, Naruto? You were lonely, right? It was tough, right? I'm sorry, Naruto. You didn't have to feel that way if I was more aware. Ayra said with a sad smile. He slowly reached up to his Hitai-8 before taking it off. He then reached up to Naruto, taking the goggles of his head and switched it with his own Hitai-8. Ayra-sensei. What are you? Naruto started to say but was interrupted by Ayra. You pass Naruto, ****. Ugh, for showing exemplary skills and taking that scroll. Now listen closely, Naruto. I think we both know these wounds are fatal, Ayra said and raised his hand to silence his protests. They are Naruto. So listen up to what I'm about to say to you. Even though you don't pay attention in class and you're not that intelligent, you'll one day make an excellent ninja and eventually a great Hokage, the greatest. Just keep working hard and never give up and know that I have total and utter faith in you. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* tough place, Naruto, and in it you will find situations that you may find insurmountable. But just keep at it and keep strong, and I know you can pull through. Ayra-sensei. I promise you I'll study hard. I'll redo all your lessons. I promise I'll become the greatest shinobi, and I'll make sure everyone knows that you're the person that taught the greatest of the great. You'll be the *sniff star. Famous Ayra-sensei. Naruto said all this with tears now making rivers down his face, but with a strong flame of determination burning through his eyes. Huh. I'll like the sound of the dash. Ayra said with a sad smile as his features softened and his eyes lost their color. And Naruto felt the heat and life leave Ayra as he held up the motionless body. As Ayra died, Naruto's sobs racked him to the core. His mind had gone numb. How could this happen? How could this happen to Ayra-sensei? Ayra-sensei was always supposed to be there. He shouldn't have died. Naruto was suddenly snapped from his sorrow as his blood turned cold at the sound of laughter. Good riddance is all I have to say to that foolish weakling. Now it's your turn to die, brat. Oh, got something to say? You're gonna have to speak louder than that, Mizuki said with another sinister grin on his face as he looked at Naruto. But he unconsciously took a step back at what he saw. Naruto was looking nothing like his usual self, instead of the usual happy child. He now looked up with feral eyes that promised death and destruction. His nails had turned practically into claws. But worst of all, he covered in an almost liquid orange that submerged his entire body and had one large orange tail swinging behind him. The air around also seemed to suddenly scream violence, destruction, and raw power. What AR dash? Don't you dare speak about Ayra-sensei like that. You don't deserve the right to about anyone like that, you monster. I'll kill you. Naruto shouted, then crossed his fingers before shouting Tajukaga Bunshin no Jutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu, and in a puff of smoke hundreds of Narutos suddenly appeared before Mizuki, who tripped backwards at the sight and fell down. How? Why, you can't even do a normal Bunshin, Mizuki stammered as he saw his inevitable end before him. Naruto just smiled back at Mizuki before shouting, "Kill him!" as the shout was taken up by all Narutos, who then proceeded to charge at Mizuki. With their claws, they made short work of Mizuki as they quickly bombarded and overwhelmed his defense, and then proceeded to tear him apart in an almost brutal and horrific way as Hia's screams echoed throughout the forest. Once Naruto had finished, he took one last look at the bloodied and mangled corpse of Mizuki, before turning back to Ayra. Naruto proceeded to take the shuriken out of his body and continued to silently weep for one of the few people who had ever cared for him. After praying Ayra, he created some clones to pick up his teacher's body before heading out towards the Hokage's home. Sarutobi residence. Early morning. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage and revered god of shinobi, was currently listening to his squabbling officers who were calling for Naruto's blood. Hiruzen just stood there in his Hokage white and red robes waiting for them to settle down. Once they were quiet, he proceeded to talk. Good. Now that I have silence, I will talk. Several shinobi could not help but to wince as they realized they hadn't allowed their superior to talk. There is no longer a crisis. Naruto has dealt with and killed the true traitor and is returning with the scroll. I feel I must also say I am truly disappointed with you all. Instead of focusing on the scroll that holds this village's safety within it, you looked for Naruto's blood instead, which you surely would have unfairly killed for no more reason than for something that was out of his control. If I ever see such a poor display again, you will be severely reprimanded and punished. Dismissed. At the end of the Hokage's speech, many had the grace to look shameful, but all quickly left, not wanting any more of the man's ire. Belligerent fools. I guess I'm gonna have to wait for poor Naruto and Ayra, the old Hokage said, deciding to wait where he was, and several minutes later 3 Narutos showed up carrying the body of Ayra. Hiruzen looked sadly upon the form of dead man he had watched grow up with much joy and compassion. His gaze then drew to the boy carrying him. Come bring Ayra inside. Naruto just nodded his head and carried his deceased teacher into the mansion, where Hiruzen had a few servants take Ayra to a room where he would stay until his burial. Once that was done, he had Naruto come to his office. The Hokage looked at Naruto in silence for several minutes until he spoke. Why don't you tell me what happened? Naruto. Hiruzen already knew what had happened due to his all-seeing ball, which he had watched the events through, but decided it would be good for Naruto to get the events of his chest. After a while of listening, Naruto had finally got to the end of the event and was once again crying as he remembered Ayra's last moments. Hiruzen just sighed sadly at seeing how much the events had hurt Naruto emotionally. And how do you feel about this, my boy? He said, thinking it would be good to know whether or not he blamed himself. I feel that if I hadn't been such an idiot, Ayra-sensei would still be alive. Naruto stammered through his tears. Hiruzen just sighed again. Naruto, my boy, I can only be honest with you and tell you what you say is true. This just caused Naruto to cry all the harder at having someone confirm it. But that doesn't mean it's your fault, he added. Upon seeing Naruto's confused and hopeful face, he decided to elaborate. No one can be blamed for trusting their teacher, as it is no sin. If it was, I know a certain person who'd be locked in chains, but isn't. Somewhere on the other side of Konoha, a woman in a trench coat sneezed. Shit. Must mean someone's talking about me. A sadistic smile spread across her face. If I find who it is, I'll feed them to my snakes. She said, breaking out in laughter. In front of her, a confused prisoner could only feel dread at the fact a mad woman was his torturer. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine for some reason, but carried on. Furthermore, Mizuki was the one that did all of this and manipulated you and went on to kill Ayra, not you. And lastly, Naruto, and remember this, Ayra done his duty protecting you and the village. He chose to save your life at the cost of his. So remember that and take pride in Ayra's sacrifice for the greater good of the village and you. Don't tarnish his decision by wallowing in self-pity. Instead, stand up tall and do what you promised to do and make him proud. As he finished, he couldn't help but to smile at seeing Naruto sit a little straighter and wipe the tears from his eyes. Good. Now what do you plan to do now? I'm gonna start becoming a better ninja, and I'm gonna study. I'm gonna do all the things I promised and make Ayra-sensei proud, Naruto said with fire in his eyes that made Hiruzen chuckle. But I'm not sure how to do that or where to start. Could you help me, GG? Naruto said, which caused the old Hokage to sweat drop a little. He just sat there for a while deciding whether or not tell Naruto some things, but in the end decided to do it. Naruto, create a shadow clone, please. Naruto was confused but complied. Naruto was surprised to see him do the same. Now get your shadow clone to follow mine. Naruto complied again, as his shadow clone followed his outside of the room. A minute later they came back in and Hiruzen told him to dispel, which he did. But Naruto just sat there confused. What's that supposed to show me, GG? I already knew I could create shadow clones, Naruto said, causing the old Hokage to want to slap his hand to his face. But didn't. Naruto, what did my clone say to yours? Your wife's name was Bawako? But what does that show me? Naruto asked, and Hiruzen once again felt the urge to slap his forehead. Naruto, how could you have known that when you couldn't hear them? Because you told my shadow clone, and when it dispelled. Wait, now I get it. Whatever my shadow clone learns, I learn, right? Naruto said, obviously pleased with himself. Yes, Naruto. Now tell me how that helps you, Hiruzen said, hoping this time he'd get it quicker than last time. If I sent multiple clones to learn something, I could learn what each of those clones learn, Naruto said with a smile spreading across his lips for the first time. Yes, well done, my boy. Also, now that you're a ninja, you allowed into the ninja section of the library. Meaning if you sent several shadow clones to the library and had them read up on things whilst you train your body, you'll be getting the best of both worlds, brawn and brains. Hiruzen said with a smile. Thanks for the help, GG. I don't know what I'd do without you, Naruto said with a light smile. But I best be heading home now. I've got a lot to think about. Of course, of course. Just remember that team selection is in 1 week, so don't be late, he said with a smile. As he finished, he noticed Naruto's mood darken but watched it quickly change back. Sure thing, Gigi, see you around. And with that, he left to go home. As Naruto left, the old Hokage walked to a picture of his predecessor and sighed, "Ah, Kushina, Minato, I feel as though I failed you in so many ways. I hope you can forgive this decrepit old man for his numerous mistakes." Kanahagakure no Sato streets of the Shinobi shopping district. As Naruto walked down the street, he couldn't help but to wonder how he was going to be able to get all the things he needed. Earlier on today, Naruto had drawn out all of his savings from his life so that he would be able to buy what he needed to today. He had decided to turn over a new leaf with Ayra-sensei's passing. In other words, he was going out to get his shinobi essentials and to get a change in attire, because his clothes would be like a homing beacon for all enemy shinobi, who wears orange anyway. Well, he liked them. But he had decided it would be better to look the part of future Hokage Oswell as a great shinobi and not an idiotic child who pranks the town on a regular basis. And that was another thing he'd done. He'd promised to stop pranking, as hard as that would be for him. But now his troubles lead him to where to get his items of choice. The problem with it was when he went in most shops, they would kick him out straight away, and the ones that didn't would charge extortionate prices. So where to go? But like a sign from Kami, a young girl in traditional Chinese clothing carrying several large boxes walked straight into him, and in turn dropped all the boxes. Okay, maybe just a painful piece of luck. Ow. Sorry about that, the girl said, helping Naruto up from the pile of boxes. Upon closer look, Naruto could she was slightly older than him with brown hair tied up into a bun. Good-looking Oswell, he thought, but wasn't about to say it. That's okay. I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said with a smile and scratch of the back of his head. I'm Tenten, just Tenten really. So what you doing out here? She inquired politely. Oh, that's right, I'm looking for a shinobi equipment store. Do you know a decent 1-inch? He asked, hopeful that she actually would, but was confused when she started laughing. Follow me, my father owns the best shinobi store in Konoha, if I do say so myself. And let me guess, new clothes? She inquired jokingly, but the barb was clear. She then proceeded to walk towards a store full of weapons and other gear. That obvious, he said, knowing the answer already. Pretty hard to miss. They continued to walk into the store, which was full of just about every type of weapon there was. Swords, staffs, daggers, kunai, shuriken, bladed gauntlets, and much, much more. On top of that, there was also a clothing section that looked just as packed. Wow, I think you were right, he said, a little overawed by the display of shinobi items. This was truly a ninja's heaven. I know, right? Now would you like me to get some things for you whilst you get your clothes? She said, obviously holding back a bit of laughter at his expense, no doubt. I think I'll have 400 shuriken, 200 kunai, 25 smoke bombs, 5 flash tags, some sealing scrolls for all of that, and a good sword. I think that's all I need. What? He said, seeing Tenten's sweat-drop appearance. Right, all you need is enough equipment to fight a one-man war with IWA. And possibly Kumo as well. I'll go get that, she said, walking off to get the things he needed. 30 minutes later, Naruto had just got changed into a pair of black combat trousers with white ankle tape that hid the last of his leg, black shoes, a blue jacket that covered all of his arms but was open at the chest, showing a black shirt on underneath. He had several more pairs of these clothes in a bag that he had just bought to the counter, where Tenten had several boxes of kunai and shuriken and other things. Wow, that's a considerable amount better, Tenten said as he handed her the bag with the rest of the clothes in, which she neatly stacked with the other things. Now I'm going to show you how to seal and unseal all this stuff, she said, pulling out a small scroll and setting the box of kunai on top of it. To seal it, just cover the item you want to seal in your chakra and then connect it with chakra to the seal on the center of the scroll. After that, just say, Fuin, seal, and flare your chakra. The seal will recognize you want to seal this item, and then do so, she said, and proceeded to demonstrate. And with a puff of smoke, the 400 kunai disappeared into the scroll. Tenten then proceeded to do this with all of the other items, other than the clothes, but each with their own separate scroll. And to unseal, just channel chakra into the seal and think of the number of the items you want to come out, and say, Fuin Kai, seal release. As she did so, some shuriken came out, which she sealed again afterwards. That was pretty cool, but what about the sword? As soon as he said that, Tenten smiled and pulled out a roughly 45-inch bladed sword with an orange and black diamond-shaped pattern on the hilt. an orange tassel on the end of that, and had no guard. Huh, now that looks cool, which she had to nod to. But, and it has orange, yada. At least I can keep some orange on me. Thank you, thank you. The dash this carried on for a little while, which just caused Tenten to sweat drop. But eventually Naruto stopped. Yi dash, you must really love orange. Which Naruto nodded vigorously to. Anyway. Cool? You're lucky I even remembered we had this. It's not just a sword. It's a chakra-enhanced sword that is also capable of handling chakra natures. Tenten said, looking like she was on the verge of a giddy breakdown. But Naruto just couldn't understand why. Maybe she just loved weapons like a lot. So, at this Tenten just sweat dropped again. You didn't understand that, did you? Didn't you learn about chakra natures and chakra-forged weapons in the academy? Never mind, I'll just explain it. Alright, listen up because if I have to explain this again, I'm going to use this sword to make you just a red stain on the wall. Naruto couldn't help but to back up a little and start nodding like an idiot. I'm listening, just don't kill me, he said, causing Tenten to chuckle. Good. Now, the chakra-enhanced part means that it was forged and molded with chakra, which makes the particles of the sword merge to an almost molecular level, meaning the sword is extremely strong, dense, and sharp. But the best part is its ability to handle chakra natures without breaking. Chakra natures are just types of chakra that we use in jutsu. For instance, fire chakra makes fire jutsu, wind makes wind jutsu, and the same for earth, lightning, and water chakra. Everyone has something called a nature affinity. This means that whatever chakra affinity you have your strongest with, i.e. if your nature affinity is lightning, your strongest jutsu type will be lightning type. But that's not all. When you find out your nature affinity and have learned to use it, you can channel into certain weapons like this sword. But water can't be channeled into weapons because it has no use in them, but wind makes your blade incredibly sharp, to the point you can cut anything in half, even stone and metal. The same goes for lightning, just not to the same extent dash. Fire just engulfs your blade in a flame, making it very hard for your opponent to fight against, and earth hardens the blade so that it can't be cut except by lightning. Now do you understand? As she finished, she couldn't help but smile at the look of awe on Naruto's face. That sword is awesome, Naruto said, pronouncing every word clearly, which just made Tenten chuckle. I know, right? Now that all comes to 77 foot 032 Rio. But with the discount that's currently it comes to 56 feet 491 inches Rio, Tenten said quite cheerily as Naruto handed over the money. You're just happy, 'cause you just made a killing, he said begrudgingly. Yep. Don't forget to come around again sometime soon. Especially with an order like that, she called out as he left the store. As Naruto came into the street, he couldn't help but to smile. It was happening. He was starting his change today. He promised he'd do what he could to become a great ninja, and he was starting now. Just you wait, Ayra-sensei. Soon I'll be so famous even the afterlife would have heard about me. Believe it. Naruto quickly thought about what to do next and then remembered begrudgingly that he'd also swore to do some studying and decided it would be best to start now. So Naruto quickly set out for the library after his little trip to the store, but he swore he'd never seen a woman as happy as when they'd managed to get one up on any male. Sighing, Naruto thought it best to just go and get the things he needed, so started hoping to get to the library. Although Naruto had promised Ayra he would study hard, he couldn't help but be pleased by the fact that he didn't have to read anything. Only his clones did. But the thought of reading still sent shudders of dread down his back. So when he entered the library and just saw an endless amount of books, he nearly collapsed then and there, but decided to follow through and get what he needed. Walking up to the desk, he decided he'd ask the woman at the desk. Hello, he said nervously. Hello, young man, what can I do for you? She said, barely looking up from her paperwork with a bored expression. I'd like some help finding some books. Please, he said, still not able to shake of his nervousness of being seen in the library, and that of actually reading. Sighing and getting up from her desk, she said, very well, what would you like? All of the taijutsu, kenjutsu, chakra and chakra control related things you have. Also some books with a detailed history of each village and country. And lastly, any ninjutsu scrolls and things you'd recommend for basic intelligence building books, things like strategy and things. As he finished, he saw the woman's shoulders sag. Ugh, this is going to take a while. Just sit at that desk over by the window and I'll bring them to you. Furthermore, I'll take it you're only a genin? Thought so. That means I can only give you C rank and below ninjutsu, if there is any. And oh yeah, any jutsu or information you have on shadow clone jutsu, that also means any tactical guides on how to use them, Naruto said, remembering that there were just that complemented all clone jutsus, so he thought that it would be useful to know them. The woman just sighed and shook her head. Kid, that's an A-rank jutsu. I'm afraid I can't give you that. What if I showed you that the Hokage had already given me permission to use shadow clone jutsu? Will you give me them then? Naruto said, hopeful that he could get around this snag. Yes, if you can prove it, kid. But the only way I'll believe that is if the Hokage comes here himself or you use shadow clone. Justu, before she could finish, Naruto had already brought out 10 shadow clones. Told you I did. Believe it! All the Narutos shouted, gaining him some glares from people in the library. Naruto just dispelled his clones and apologized. So. Fine. I'll be back shortly. Ugh. More like around an hour? But hey, what can you do? After she finished, she walked off to complete her task while Naruto sat at the desk by the window. Naruto sat there contemplating what life would be like now that he was a ninja, what changes that would make to his life, what new things he'd be able to do, places he'll go, people he'll meet. Life wouldn't just be different now, it would be completely new. His one constant, his one supporting foundation and friend he'd found in Ayra was gone. And the worst part was Naruto couldn't help think it was at least partly his fault. After all, Ayra wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for him. There was so many things he had to think about that he didn't realize the 40 minutes that went by until the woman came back and told him to follow her. She took him to a reading room with a large table. On that table was a large pile of books and a few scrolls. Right, I'll tell you the rules. You can borrow as many items as you want, but they have to be returned after 3 weeks, and if you want you can draw them out again for another 3 weeks. Get the idea? Good. Now I'll leave you to decide how you're going to get these home. As she finished, she walked out and back to her desk. Naruto just looked at his new collection of books and then pulled out the spare sealing scroll that he had got from Tenten and used it to seal the books in and then left the library. Naruto walked towards the training grounds with a smile wide across his. He was so happy he even managed to ignore the quizzical and disgusted looks he was getting. Today would be the first day that he'd be taking his steps towards becoming Hokage. He was going to read all these books and jutsu. Okay, his clones would be doing that, but hey, same thing. In the end at least, and he'd be training until dusk. He will become Hokage. He will keep his promise to Ayra-sensei. Nothing could or would stop him, not now, not ever. So he went to the training grounds with a stupid smile on his face until he arrived at an open section within the woods which had a small lake just next to it. Perfect. For training anyway. Quickly doing a hand sign, Naruto produced 50 clones whom he set to work reading all the books he had, making sure that each and every book on chakra types and chakra control was being read. Once done, he told them to read the books and when done do any practice exercises that were in there and repeat them until he told them to dispel. After that, Naruto pulled out some scrolls on Kenjutsu and started to read them. After about an hour, Naruto had read the general description of each and every Kenjutsu style he had, and eventually decided he'd practice one that suited him perfectly. It focused on battering the opponent's defense and wearing away at their stamina, but at the same time would use attacks that focused on cutting the arms and legs of the opponent so that they would be worn down again. This style was perfect for those with large energy reserves and could outlast his opponent, which was Naruto to the letter. Naruto then proceeded to read the basic stances and kata. After he'd done that, he produced another 50 clones and told them to practice the kata with his new sword. His beautiful orange and black sword. After this was done, Naruto decided that whilst his clones were doing things to improve his intellect, he'd improve his stamina, strength and speed. This involved doing 30 laps of the field he was in, 200 sit-ups, 200 pull-ups, 100 punches and kicks with each leg and arm. When that was done, Naruto decided to take a break and check what the time was, and when he did, Naruto was surprised to find that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Ugh, my body's in agony. Guess I better head back home and get some rest. Turning to his 100 clones, Naruto shouted, "Put the books back inside the scroll and dispel." What Naruto didn't count on was when he dispelled, his mind suddenly filled with enough knowledge and memories that he literally passed out from the pain. Hokage's office. Looking through his blue orb, Hiruzen chuckled as he watched Naruto collapse. Maybe I should have told Naruto about that side effect. He paused to take another puff of smoke. Oh well, can't change it now. Scarecrow-san, as he said this, an ANBU officer wearing a crow-shaped mask suddenly appeared by the old Hokage's side. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said in a lazy voice. I want you to go pick Naruto up from training field 7 and take him home. After that, I want you to keep an eye on him and see how he improves in his training. After all, he is going to be on your team," the old man said with a small smile. "Hi," was all the ANBU said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. With a sigh, Hiruzen let out another puff of smoke. "I hope you pass Kakashi's test, Naruto. Because if you do, I'm sure you couldn't have a better or more ironic sensei." Silently he finished. "Because after all, he is your father's student and will pass his beliefs on to you." Next day, early morning, Naruto's apartment. As Naruto woke up, he slowly opened his eyes, trying not to aggravate his throbbing headache, to surprisingly find himself in his bed at home. Naruto looked around to try and find some reason as to how he got home, but only found his clothes and other items had been brought back here with him, which caused Naruto to sigh in relief. But it seriously vexed Naruto as he tried to figure out how he got back. But in the end gave up and decided to meditate on what he'd learned. After about half an hour, he was surprised by the amount he had learnt, probably more than his entire stay at the academy. That thought made him laugh until he remembered Ayra-sensei and decided to repress those thoughts. After deciding he'd had enough of sitting around, he decided to create some clones to do some training. 50 would practice a taijutsu style he had chose. It relied mainly on taking one punch to give 3 back. 50 would do some basic chakra control by making a leaf hover slightly above his hand, and when that was done, add another until he had 5 on each hand. 50 would do kenjutsu, and the last 50 would read the books again. After that, he sent them all to do the training out the place he was at yesterday. Once that was done, Naruto decided he needed to head to Gigi's office and ask about that memory feedback thing. He quickly picked up Gamachan and left for the old Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, was in the middle of receiving a mission report from Team Guy. Yesterday there had been bandits sighted just outside of the village hoping to waylay some caravans. The Hokage had quickly sent out Guy's team, and they had swiftly dealt with the problem. The old Hokage couldn't help but think everything was going fine in the debriefing. That was until Naruto came in. "Yo, Gigi, oh right, you're in the middle of something. I'll come back in a little while." "Oh, Tenten. Wait, you're a ninja," Naruto said as he passively changed the subject twice. "Naruto, you idiot. Don't talk to the Hokage in such a disrespectful manner." "And yes, I am," Tenten said, holding up a threatening fist. Now Tenten-san, it's alright for Naruto talk to me like that if I allow it. But I do thank you for your concern." Tenten paled slightly at the hidden scolding. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Tenten said, acting a little shameful, but stopped when she heard a snicker. "And what are you laughing at?" "What, don't shout. I was just laughing at how you just got told by Gigi. Oh, and Gigi, are you going senile, or did you just forget to tell me that dispelling all those clones at once would nearly kill me? Because if you are, maybe I should just kick your arse and become Hokage today." At this, Naruto saw Tenten's jaw drop. Her white-eyed teammate look at Naruto with interest. The Jounin in a green jumpsuit and his chibi version started spouting of nonsense about youthful flames. The Hokage just chuckled and said, "Ah, you never fall short to amuse me, Naruto. I admit to forgetting to tell you about that little detail." Hiruzen chuckled again when he heard Naruto say, "Tell that to my little headache." True. But I'm definitely going to have to get a bit stronger to beat me and for me to name you my successor." Well, maybe not today, but someday. Believe it. Now how do I get around that memory feedback thing? Naruto said, now calming back down. "Easy enough. Just don't dispel them all at once. Dispel them in groups of 10 with a few in between each group. That should allow your brain to process the information without overloading," he said, taking a puff of his smoke. "Now Naruto, would please come back again later so I can do this debriefing?" "Sure thing. See you later, Gigi," Tenten-chan, Naruto said, waving over his head as he left. Once Naruto had left, Tenten blushed at the suffix he'd used at the end of her name and looked back to the Hokage. "So, Hokage-sama, you talked about the side effects of Shadow Clone Jutsu, if I'm not mistaken." Guy waited for the Hokage nod. "So he not only has the ability to pull of an A-rank jutsu, but you made like he could create multiple clones? How many can the kid produce?" Guy said, generally interested, but when his team heard A-rank jutsu, they were all suddenly interested as well. Hiruzen chuckled before saying, "Well, all I know is that he can create 300 without even breaking a sweat." At this, Guy suddenly looked unsteady. "Why with ease?" That puts his chakra capacity at least in between Jounin and Kage. How the hell does he manage that? Guy said shakily, causing all the others to look at him in utter shock. Between Jounin and Kage, and a genin no less. I think we both know how Guy, the Kage said ominously, but Guy seemed to understand. Yes, I suppose we do it, that Guy said seriously. I can't wait to see what his flames of youth can do. I think we can all expect great things from him in the future. He finished, to which the Hokage agreed, leaving 3 very curious genin to wonder what think about this new anomaly that was Naruto. 5 days later, team induction day. The past week had passed surprisingly quick for Naruto. For the most part, he'd spent that week training to get stronger. Naruto couldn't help but to smile, as he had not only gotten but also smarter. His mental capacity must have at least tripled so far this week. He knew Ayra-sensei was looking at him from the next life with a proud smile. But Naruto tended to bury any thoughts about his deceased older brother figure. It was still too hard to think about him without getting heavily emotional. In his training, Naruto had progressed with his chakra control exercises. He could now levitate 2 leaves on each hand at once. He was trying for 3 on each, but splitting his chakra in 2 directions and then 3 again was still out of his grasp. But he was progressing and would soon have it down. In Kenjutsu, he had completed all 5 levels of novice and was now on level 3 intermediate, 7 levels more, and he'd begin the first level of expert, and then on to master. Then his taijutsu had progressed much more. He was now a level 9 intermediate, his new style. He was very proud of that, along with the old man as well. His knowledge had also improved a great deal. Where he was only able to score 41% on his test at the academy previously, he could now get 86%. But Naruto's definite best improvement was his jutsu, in his opinion, as thanks to a little bit of help from the old man, Naruto had been able to nail a few awesome jutsu. He just couldn't wait to stuff them in Sasuke's face and show Sakura-chan just how awesome he was. Then she'd like Naruto and not that team. But as good as his improvements were, Naruto knew they weren't enough. He had promised Ayra-sensei he'd be the best and he wouldn't stop until he was. But for now, Naruto just had to focus on team selection. He had read somewhere that as a tradition, senseis would test their team after graduation to see if they really deserved to be shinobi. So Naruto was not going to walk into this blind. For once anyway. But as he walked towards the academy, he couldn't help but to wonder who his sensei would be. They would never equate to Ayra-sensei, that was for sure. But would he be good? Well, he was a jounin, so that was a given. But he just hoped he didn't get some silver-haired lazy pervert. That would just be too awful for words to describe. But hey, what were the odds of that motley character ever being a real person? Well, it didn't matter to Naruto as he stood in front of the doors to his old class. Ayra-sensei's old class. Naruto nervously swallowed before putting his hand on the door handle. Today he would be a ninja. Today was another step towards his promise. Putting all nerves aside, Naruto walked in and started walking towards his seat. Hopefully nothing would go wrong today, but it seemed God had other things in mind. Hey Dobe, what you doing here? You failed. Naruto gritted his teeth and forced a smile onto his face as he turned to see the raven-haired Uchiha. Actually, team, Ayra-sensei passed me. Naruto said, swearing he wouldn't lose his temper with that annoying Uchiha with an assortment of poles up his arse. Whatever Dobe, I don't really care. But what's with the style change? Copying me now, are we? Sasuke said with one of his, I'm so awesome and I know I am, smirks. To which a load of fangirls swooned, Sasuke's so cool. And, stop copying Sasuke-kun and, you'll never be as good as Sasuke-kun. Forcing down his urge to snap Sasuke's neck and then dice him into an Uchiha kebab. Instead, forcing his answer out through clenched teeth, he said, how am I copying you? The only thing we have in common is one piece of clothing and our mutual hatred of each other. Team. Whatever was the curt reply he got before he sat down. Damn Uchiha. I'll show you Ayra-sensei was right and that I'm gonna be the best ninja ever. Believe it. Shortly after, an old substitute walked in and halted all conversation with a loud cough and a raising of his hand. Quiet down please, quite. Good, now today we have a special and tragic announcement. But I won't be the one to give, that is the Hokage's job today. Now everyone be quiet and respectful. Hokage-sama, they're ready for you now. The old man called out before taking a respectful step back as the old Hokage in his red and white robes walked in and stepped up. Hello today everyone. I'll first of all congratulate you on your successful promotions. You are all about to take an impressive step forward in your respective shinobi careers. But do not stop here. Carry this advantage and push it and keep pushing it until you reach the pinnacle of your career, and then push even more. Because I'll tell you something, you never truly reach your limit, you just give up. Now remember this and remember well, you can never reach your best, but you can always strive to be the best you can be. That is all any of us shinobi can do, and it makes all the better for it, because the only difference between the strong and the weak is that the weak tried, failed, and gave up. But those who are strong tried, failed, and tried again until they reached their goal. Then they set a new one, and so on so on. If you do this, you will truly be a worthy shinobi. The Hokage stopped for the moment, looking over the class. Next came the hard part. Now I'm sure you're all wondering where Ayra-sensei is, At this there was a lot of mumbling, but the old Hokage managed to catch a glimpse of pain on Naruto's face. This is why I'm really here today. At this, all mumbling stopped and was instead replaced with quizzical looks. I'm truly sorry to inform you that Ayra Yumino, Chunin and teacher of the village hidden in the leaves, was killed in defense of Konoha 1 week ago. At this there many gasps and shocked faces. Even Sasuke had slightly dropped jaw. How? How did Ayra-sensei die? A very shaken and slightly distraught Sakura asked. I will explain that now, if it is all right with you, Naruto? The old Hokage asked his grandson figure. This of course turned many heads towards Naruto. What does this have to do with that idiot? Exclaimed a tearful Sakura, as she, like many other students, were taking this quite hard. The Hokage just turned his head to the girl with a stern expression that sent shivers down her spine. Because Miss Haruno, Naruto and Ayra were the closest thing each other had to family, so it is right to let you know or not. Furthermore, as this involves Naruto, as he was there when Ayra died, he has all the more right to decide. Sakura quickly mumbled an apology, before thinking, like many other students, Naruto and Ayra-sensei like family, that didn't make sense as those two were always at each other with either pranks or rebuttals and detentions. Sure thing, Gigi, Naruto said, feeling like there was a sudden void inside of his stomach. Why did the old man have to bring that up? Naruto was also vexed that the old man had boxed him into a corner, so the only thing he could say was yes. But as soon as he finished his sentence, Sakura stood up again and shouted, What? I call him an idiot and you tell me off. But he calls you Gigi and you just let it slide. Miss Haruno, be quiet. I have known Naruto for many years, that's many more than I've known you, and allow him to call me that. Now one more outburst from you and I'll strip you of that promotion and have you sent back to the academy to learn what insubordination means. You are a shinobi now. Act like 1 inch, the kind old man said in a voice that radiated a sense of angry command. Of course this had the desired effect and shut the young Haruno up as she sat back down. For the next 30 minutes, the Sandaime went over the incident of Ayra's death. But thankfully for Naruto changed it so that Mizuki stole the scroll and came across Ayra and Naruto whilst they taking a walk home through the forest. He also left out the details about Kyuubi, but that was a given. And then went on to tell about how Ayra and Naruto fought and defeated Mizuki, but at the cost of Ayra's life. And that is how your sensei died. He died an honorable death, just as honorable as that of the Yondaime. This teaches us something very valuable also. And that is, no matter what you do or who you are, even you can protect your village, no matter how menial or small, it can possibly help us save our precious people and village. His death showed us a lot about Ayra. Even if he was just a teacher, he was willing to die for his precious people and this village, showing the will of fire burned brightly within him. He showed the true strength of all shinobi, not the strength to kill those you hate, but the strength and resolve to die for the sake of what you care for. Remember that, because in his death Ayra taught us all a valuable lesson, the strength of a true shinobi, the strength of a protector. As he finished, he looked around to see the many tear-stained faces among the students, as Hiruzen knew Ayra was obviously an outstanding and deeply loved teacher. But among all these pained faces he did not see Naruto's. Instead his was more of the blank look someone has when they're contemplating all their wrongs and faults in life. And Hiruzen knew Naruto was silently blaming himself. He truly felt for boy. He lost someone to his own mistake, and it couldn't be any other way than for him to blame himself, but he really wished Naruto wouldn't. It hurt the man just to see him like this. Now all remember his sacrifice, remember his strength, remember his kind heart, his joy to teach and his love for this village, as these are the things we shall honor him for. Now you'll have a few minutes to digest this and then you'll be placed in teams. Goodbye and enjoy an illustrious career as ninja. But from this, remember that death is part and parcel of our life, and before you're done you'll lose many more loved ones to this occupation. But just remember to carry on and do your best for their sacrifices." And with that, the Hokage left the students to their own thoughts. There was total and utter silence as everyone thought on what they just heard. Their sensei, Tier, had just died. How could this happen? This wasn't supposed to happen to them. This was the general thoughts for all, apart from two, one being Sasuke Uchiha and the other being Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke was thinking on what he'd just heard about his teacher. Sasuke could definitely say the man died an honorable death. But strength in his will to protect, please, the only way to gain true strength is to fuel your hatred into weapon and use it to kill all of those who oppose you. That foolish teacher was a prime example. He died protecting his precious people. Whereas if he just attacked with the hate of an enemy shinobi trying to destroy Konoha, then he would have won. But nonetheless, Sasuke respected the way the man was willing to die for his beliefs, just as he was in his belief that he would kill that man. Naruto looked down at his hands as he thought of the mistakes he had made, the first and most obvious one being how he trusted Mizuki team. If he'd just thought for 1 second, he would have realized just how stupid and obvious the situation was. But no, he just had to be a shinobi even if it cost him, which it did. The price was far too high for Naruto's liking though. But now he had to deal with it and make sure he kept his promise to Ayra-sensei. Just as everyone was thinking, they were snapped from their thoughts as the old teacher stepped forward again and caught everyone's attention. Now that we've had time to contemplate this tragic news, we'll move on to team selection. Chapter 3. Academy Graduation Classroom. Just as everyone was thinking, they were snapped from their thoughts as the old teacher stepped forward again and caught everyone's attention. Now that we've had time to contemplate this tragic news, we'll move on to team selection, he announced in a gruff voice, as he did. Several jonin walked into the room. These men and women before you will be your new jonin sensei and will help guide, train and protect you in the coming months or years until you are ready to take the leap to chunin. You will now be split into groups of 3 and passed over to your jounin. Now Team 1. At hearing groups of 3, more than one girl started screaming about their love for Sasuke-kun, but were all silenced. I've got to be with Sasuke-kun. This is just a test of love. You'll be mine soon, Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought along with her inner personality. She kept thinking about her prevailing love and how she was going to rub it into Ino Pig's face. A 3-man cell will just slow me down. Well, if they get in my way, I'll just have to ditch them. Ugh, I better not get that loser Naruto or Sakura. I can deal with Naruto, but Sakura will just pull me down. Sasuke couldn't help but to smile at the prospect of possibly leaving those two behind. That way he could finally start on his goal to killing Itachi. I wouldn't mind having Sakura-chan, but if I have Broody, I'm gonna start killing people, or him or myself, whichever comes first. Naruto though was still ecstatic at the idea of finally putting this week's hard training to work, but nearly missed his name when called out. And Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki. Please be someone like Choji, Shikamaru, or Kiba. Just don't be Sasuke. Team Naruto thought with his hands slapped together as he prayed to God. And Sasuke Uchiha. No, you can't put me with Team. No, not the dope, were the two shouts that echoed through the room as Naruto and Sasuke shouted what they thought of this idea. Shut up, Naruto. Don't speak to Sasuke-kun that way, Sakura shouted, instantly coming to her crush's defense, but was mainly ignored as Sasuke and Naruto practically slumped into their chairs like defeated men. And lastly, Sakura Haruno. Your team will be under Kakashi Hatake, which was met with a loud squeal of joy from Sakura as she pumped her fist into the air. Take that, Ino Pig. True love prevails yet again, Sakura shouted as she jumped up and down excitedly, not aware of Sasuke slumping further into his chair. After jumping some more and declaring her love for Sasuke on top of that, Sakura sat down to listen to the other teams, which were Team 8, who were under Kurenai Yuhi, a beautiful young black-haired woman with red eyes and a stunning figure which shone off nicely in her red dress with white wraps, consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Abarum, and Kiba Inuzuka. And Team 10, who were under a middle-aged man with what looked like a smoking addiction and a white sash around his waist called Asuma Sarutobi. Once all the teams were done, the genin all left with their respective sensei. That is, other than Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who stood there waiting for their sensei. And waiting. And waiting. And waiting. But after 3 hours and the limit of Naruto's patience, a man wearing a face mask and with one eye covered by his Hittite silver hair that stood out at an odd angle and a lazy look on his face walked in. Yo, sorry I'm late, but I got lost on the road to life. he said with a lazy wave of his hand, causing all three genin to sweat drop. Ah, that's a useless excuse, you just couldn't be asked to get here on time. Sakura shouted, raising her fist threateningly. Seriously, the nerve of some people. What does it matter? I'm here now. Well, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, he said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Great. I can tell this guy's gonna be a pain in the arse, Naruto said before deciding to go to the roof. Shut up, idiot, Sakura said before turning to Sasuke. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Let's go meet our sensei, she said before grabbing his arm and trying to walk with him. 5 minutes later, on the roof of the academy, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto sat down in front of their new sensei. After staring at each other for a few moments, Kakashi decided to fill the empty space in the air. So, why don't you introduce yourselves, likes, dislikes, dreams for the future and hobbies, he said, sitting back a little. Why don't you start first, sensei? Seeing as we know the least about you, Sakura said, not quite sure exactly what to say. Kakashi stared at her for a moment before sighing and starting things of, well, I'm Kakashi Hatake, Jounin Konoha. My likes are, not telling you. My dislikes, too troublesome to list. My hobbies, can't tell you that. And my dreams, never really thought about that before. He finished in a lazy and bored tone that would put a Nara to shame. This of course caused all genin present to sweat drop at the lack of an introduction. Great. All that did was remind me of your name and solidify my belief that you're a useless, lazy, silver-haired pervert. One of two things I prayed I didn't have on this team, Naruto said, causing Kakashi to laugh and scratch the back of his head. Hee. How did you know I'm a pervert? He asked innocently, causing Naruto to groan, Sasuke to grunt, and Sakura to yell. Well, I didn't, but you just confirmed my guess. Naruto honestly didn't understand how this guy was a jounin, or a ninja for that matter. Guessed? That's never happened before. Oh, you said too. What's the other? Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little shameful that someone had already found out he was a pervert just from a guess. Take a guess and look at Mr. My hobby is brooding and having poles stuck up my arse, Naruto said, flinching a little at Sakura's quick defense of her crush. Take that back, moron. Sasuke-kun doesn't brood or have a pole up his, she shouted before starting a giggling fit at the mention of her Sasuke-kun's rear. That just caused Kakashi to sweat drop. Great, an absolute fangirl. Just my luck. Alright, now that I know I have a brooder, fangirl, and a deadlast, why don't you tell me about yourselves? You first, Blondie, Kakashi said, although despite the problems of this team he could see a large amount of potential for each of them, with the right amount of training though. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his sensei's obvious attempt to antagonize them all. Okay then, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, loyalty, friendship, and those who keep their word, and kenjutsu. Naruto smirked Sasuke's scoff. He really that guy? I dislike arrogant fools who don't like me for what they don't understand, as well as the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen. My hobbies include training and kenjutsu. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. And my dreams are... He stopped, bracing himself for the obvious reactions from his teammates. To fulfill my promise to Ayra-sensei and to protect all those close to me, and to become the greatest Hokage, he said, conviction and resolve burning in his eyes. While his two teammates scoffed at him, Kakashi just smiled, knowing what had happened. He also couldn't help but to marvel at how much Naruto had grown up in the short time after Ayra's death. No longer was he the loud and brash brat who had painted the Hokage monument, but was now a young man on the way to becoming a serious and responsible ninja. Kakashi couldn't help but to see his father starting to influence him more and more. Kakashi snapped out of his thoughts and looked to Sakura. Alright you, Pinky, you're next. Sakura scowled at being called Pinky but answered anyway. My name Haruno Sakura. What the person I like is... She looked over at Sasuke and blushed. My hobbies are... She looked over at Sasuke, blushed and giggled. And my dream for the future... She looked over at Sasuke, blushed, squealed, and got a slight nosebleed. Kakashi and Naruto both sweat dropped and Sasuke just scoffed, all too used to this behavior by now. Great, this just solidifies my belief that all fangirls are useless. Kakashi sighed to himself. Is there anything you don't like? He asked. Naruto baka. Sakura screeched. All right then. Kakashi picked out his ear with his pinky finger. You, the broody one, you're next. Sasuke's scowl deepened at his sensei's comment but just carried on as if nothing happened. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't particularly like anything, and I dislike too many things to name. What I have is not a dream because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain someone. Oh man, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sakura thought, squealing in delight. Cha! He's so hot. Inner Sakura let her opinion be known. Naruto just sat there. Broody bastard just got even darker. Well, I wonder if he can get any more darker. Actually, let's not jinx it. I've got to spend at least the next few months with him. It's just as I thought. Kakashi sighed. He had figured that this was how Sasuke would be. I can only hope he'll eventually turn away from this path. Good, he said, snapping the others from the thoughts, keeping his lazy expression on his face. You've all got your own opinions and you're all unique. He nodded to himself. Now tomorrow we will have our first mission as a team. What kind of mission? Asked Naruto, eager to finally prove he could be a great ninja. Locate some missing ninja? Wipe out a fortress? Come on, sensei. Tell us. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi spoke in a lazy voice. When the blonde finally stopped, he spoke again. Our task will involve just the four of us. A survival exercise. Kakashi stood there expecting the verbal abuse, but none came, much to his surprise. A survival exercise? Sakura questioned. But we already took those back in the academy. This isn't going to be some simple exercise. This is nothing like your training at the academy. Kakashi stated with a smirk. Not that his soon-to-be students could see it. Or not, it all depends on if they pass the test. Naruto decided to make his thoughts known. Is this that test to become genin? Kakashi just looked at Naruto for a moment, completely dumbfounded. Naruto, you're such an idiot. We just took that test a week ago. How the hell did you even pass it? Sakura shouted, hoping to gain some approval from Sasuke. Actually, that was a test to see whether we were ready to take the genin test or not. The real test to become a genin is given to us by our sensei Naruto, then looked round to see the looks he was getting and decided to clarify. I read it in a book to do with Konoha teaching and learning guides. Once he finished, he heard the obvious scoff of Sasuke and Sakura. Please, you would never be caught dead reading, Sasuke said with a smirk. Yeah, Sasuke-kun's right. You probably can't even read. Idiot, Sakura chimed in her annoying screech. And what would you two know about me? All you ever do is brood, Sasuke team. And all you do is shout and hit me. I know more about you two than either of you know about me combined. Naruto said, surprising everyone with the amount of venom his voice held. But Naruto was still having the same thought go through his head. How could I have ever liked that screech? It's painful to listen to. Yee, and what's that? There's nothing to know about you, you're a nobody. It would be pointless to know about someone like you. Whereas to know about me is simple. After all, I am an Uchiha, Sasuke said with a smirk. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right. You're just a nobody, came the monotonous voice of Sakura. Oh, and that's coming from you, Sakura. Don't forget you're a nobody, Oswell. Well, I say Oswell, but really you're on your own. See, Sasuke, you think you're the only person with clan problems. I'm also from a clan, the Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure, the village hidden in the whirlpools, whom were all wiped out in the same way yours were. Naruto was now furious with Uchiha. How can that team be so stuck up? I swear I'm gonna kill him someday. Ha! That's probably because they were weaklings just like you, Sasuke said venomously. Well, if you had done your history, you would have found that they were the most feared clan in the world at the time. Their skill in Fuinjutsu was so powerful and unrivaled that the Second Great Shinobi War was started just to wipe them out. This never happened for the Uchiha. Even they weren't as feared as the Uzumaki were, Naruto shouted in Sasuke's, smiling when he saw Sasuke's face change to a visage of rage. Ha! What a load of crap. No clan is as feared as the Uchiha. We are the greatest of all clans. It was clear by the way Sasuke was shouting that he was now angry that any clan could compete with the Uchiha, and this made Naruto smile in pure joy. Oh, I seem to remember the Senju wiping the floor with the Uchiha. That got the desired reaction as Sasuke stopped for a second, realizing that Naruto was right. Come on team, just bite and see what happens. Alright, maybe that was true, but you're no Senju. He replied, going back to his smug smile, but was confused when Naruto started laughing. Wrong. The Uzumaki are descendants and close relatives of the Senju clan. We just split apart during the time that Konohagakure was created. Take that, you smug bastard. Naruto couldn't help but put on a smug smile as Sasuke was at a loss for words. Got ya, bastard. Sasuke, though, quickly regained his cool. I can't let Naruto pick me apart like this. It's embarrassing. Well, as true as that is, I have the Sharingan. What does your clan have? Apart from some speciality in Fuinjutsu. Naruto just smirked all the more. Well, team, my clan was famous for our longevity of life and strong life force. This means that we live for a very long time, where a normal person may live to the age of 70 and their prime lasts from their teens to late 20s, and Uzumaki can live to about 110 and their prime can last from their teens to 40s. And the life force means we are born with and develop an insane amount of chakra. Usually all Uzumaki get enough chakra for a jounin all the way to Kage. Every single one of them, even me, as mine is currently at the level of low Jonin or high Chunin. Ha! That wiped the smugness right off of your face, you useless bastard. Naruto thought, looking at the shocked looks on his teammates' faces. What? That can't be true, could it, sensei? Sakura said, looking to her new teacher. Kakashi, who had been sitting there listening to this series of events with amazement, was snapped out of it as he heard Sakura and saw she along with Sasuke were looking at him with a look of disbelieving on their faces. Well, yes, it is all true. But I'm more amazed at the fact you knew Naruto. How did you? Naruto just smiled and looked at his sensei. Well, I decided to read up on clans, seeing as our class was predominantly clan members, and when I did the Uzumaki came up. So I did some research on it at home and in the library. I'm planning on going to ask if the Uzumaki have anything here in Konoha that were left behind before they, went deceased. Naruto finished, slightly upset at the fact that he just remembered his deceased clan's outcome. He must have looked them up when I wasn't watching him. I'm just glad he didn't find out who his mother was. That would have definitely led him to his father. I mean, it didn't take me long to figure out after the Kyuubi attack. It would have only taken a small amount of digging for him, he thought, sighing to himself. Well done, Naruto. That was a good idea to research the clans of Konoha. I suggest you all do the same for clans for inside and outside the village, Kakashi said. Now, before any more arguments break out, let me say I want you all to meet at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. Bring all your gear and weapons. Oh, and I'm the one who gets to decide whether you 3 pass or fail. And I would suggest not eating breakfast tomorrow morning. And with that, he shined away, leaving 3 students, 1 smug, 1 furious, and the last confused. I'm out of here, Sasuke muttered as he stood up. Oh, Sasuke-kun, maybe we can spend some time together, to make a plan to pass Kakashi's test. Sakura said in a hopeful voice, but got rejected point blank. Naruto just shook his head as he watched them leave. I can't believe that I actually like her, and she likes him for that matter, and that he just rejects her completely. Maybe we're all just idiots, HM. Well, best go speak to Gigi, Naruto mused as he set out for the Hokage tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind an old wooden desk as stamped another requisition for supplies and cursed the bane of all Kage. Paperwork. Picking up another form on the alleged demon brat, Hiruzen sighed and tore it up before moving on. But just as he was picking up another sheet, Naruto walked in. Hello, Gigi, enjoying the paperwork, he said cheerily as he took a seat opposite the old Kage. I would be lying if I said I was. But tell me, how did your meeting go with Team 7? Hiruzen asked inquiringly, but noticed Naruto's face turn to one of annoyance. Kami, I hate that Uchiha. But I did knock him down a peg or 2. Ha, you should have seen his face, priceless. Naruto said with him smiling smugly at the end of it. Oh, and how did you do that? The Uchiha have always had a smug arrogance that's hard to get around, he said, wondering just how he managed to do it, and praying that he didn't hit him. Well, I just told him all about my clan history and then told him how we are related to the Senju that seem to constantly kick Uchiha arse. After hearing this, Hiruzen's ever-present pipe dropped out of his mouth and hit the desk with a loud clack, and he went wide-eyed. What? How did you find out? The old man stumbled through his sentence. Ha! I knew you knew about this. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto said, smiling as he pressed the surprised Kage. Hiruzen sat there for a few minutes before sighing. Well, Naruto-kun, I think I'll tell you I know about your clan, and parents for that matter. But he said, stopping Naruto's quick questions, I can't tell you about them. Not until you're old enough anyway. And before you say anything, it's because if I told you, you would be in a lot of danger, and so would the village. Naruto sat still for a minute before looking Hiruzen in the eyes. So my parents were important, I'll take it. I can't say I don't like not being told who they are, but I guess I can wait a while if it's for the safety of me and the village. After all, it's my dream to become Hokage, and that means protecting all the people of this village. Even now, Naruto said with a sad smile. I am sorry I can't tell you yet, but I can tell you on your 16th birthday, that I promise you. But I can tell you about your clan, after all I did meet a lot of them. Especially during the wars, I might add. So ask away. Hiruzen said, smiling once. He saw the light come back into Naruto's smile. Well, first of all, what were they like? Also, what were they like in battle, and lastly, did they leave anything behind in Konoha before they all died? Naruto said with giddy excitement as he rushed through his questions. Hiruzen smiled as he put his elbows on the desk and rested his head on his hands. Well, where do I start? I guess I'll start with the first and second question. First of all, I'll tell you what your clansmen looked like. They were all generally tall, strong people with red or ginger hair. You're the first I've known that is blonde. They were also famed to have the most handsome men and beautiful women in all of the elemental nations. Also, with my experience with your clan, I can tell you they were very kind and loving people. They all sought peace and world happiness. Never in my years did I meet an evil or twisted Uzumaki. They were all kind and peaceful to the core. As he stopped for a moment, he closed his eyes and smiled deeper. But saying that doesn't mean that they wouldn't retaliate when their loved ones or friends and allies were in danger. And when they did, Kami have mercy on the souls of the fools who did. In battle, the Uzumaki were one of, if not the most cunning and intelligent people on the battlefield, always excellent strategists. Only matched by the Nara of Konoha. Also, their fuinjutsu was sublime. They could do things with seals that you would think impossible. For instance, they had seals that could cast large-scale genjutsu, which they did so that people couldn't find Yuzushogakur, bring statues to life, fire high-level jutsu, absorb the chakra out of ninjutsu, make weapons come to life and shapeshifting one's oswell, and so much more. That doesn't even begin to describe how they were in battle. They all had Jonin to Kage and higher chakra reserves. They all were masters of either wind, water, or lightning affinities. For this they gained the nickname Arakuru Arashino Kami, which means gods of the raging storm, because when they used these elements in conjunction, it was like the heavens themselves were answering the call of the Uzumaki. But seeing as they were only a small clan of usually around 50, they weren't enough to hold back the combined forces of IWA and Kumo. I'm sorry to say that Konoha arrived too late to aid Yuzu and they fell. But from what I can generally tell, they never got into the village. Yuzu's fuinjutsu traps made them too much of a risk to enter because if you weren't an Uzumaki, it was suicide. Even for a Kage. But even so, Kumo and IWA starved them out as well as using long-range jutsu to kill of many of the citizens and shinobi. And after a while, the last few Uzumaki ordered the citizens to retreat and scatter into the world as they held of the invading forces along with the last of their shinobi. Truly the most heroic of deaths, as even today the people of Yuzu live on in the world thanks to their brave sacrifice. Never in my time alive have I met such great people. As Hiruzen finished, he looked up to see a smiling Naruto. They both sat for a few moments in silence to take in the things that had been said, almost out of honor for the dead. I'm glad I come from such a great clan, not for their power but strength in beliefs and ideology. I'm truly proud to be an Uzumaki. Thank you for telling me what legacy I have to live up to, Gigi. I'll make you and the people of Yuzushogakur proud. Just you wait, I'll be the greatest Uzumaki. Believe it, Naruto said proudly as he put his fist to his heart. That's the promise of a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen couldn't help but to chuckle. I'm sure you will, my boy. But now to answer your last question, yes, they did leave some things here. Follow me, it's time you got some of your inheritance. You were supposed to get this when you were 16 Oswell, but I can give you most of it today. You'll get the rest the day I tell you about your parents. He then proceeded to walk out of the Hokage's tower, setting a brisk pace. For several minutes they walked through Konoha streets, Naruto getting less glares than usual as he was with the Hokage, but some still did it anyway. After a few more minutes they arrived at the Sarutobi compound and the Hokage proceeded to walk on through until he came to a large building with 2 doors at the front. This is the Sarutobi vaults. In here I have stored your inheritance. the Hokage said before walking in. When they did, Naruto couldn't help but be impressed. All around there were stacks of scrolls, unique-looking weapons, some jewels, and many more things. Cool, Gigi. This is all yours, Naruto said, impressed. No, my boy. This is everyone's in the Sarutobi clan. Now follow me. Naruto did as said and followed him. They quickly walked over to a door at the end of the room and opened it. Inside the room was about 30 pull-out containers, all with kanji on for different names. But one caught Naruto's attention, the one that said Uzumaki. Naruto looked up at the old Hokage with an unasked question, to which he nodded. Go on, my boy, it's your right after all. Naruto quickly walked up to the container and put his hand on the handle. Taking a few calming breaths, Naruto prepared to take his first step towards his clan, his family. After so many years, even though it wasn't going to tell him who his parents were, it felt great to finally be so close to them that he could almost feel it. I can't believe it. The first time I study in my life, and it draws me so close to my family. I seriously should have given Ayra-sensei more and less exploding apples when he said study was an important part of life and being a shinobi, Naruto thought with a smirk before pulling open the container. Inside was a few various items. The most notable for Naruto was a hit 8 with the Uzumaki swirl on it and a blood-red cloth band. Picking it up, Naruto felt the weight of it, about the same as his Konoha one. Naruto turned round to look at the Hokage. Can I? Hiruzen just chuckled, knowing Naruto would want to. Yes, but promise me you won't talk about reviving Yuzu or anything like that. It would probably cause quite the stir in the council. But it should be fine, as everyone knows that symbol is deeply intertwined with that of Konoha's, and will be able to identify you as a Konoha shinobi. Sure thing, Gigi, Naruto said before swapping his Konoha headband for his Yuzu one. After that, he tied the Konoha one around his left thigh. Do you think that'll help, Gigi? Yes, I'm sure it will. Now why don't you have a look at the other things, but pass any scrolls you find to me, okay? I just need to make sure they have no reference to your parents in them and to tell you what any seals mean. Naruto nodded before looking back inside the box. Next, he pulled out a red paperback book that read, The History and Teachings of Uzushiogakure. Naruto smiled and tucked it inside of his kunai pouch. Next, there was another book, this time on the clans, leaders, and heroes of Uzushiogakure, doing the same with this book as the last. Next, Naruto saw there was only scrolls and motioned for the Hokage to start looking through them. After a few minutes, the old Hokage placed several scrolls into Naruto's arms and kept 3 in his hands. First of all, the blue scroll has some Yuzu flak vest and equipment within it. You know how to use seals, basically, I presume anyway. Good. You can have a look at them at home and see what you could use, although don't use any flak vests until you reach Chunin. Okay. Next are the red ones. They're all clan and village jutsu. They will mainly focus on lightning, wind, and water jutsu, but there will be other jutsu as well. They all have levels on them and are stored in alphabetical order, but try not to practice jutsu that are too hard for you, just take it slowly, okay? Oh, that reminds me, wait here, Hiruzen said before walking out of the room. Several minutes later, Naruto was getting impatient, but didn't have to wait any longer as the old man walked back in holding a piece of paper. Handing it over to a confused Naruto, he said, That is a special piece of paper made from chakra-enhanced trees. Channel your chakra into it and it will tell you what your nature affinity is. Once you know this, you'll be able to know what your strongest nature type is and will allow you to excel in its use. Go on. Naruto smiled for a moment before channeling chakra into the paper and watched as it crumpled slightly, surprising him. But what happened next surprised both the Hokage and Naruto, as the paper suddenly crumpled even further until it was the shape of a ball and gave Naruto a static shock. Ah, piece of shit. Sorry, Gigi. This was when Naruto realized the utterly flabbergasted look on the old man's face. Huh? Did I do something wrong, Gigi? No. Kami, no. What you just did is spectacular. What you just showed was the first high affinity to lightning in history, Hiruzen said in disbelief. Is that like the Nidame's high water affinity? Naruto asked, not quite knowing what to do or say. Yes and no. The Nidame's high water allowed him to collect water particles out of the air. I think yours will be more along the line of being able to use natural lightning, even when the weather isn't in the right condition. And your lightning jutsu will be extremely powerful, the old Kage said, coming out of his daze. This is amazing. With the right training, Naruto should be able to become an exemplary ninja. I'm glad Kakashi is his sensei, He can learn much from him. Crap, this is gonna mean a lot of paperwork and a council meeting, Hiruzen thought with a sigh. Cool. Just another thing I can rub in Team's face, Naruto said with a smug grin. Yes, I suppose you can. Now moving on, the larger ones are all Fuinjutsu and all have levels on them. Inside each will be a book on how to go about learning. There will not be any scrolls where you can simply do as you see. The reason for this is Fuinjutsu is a very precise art that requires the most steady hand and perfect hand writing, as even the slightest mistake can backfire in the most horrific of manners. So before starting any Fuinjutsu, use your shadow clones to perfect your handwriting, and when you have come to me or Kakashi so that we can approve you for the start of your Fuinjutsu lessons, which will guide you through. Understood, Hiruzen said with a stern look that left no room for argument. And lastly, in the black scroll is, well, I don't really know. To read it, I believe you need the Uzumaki blood, so just read it when you get home. Okay? Yes, Gigi. But what's in those other 3 scrolls? Naruto asked in a submissive voice. Hiruzen looked down at the scrolls and then back to Naruto. Well, one is your mother's will, and the other a personal letter from her to you. And the last one is the remainder of the Uzumaki treasury. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 48 million ryo. As he finished, Naruto dropped other scrolls along with his jaw. What? 48 million ryo. Yes, I'm rich. Woo-hoo, Naruto said, jumping up and down, carrying on with his excited cries of joy. Yes, you are Naruto-kun. I'm going to take the scroll to the bank and open up an account for you so that no one tries to take it from you on false claims. But do not waste this money. Use it wisely and sparingly like you would any other time. Don't forget that money turns wise and good men into arrogant and evil fools. So don't change just because the figures in your box has. Okay, Hiruzen said, offering his sagely advice. Sure thing, Gigi. I just can't believe I can finally buy what I want and move out of that apartment complex, Naruto said happily. The prospect of living in a quality home with whatever he want was almost as good a feeling he had from finding out about his clan. Yes, I suppose it is. Although, if it's all right with you, may I be in charge of the property you are to buy? Because seeing as you are a special clan of Konoha, you have the right to buy a clan complex, not just one home. And I have the perfect one in mind. Hiruzen said with a smile. The Namikaze complex will be perfect. Ha ha, I'm going to have some resistance from the council though. Plus, I'll have to move any traces of his parents from the complex and relocate them, Hiruzen thought with a sly smile. But it will take a while to sort things out with the council. Actually, I would love that, Gigi. I didn't really want to spend time looking over properties and getting ripped of either. So I'm glad you can do it, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a small chuckle, which was met with one from the old Hokage. I'm sure you didn't. Also, I'll now be setting you a weekly allowance to keep an eye on your balance. Other than that, you're free to go now, Naruto-kun, he said, stepping out of the way of the door to let Naruto pass. Thanks again, Gigi. See you later, Naruto said, picking up the scrolls and setting out for home. He was going to have so much fun going through all of this. He knew that he'd be late home after all the training he'd be doing tonight. As Hiruzen watched him leave, he couldn't help but sigh, glad that something good had finally happened for the boy. His life had had too many hardships for someone his age. But then again, even if he'd had a bad life, Naruto had turned out fine. Much to the delight of the old Hokage. He knew that one day he'd be hearing and seeing great things from Naruto. Chapter 4. The Dobe, the Team, and the Fangirl. It was early morning. The sun had just risen. The birds were singing. And an unnaturally pink-haired girl was screaming about her late sensei and teammate. I mean, seriously, they're both 2 hours late. Where are they? I swear if I get my hands on them, I'm going to kill them. Especially that idiot Naruto. The pinkette screeched as she walked back and forth on Training Ground 7, a large area full of forest, rivers, and fields. HN was the stoic reply of the ever-calm Uchiha, although he wasn't really paying attention to the girl's mad ravings, but felt he should make some response so she didn't bother him. Yee, you so right, Sasuke-kun, he probably got scared and decided to quit, she said, but was surprised when she heard Naruto speak behind her. No, I'm just late, he said, walking towards them slowly. You're late, she shouted, waving her fist out. Didn't I just admit to that? Are you stupid, or did you just luck out on your test? Naruto said, keeping a smile on his face. Not gonna let you get under my nerves today, he thought, trying to keep the persona of a calm ninja. Why you, shut up, Naruto Baka. she shouted yet again. Is that all you can say? Well, doesn't matter as Kakashi-sensei will be here shortly, Naruto replied, still refusing to cave in and shout back. Just before Sakura could shout back though, Kakashi appeared with a little red book in his hand and was in the process of reading it. Hello guys. I hope you didn't have to wait too long. I got lost on the road to life, his lazy voice said as he looked up from his book and put it in his kunai pouch. You're late, shouted the ever-present voice that was Sakura Haruno, causing all three men to wince at the high-pitched screech. Sasuke looked over to his fangirl with a scowl. Sakura. Sakura, hearing her crush call her, instantly swooned over him. Yes, Sasuke-kun, she said, hoping for a date. Shut up, Sasuke said, looking away from the upset and disappointed girl. And this time Naruto couldn't help but to agree with Sasuke, even if it was harsh. Well, now that's out of the... Naruto, why are you wearing that new jacket and foreign head protector? You know wearing a headband not from Konoha is illegal, right? Kakashi said, seeing Naruto's new red jacket and Yuzu headband. The other two, now noticing, looked at Naruto, also wondering why. Well, this is the Uzumaki symbol and that of my clan, so seeing as neither really exist anymore and the Uzumaki are now a Konoha clan, Gigi said, I can wear it as long as I don't go around saying I'm gonna revive Yuzu, he said with a laugh, and the red, well, red is the official color of the Uzumaki, so I thought I'd wear it, he finished of looking back at Kakashi. Well, if the Hokage says it's alright, then I suppose I can allow it. Now moving on, I'm sure you all thought about what Naruto and I said yesterday. Today is your Genin test. If you fail, you go back to the academy. If you pass, you become Genin. Simple, Kakashi said, looking at the others. Sakura looked worried. Sasuke looked indifferent and Naruto looked excited. The test will be simple, he said, placing a clock on a log. You have until this alarm goes at midday to get these bells off of me any way you see fit. If you get one, you pass. If you don't, well, back to the academy for you, he said with an eye smile. But there is only 2 bells. What about the third person? How do they pass? Sakura asked nervously. Kakashi started laughing when he heard this, much to the confusion of the group. That's just it, only 2 of you can pass. Now you have 30 seconds before I start the clock. Have fun, he said, walking up to the clock. Instantly Naruto and Sasuke disappeared, looking for a good hiding place and vantage point. Sakura stayed for a little while longer, looking like she was about to argue but decided against it and went to hide. Kakashi looked over the field as he started the clock. Well, it looks like they have the hiding part down. I wonder who'll attack first, he mused as he looked out towards the forest. Naruto sat in a tree close to the edge of the forest so that he could keep an eye on Kakashi and his team at the same time. So far Sakura and Sasuke had taken up some spots under a bush, whereas Kakashi was just standing out in the open. What was worse was that he was openly reading a porn novel in broad daylight. Naruto shuddered at the fact his sensei was a pervert but decided to watch his sensei in case he made any sudden movements. Suddenly Naruto saw Kakashi disappear and reappear behind an unknowing Sakura. Naruto thought he should warn her but decided to see how things played out. Sakura lay under the bush watching the area her sensei was. She decided she would let Sasuke take the first bell and then grab the second whilst the Jounin was tired, before Naruto Baka could. Then hopefully Sasuke would recognize just how great she was and would ask her out on a date. And from there, who knew what would happen? But whilst she was daydreaming, Sakura failed to notice that Kakashi had disappeared from the spot she was watching. That was until someone tapped her on the shoulder. Turning around, Sakura couldn't help but to allow her eyes to widen as she saw her sensei 2 feet away from her, moments before the world disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Wow! She actually fell for it, Kakashi said, moving back to his original position to hear Sakura scream moments later. She should have at least been able to tell whether that genjutsu was real or not, according to her school report anyway, he stated before going back to his book. Naruto watched as Sakura fell prey to his sensei's low-level genjutsu and shook his head with a slight chuckle. All of that talk about me being an idiot, and you're the one who didn't have the brains to break out of one of the easiest genjutsu to possibly break out of. He continued to watch Kakashi as he went back to the center of the open field and started to read his smut, much to Naruto's annoyance. Naruto was considering going down there to teach his sensei about what to and not do in public but was beaten to the punch as Sasuke appeared in front of Kakashi. Well, this should be interesting at the very least. Show me what you've got, team. Kakashi flipped through another page as he read his book, but stopped to look up to see the new arrival. Sasuke. Well, what do you know? It's the Uchiha, Kakashi said in a bored tone that showed his total lack of interest. I'm not like the other two losers, Sasuke said in a matter-of-fact tone. Say that once you've got the bells, and once you've actually seen Naruto do something, Kakashi said, but quickly had to sidestep a set of shuriken. Following up the shuriken, Sasuke quickly released a kunai that flew nowhere near Kakashi, but instead hit a hidden rope. A trap, Kakashi thought as he quickly dodged to the side to avoid the kunai that had been thrown from the trap. But as he did, Sasuke was there to meet him with a kick to the chest, which H caught in one hand. Sasuke, seeing that his leg had been caught, used this as a lever to throw a fist at Kakashi's face, but was yet again expertly caught. Sasuke quickly used both ligaments as leverage again to spin kick Kakashi to the face, but was blocked once again. Sasuke though saw an opening to get the bells whilst Kakashi's hands were tied and threw himself forward to grab one, but only managed to touch it as Kakashi jumped away, seeing the danger to the bell. As both ninja came to land in a crouch. This kid is different. Guess I can't read any more porn, Kakashi thought, although sadly, before preparing himself for the next assault. Geez, Sasuke's actually doing good. Kami, I hate that team, although thanks to him I can see I'm no match for him in taijutsu. Let's see what else they can do, Naruto said with a smirk as continued to watch events unfold. I guess you were right, you're nothing like Sakura. Although we are still yet to see Naruto participate, Kakashi said with an ice smile. Forget about that dope, Sasuke said before running through several hand seals and finishing on Tiger. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? A mere genin can't do that jutsu. It takes too much chakra. Katan? Gokayaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, Sasuke said before he sucked in a deep breath and blew out a blazing fireball, sending it crashing into Kakashi. Once the jutsu ended, Sasuke looked around to see Kakashi had escaped it and was nowhere in sight. Damn! How did he escape that, and where is he? Left? No. Right? No. Behind me? No. That leaves? Above. Sasuke thought as he looked frantically in each direction until he looked up. But when he did, Kakashi wasn't there. Instead, he was answered when the ground shook and a hand grabbed his ankle. Below, Kakashi said as he pulled Sasuke under until only his head remained above ground. Doton. Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu? Earth Release. Suicidal Beheading. Wow, that fire jutsu was pretty decent. Although it's still hilarious to see team like that, right where he belongs. Well, I better get the others, seeing as I can't take this guy without or with their help. But at least I'll have more chance of getting the bell with them, Naruto thought as he hopped off his branch towards the battlefield. Kakashi walked over to the center of the field again, every few minutes looking back towards his buried student. He had to sigh at the arrogance of the Uchiha. It truly was their biggest downfall. He only hopped, it didn't cost the three students their spots as genin, but the way things were going seemed all too likely that it would. They've got talent, but they refuse to see that's meaningless in the face of unbeatable odds. Unless they team up, that is, he thought with a sad smile. He was about to continue reading when he felt a presence in front of him. Ah, I was wondering how long it would take you to show up. You going to attack me? Kakashi said, putting his book away. Sorry, I got lost on the road to life. There's so many turns in the goddamn thing. They should really put up signposts. Hee hee. And yes, I am here to fight you, Naruto said, dropping into a ready stance. Well, I'm glad you seem to be such a good student. Learning from me already, Kakashi said with an eye smile. But he quickly dropped into a more serious manner, but I'm afraid that's where this ends. As soon as he said that, he quickly rolled out of the way of some kunai that hit the tree behind him. Coming up into a crouch, he looked to see a kunai hit the floor in front of him, but was surprised to hear the sizzling that he so hated. Shit! Explosive tag. He said, springing backwards towards into some trees until he had to dodge several more projectiles. What's going on? You're not attacking me seriously. What are you planning? Kakashi said to Naruto as he appeared a small distance away. Naruto smiled at Kakashi's question and pointed to his side. When he looked round, Kakashi was surprised to see all the trees surrounding him were covered in explosive tags. Boom, Naruto said just before a large explosion rocked the earth. Meanwhile, what do you want, dope? Sasuke spat venomously as Naruto walked up to him with a smug smile. Well, I've come to help the almighty Uchiha, obviously, he said, his tone full of joy and laughter, much to the annoyance of Sasuke. I don't need your help, weakling, Sasuke said, looking away. Okay, Naruto said before walking away. Sasuke just looked at him dumbfounded as he walked away. Hey, I thought you were getting me out of here. What's with the giving up straight away? He said furiously. He knew he couldn't get out without Naruto's help. Naruto stopped and looked over his shoulder with a victorious smirk. I thought you didn't need my lowly help, Uchiha-sama, he said, pouring as much sarcasm into his words as possible. The raven-haired teen took a few calming breaths before answering. Okay, I admit I need your help, but once I'm out of here I'll never need your help again. Dope. Man, you know how to thank a guy, you know that. Anyway, I'll help you out as long as you do me a favor and listen to what I'm about to say. After that you can do what you want. K. Naruto said, looking down at Sasuke. I can accept that, he replied. Now say what you need to. I thought you might. Now what do you think about this test? Don't you think it's impossible to beat? For a lone genin. Heck, all three of us couldn't do it, Naruto said, looking down at Sasuke as if he was a piece of evidence. Yes, I think you're right, for once at least. But don't start getting any ideas that you're better than me, dope, Sasuke said in his usual voice that radiated arrogant. I hate this. He's actually right about something I couldn't see. Damn, I hate that dope. Wouldn't dream of it, Naruto replied dryly. Geez, this guy really thinks he's Kami. Man, I'd like to beat him to a pulp whilst he can't move. Anyway, that's not important. What is that I think we should work together, me, you and Sakura. Because if we can't beat him on our own or together, I say we at least make him remember who we are. After Naruto finished, Sasuke remained silent for several minutes. The dope's right. If I can't win, I might as well make sure I do as much damage as possible. But then there is the fact of working with her. But I guess I should. Fine, you've got me to play along. I'm not going down without a fight. After all, I'm an Uchiha. I can't afford to be shown up by the likes of you. Now get me out of here and let's go get Sakura, Sasuke said begrudgingly before he heard a loud explosion that shook the earth that held him. Dope! What the hell was that? That was a little trap for Kakashi-sensei. Now come on. Let's go get Sakura, Naruto replied as he pulled Sasuke out of the ground and set off in Sakura's general direction. Sasuke looked over in the general direction of the explosion, seeing a large cloud of smoke. Little trap. What the hell does he consider a large one? He thought before following Naruto. Kakashi stood inside of a field of destroyed trees, many on fire and many more blown away. Wow, overkill on the explosive tags much. It's lucky I used Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release, water encampment wall, before the explosion hit. I would have been toast otherwise, But the question is why the distraction, Kakashi thought, coming to the conclusion of why it was Naruto had been staying out of his range. It had to be a distraction, but why? Of course, he's going after the others. This is getting interesting. Maybe I should go wait for them where we started, Kakashi mused with a smile hidden below his mask as he set out. Several minutes after Naruto and Sasuke had freed Sakura from the Genjutsu, and after her ranting about how her beloved Sasuke-kun was alive and how it was all Narutobaka's fault, the makeshift team sat on separate branches. You know the plan. Let's go, Naruto said, and without a second thought headed out. Stop acting like the leader, Narutobaka. That's Sasuke-kun's job. He heard the telltale screech that could only be Sakura, followed shortly by a HN that could only be Sasuke. Naruto just smirked as he started to reach the open field they had started at, and with Kakashi standing in the middle of the open field reading his smut. Looks like I might get a chance to get you out of that habit, sensei, Naruto said to himself just before he landed in the clearing, Sakura and Sasuke appearing slightly later. Well, I guess I should thank you for saving me the time of looking for you. So now you can all fail together, Kakashi said, looking up from his book as he put it into his kunai pouch. Shall we get this party started? I was about to suggest the same thing, but you better be careful. If we're gonna fail, we're gonna sure as hell make you sorry you failed us, Naruto said with a smirk as he pushed off to attack Kakashi, whilst pulling out the scroll that had his sword sealed into it, head on, whilst Sakura and Sasuke ran in a large circle around him and threw some kunai at his sides. Quickly pulling out a kunai, Kakashi deflected the projectiles thrown at him before turning to Naruto and blocking a vicious sword strike aiming to spit him from head to toe. Ah, I see you had a sword hidden on you. Let's see what you can do with it, Kakashi said before going into a series of blows against Naruto. He pushed Naruto with little amounts of speed and power, but he still managed to hold him off. I see you can handle novice-level Kenjutsu. Let's try intermediate, Kakashi said, but quickly jumped out of the way of several more kunai, which he deftly deflected before jumping back. You doing okay, Kakashi-sensei? You seem to be having difficulty, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke. As Naruto said his name, Sasuke jumped in to fight Kakashi as Naruto jumped out towards the place Sasuke had been. Kakashi blocked several punches and kicks from Sasuke as he observed the teamwork that had suddenly appeared. Dodging several more kunai, Kakashi looked at the three genin with a hidden smirk. Clever, you're hoping to switch who fights me and who acts as long-range support, hoping to tire me out. Clever, but not going to work as I can last another several hours like this, and I'm sure you can't, Kakashi said as he blocked a spin kick from Sasuke to his head. Sasuke stood there for a second with his back to Kakashi before turning around to show his hand on the tiger seal. Shit, if that hits me at point blank, I'm a goner, Kakashi thought as he desperately started jumping backwards to get some room to avoid the jutsu. Katan. Hozenka no Jutsu. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke shouted just before firing at about a dozen head-sized fireballs. Kakashi quickly wove in and out of the jutsu but had to quickly jump back to the center of the field as some shuriken followed in the cover of the flames. Once he did, he looked round himself to see he was encircled by the three genin to be. Well done so far, but you don't think that will be all it takes to defeat me, Kakashi said as he stared at what he knew would be his future team. Like you'd go down so easy. But like we said, we're going out with a bang at least. As Sasuke finished, he ran through several hand seals. Kakashi saw Sasuke starting to go through the hand seal and was shocked. How much more chakra does Sasuke have? This must be a last-ditched attempt, he thought, and then turned to see Naruto doing some hand seals as well. Shit, I've seen that before. I need to get off of the ground. Now he thought this as he was forced to deflect 3 shuriken from Sakura, but was surprised to hear a popping noise as they were deflected behind him. Quickly turning, Kakashi saw 3 shadow clones exit the henge that they'd been in. The shuriken. Once out of the henge, the clones started off a fast and vicious attack, much to Kakashi's annoyance. Quickly blocking their ferocious attacks, Kakashi was about to dispel them but was forced to jump backwards as he heard the distinctive roar of fire from one side and the crackle of lightning from the other. As he landed, he looked to see Sasuke's Katan Gokaiku no Jutsu fly past where he had been, tearing up the ground in the process before it dissipated into nothingness. He also saw Naruto's Raitun, Jibashi, lightning release, electromagnetic murder, crackle and jump as the lightning it produced shot through the ground until it stopped where he had been. Kakashi looked at his 3 soon-to-be students as the ring of the bell for the end of the session went off. Clapping, he said, "Well done, you done far better than I could have hoped. But as you know, you haven't got the bells. So you fail." But was confused when he saw all 3 of them smile. "What? I missed something?" The silver-haired shinobi said before looking to see the bells in Naruto's hand. "Actually, we pass, Sensei," Naruto said, placing extra emphasis on the word sensei. "You got them with the clones when I had to evade that Raitun and Katan jutsu of yours. Didn't you?" Kakashi said with a smirk. "Well, there is a surprise. No team has ever got the bells before. Kurenai and Asuma are gonna love this when I say a bunch of genin beat my test," he thought with a chuckle. "But it's time to see if they can pass the real test. Well, you did, so 2 of you can pass. Decide amongst yourselves who that is," he said with a grin hidden below his mask. Naruto just started laughing when he heard that, much to Kakashi's confusion. That was until Naruto pulled out a red and orange book and held it up. "Like I said, we all pass. Either that or I get to blow the book to pieces," Naruto said, sticking an explosive tag to it. "I had a little talk with Gigi and asked him what you were like, mainly because you refused to tell us. But he mostly said your most treasured possession was this book. So what will it be?" Everyone had to sweat drop as they saw their soon-to-be sensei drop to his knees and start crying, "You pass. You pass. Just don't hurt Precious," he shouted with a slightly garbled voice when he said, "Precious. That's fine with me," Catch Naruto said as he threw the smut book away, glad to be free of the filth. Turning to his new team members, he looked at them with a huge grin. "Told ya it'd work," he said with a laugh. "I mean, I knew he was a pervert, but that's a little scary. Like I care. I could have done it without you if need be. It was just easier this way," Sasuke said before walking away with Sakura in tow begging for a date. "I've said it many times before, and I'm sure this won't be the last time. But Kami, I hate that guy, Naruto said, shaking his head as he walked away, deciding to go get some ramen as a celebration, leaving the crying ninja to his precious smut. Later that day, Naruto was walking back from the ramen stand after celebrating with Aim and old man Tsuchi. Both of them had been ecstatic at the news that Naruto had passed and told him they always knew he could do it, and after several bowls of ramen bid him a good night as he told them he was going home. Naruto kept walking down the now empty streets, wondering what it would be like to be a genin, a ninja. His whole life he had dreamed of this moment, and now it was here, but he didn't know what to do now that he had. Jump up and down and shout at the top of his lungs. No, he had left the life of a total fool behind. But that didn't mean he didn't want to do something fun. But what? In the end, he decided that he would head home and have a read of the scrolls that had been given to him. Last night he had only been able to read the history and teachings of Yuzushigakure, which had mainly been about the ideals of the people of Yuzu and seemed to constantly drag up quotes, sayings or poems about how love and peace conquers all. But tonight he'd get dug into the other things, the good stuff, or so he hoped. Several more minutes of walking and he arrived within his apartment. Setting down his bag of takeaway ramen, he walked over to a desk that had his scrolls spread out across them. Looking through them, he saw the jutsu and was about to have a read of them, but stopped when he saw the black scroll. Now that he took the time to really pay attention to it, he realized it was far too large to be containing anything small like weapons, clothes, or items. It was about the size of a large infant. His curiosity piqued. Naruto walked over to it and partially unraveled it. What he saw inside only seemed to further his interest, as all he saw was a large, blood-red crest for the Uzumaki. This confused Naruto. Was it just a crest? No, it couldn't be. Why such a large scroll for just a crest? But then Naruto remembered what the old Hokage had said, that to read it he would need the Uzumaki blood. So, he done what he usually did and acted on impulse. Quickly grabbing the nearest kunai, Naruto cut his finger and let some of his blood flow onto the paper. What happened next surprised and interested Naruto. The blood hit the crest dead center, and once that happened the crest seemed to turn into liquid blood. Next the blood moved around for a few seconds before finishing in a totally different place as to where it started. It had created a row of columns with a paw print at the top and bottom. Furthermore, the paws seemed to be imprinted in blood. But he didn't understand why. Maybe it was some sort of animal paw print recognition thing, like if this paw matches then it's this animal. But the only problem was it didn't say what animal had made the paw print, but instead the columns were filled with loads of different names. Each name filled one column and was written in blood. Naruto also spotted that several names ended in the name of Uzumaki. But why? Why would his now dead clansmen sign their name in blood on a piece of paper? Sighing, Naruto decided to completely unravel the scroll, which when done showed about another 30 to 40 names. These names were also predominantly Uzumaki as well, but the main focus of Naruto's attention was on the 5 hand seals at the end and a description. This description read, "To perform Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, you must first sign your name in blood on this contract in the first empty column. Once done you will now be able to summon. To do this, bite the hand you used to write your name in, then run through the necessary hand seals, which are boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and once that is done slam the hand onto the ground and call the name of this technique. Whilst doing this, supply a proportional amount of chakra, if right amount not known, supply all possible chakra, and create the image of the wild cat you wish to summon, lion, cheetah, tiger, leopard, sphinx, saber-tooth, lynx, or panther. When all these instructions are followed you should summon any one of previously stated cats. Good luck and welcome as a summoner of the wild cats." For several minutes Naruto sat there slack-jawed as he read and reread the scroll to make sure that what he had read was real. And after several more attempts at trying to dispel a genjutsu that was not there, gave up and started jumping up and down in joy. "Yes, I have a summoning contract. Woohoo!" he shouted as he pumped his fist in the air several more times before sitting down. Once he was over the shock that he was in the possession of a contract, Naruto decided to sign it. His only thoughts being, why not? Quickly pulling the scroll over to him, he wound it back up and signed his name in the first open column with the blood from his right thumb. When that was done he walked to the center of the living room/dining room and started to go through the hand seals. I, Inu, Tori, Saru, Yu. Naruto chanted the names of the seals as he formed them before slamming his right hand onto the floor, which a seal then spread out from and onto the floor. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto shouted and pumped about 2/3 of his chakra into the jutsu just as a large cloud of smoke enveloped the room, causing Naruto to cough. Gah! What the hell is this smoke for? Naruto said before coughing some more as he waved his arms around to clear the smoke. My, who has summoned me? They must be very strong and brave either way. That or very foolish. Came the deep rumble from within the cloud of smoke. The voice itself made Naruto take a step back from the cloud. Ack, a lion? Naruto yelled, now thinking this may have been a bad idea, and took another couple of steps back as he set his eyes open the golden-coated lion that was now laying in the middle of Naruto's flat. It was roughly 7 foot in length and looked nearly 4 foot tall. It had broad shoulders and back, with a strong muscled body that showed even as it laid down on his floor. Furthermore, his fur coat was immaculate and his mane was a golden brown that went perfectly with his golden fur. His claws and fangs looked as though they could tear through anything like they were wet paper, and his eyes seemed to be slightly amused whilst looking as though they could kill just as well as the teeth and claws. Even knowing what he was trying to summon when he saw the feral grin of the loin as it showed its great canines, Naruto couldn't help but to feel a tremor of rear course through his body. Ack, an idiot! Where is my summoner? Boy. Or was it you, I wonder? I definitely hope it wasn't. The lion's deep voice boomed in a lazy drool through Naruto's flat as it raised an eyebrow at the slowly retreating form of said boy. Naruto gulped down his fear and quickly mastered himself. That would be me? Naruto Uzumaki, Mr. John? He said, hopefully trying to guess the right name, but knew he had got it wrong as he heard the lion chuckle. Boy, I'll give 3 points for humor and 4 for being able to talk to me without pissing your pants. And no, my name is not John. If it was, I would most likely change it or kill myself. My name is Nemos, the lion of the impervious fur. My only question for you though, boy, is how did you manage to summon me and look as if you still have chakra to spare? It usually takes someone with Jounin level chakra to do that, and I can't see you being a Jounin yet. So answer me, Nemos said as he looked at Naruto whilst resting his head on his paws. Well, I come from a clan that is known for large reservoirs of chakra, which mine is, with it being around that of a high Chunin to low Jounin. But, Naruto said as he looked at the lion, are you my summon? Or will I get a different lion every time I use this jutsu? Nemos just chuckled once more and showed a toothy grin. Boy, I am not the only wildcat summon there is. There is others, but you can summon me again. In fact, it should be easy, now that you know exactly how much chakra it costs to summon me and that you've also seen me. Next time, just use the same amount of chakra and picture me, and I will come. But know that if you summon me and there isn't a battle to be fought, I at least expect a payment of some game. Rabbits, deer, and similar things. Now I really must be off, things to hunt, things to kill, and then eat. You know how it is, he said as his tongue came across his lips before he disappeared in another puff of smoke. Ugh, damn smoke. I hope I don't have to actually hunt for him. I mean, how much food would it take to satisfy him anyway? Naruto said before heading towards the kitchen to reheat some more noodles for his ramen. Hee, that can all wait until I've finished my ramen at least anyway. 2 weeks later, Konohagakure Training Field 7. Naruto sat cross-legged in a meditative position as he sorted through his newly collected memories. His first group of clones had now been able to levitate 3 leaves on each hand at the same time, and a Kaki clone had even managed to levitate 1 from his nose whilst doing 2 on each hand. Much to his own amusement, his second group had just about mastered handwriting, meaning he could now begin his Fuinjutsu lessons with Kakashi-sensei or Jiji. Furthermore, his other clones had taken his Kenjutsu and Taijutsu test and had found in both he had completed the intermediate phase of his learning and was now capable of moving on to expert-level techniques in both, but had decided to keep practicing his kata, stances and swings until he had completely mastered this level and not just passed it. Smiling to himself, he stood and decided to go do some physical training and to ask Kakashi-sensei something. Today had been a training day for Team 7 and Kakashi had allowed Naruto to go of and do his own thing whilst he trained Sakura and Sasuke, but it had confused Naruto as to why Kakashi had allowed him to do his own training. Shouldn't a teacher always maintain, moderate, and monitor their pupils' training? But then again, Kakashi was no ordinary sensei, so Naruto just shrugged it off and went to head back to his team. Hey Dobe, I thought you were training. I guess that was too hard for you. Turning, Naruto saw Sasuke walking out of a group of trees with a smug look on his face. Oh look, it's a rare species of team. This one's known to have a rather large number of poles stored up its arse and has the characteristics of a homosexual, Naruto said, as if talking to a large group of people on a bird-watching tour. He also smiled when he saw a large tick mark appear on Sasuke's head. Anyway, I was training. I just finished. Sasuke snorted derisively and looked at him as some piece of evidence. You expect me to believe that when you're not even sweating? What do you take me for, dope? I'm an Uchiha, not some common fool. It may be true that my body didn't train, but my clones did, Naruto said in a matter-of-fact tone that grated on Sasuke's nerves. And what would that do, dope? Clones can train, but in the end they dispel and new ones are created and would have to start all over again. And I was starting to think you were no longer an idiot. Maybe I was wrong. Sasuke replied with a short chuckle. Ye laugh it up, team. Because you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. My clones aren't training themselves, they're training me. Whatever my shadow clone learns, I learn. That's the secret that makes the shadow clones such a good tool for me, Naruto said as he started walking towards Sasuke. What? He learns what they learn? How is that possible? It doesn't matter. They would be the perfect tool to supplement my training for killing Itachi. I must have it, he thought as he looked at the approaching form of Naruto. Dope! Teach me that technique, Sasuke hissed as Naruto neared him. Naruto laughed as he heard Sasuke ask him to teach him the shadow clone technique. Looking up, he saw Sasuke with his fist clenched at his side and a look of anger on his face. No, I won't teach you it. Firstly, why should I? Secondly, try asking instead of demanding. You act as if you have the right and actually deserve shadow clone. But you don't, so take a hike. Now, why did you come here? Naruto said, loving the rage that now plastered Sasuke's face. Sasuke clenched his fist for several more seconds before calming down. Achin, like I even need it. The Uchiha wouldn't use a jutsu used by a weakling like yourself. But to answer your question, Kakashi-sensei sent me to collect you. He said something about another mission. As he finished, he turned and left to go back to where Team 7 usually met. Holding in a groan for another detestable D-ranked mission, Naruto decided to head back to the meeting place, albeit very, very slowly. After another 15 minutes, Naruto arrived in the clearing where the team met and quickly dodged a vicious swipe from Sakura. You're late, came the screeching monster that was known as Sakura. Don't hurt me. Please, Naruto mocked in a childish voice as he ducked another swing from Sakura, but she stopped when their sensei spoke. Enough, Sakura. But she is right, Naruto. What took you so long? Kakashi said, looking at his student. Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed. Well, you see, there was this chick that had fell from a tree, so I decided to put it back in its nest. But when I climbed the tree, I found a broken bird nest and decided to build it a new one so that it would be safe, he said with a small chuckle, but had to duck another swing from the pinkette. That was worse than Kakashi-sensei's excuses, idiot, Sakura said, holding up a threatening fist, but stopped at the sound of crying. Turning, they all saw Kakashi with tears in his eye. Wonderful. Naruto, you are truly the perfect student, he said with an eye smile, which caused everyone to sweat drop, but quickly went back to his casual, serious demeanor again. Anyway, I've called you all here to tell you we're getting another mission, he said, but was met with universal groans. Sensei, can't we do a C rank now? I mean, we have done the minimum D ranks to apply for a C. So why not move us on to more difficult stuff? Naruto complained in a whiny voice. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at his team with a thoughtful expression. Do you two agree with Naruto? Kakashi asked and received a yes from them. Sighing, he turned to walk towards the Hokage tower. Fine, if that's what you want. I also believe you're ready, so let's get going. Our first C rank awaits us after all. Upon hearing this, there was 3 very similar but different thoughts and one very different one. Yes, my first C rank. I hope it's more fun than that crappy set of D ranks we got. Because if I have to chase that cat one more time, I'm gonna stitch it to its owner. Yes, one more step towards killing Itachi. I can start to really improve now. Just you wait, brother. The day I kill you is fast approaching. Finally, my chance to prove I'm worth Sasuke's time. After this mission, he will definitely date me. Great, a proper mission, that means more work and supervision for me and less Ika. But I guess it can't be all that bad. What's the worst that could happen after all? Konoha Council Room. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his purple-cushioned, throne-like chair as he looked over the squabbling council. To his right, in order going further away, sat Koharu Yutane, Choza Akamichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaka Nara, Shibi Aburame, Hayashi Hyuga, Sum Inuzuka, and the commander of the ANBU, making the shinobi wing of the village council. And to his left, the civilian wing, sat a wide variety of what Hiruzen thought obnoxious fools who couldn't organize a piss-up in a tavern. Currently, the civilian wing were once again trying to get some permanent bodyguards for their stores from Konoha's pool of shinobi reserves. The fools didn't understand that to take men out of the reserve pool would mean stopping some active ninja and placing them into the reserves to fill the blanks. But if this was done, less missions would be completed and accepted, and that would lead to less money being brought into the village. Furthermore, to accept less missions could be seen as a sign of weakness from other countries and could lead to war. Also, they could lose valuable clients to other countries for turning them down. No, this could not be done. But these fools just could not see that. And it was starting to get on the Sandame's nerves. But it would stop any of our trades from being attacked and stolen from. Our money supplies would then increase. And it makes use of the useless shinobi that are just lying around anyway. Ko Sozo, a big-time food merchant in the Land of Fire, shouted across the hall. Why don't you useless shinobi actually do something? Enough, you fools! Hiruzen shouted, making more than one of the shinobi council flinch along with the civilians. Do not dare slander the people who protect your homes and lives. If you want to know why, and for the 100th time, we can't take shinobi from the reserve pool, it is because if we did, we would have to replace the missing shinobi with active shinobi. And once we do that, we can't take on as many missions, and that means we have to decline some. Once we do this, we will not only lose money, we will lose important clients who will then take their missions to other countries. This will in turn lead to them gaining strength and money whilst we grow weak and poor, and when that happens, other countries will seek to exploit our weaknesses and attempt to destroy Konoha. So no, we can't protect your food, Ko. Unless of course you are willing to pay for a mission to protect your food. Hiruzen said with a look that clearly showed Ko he was being an idiot. Sighing, Hiruzen looked at the council before deciding that he should let the council know of his plans. Is there anything else to discuss today? He said, and only received the shaking of heads. Good. Then let me bring us to our final two topics. First of all, Naruto has just received his clan inheritance and will soon become clan head, which is also when I plan on making the Uzumaki an official clan of Konoha and not just a friend. As soon as he finished, Hiruzen received the shouts of protests he had imagined, although all came from the civilian side. What? You can't possibly be thinking of giving the fox demon a clan? He's not even human! Shouted an irate Mizuki Haruno. Yes, I have to agree, Hokage-sama. Why should this boy get clan status? For what reason, and what can he even bring to Konoha? Ko joined in. I find Ko's point valid, Hokage-sama, although Haruno-san is just being a biased fool. Tsum said with an almost feral snarl as she looked at Mizuki, who pointed a finger at the clan head. How dare you call me a fool? It is you who plays the act of fool here. You are the ones who would protect that fox whilst I seek to protect the people by seeing that he is put down before he becomes a danger to us all. Mizuki spat as she made her opinion clear. Her dislike for the child was evident. Silence! Came the harsh voice of the Hokage, once again stilling the room to silence. I won't have you talk about Naruto-kun like that. I know the boy personally, and he is no demon. He is a child who has had to grow up on his own without any family or even an orphanage. On top of that, he has been ostracized and hated by his own village, yet he remains one of the kindest people I have ever met. It is monsters like you, Mizuki, whom attack a child who bears a great burden instead of helping him. Tell me, what would you do if it had been Sakura that the Kyuubi had been sealed into instead of Naruto? Would you still try to kill her? Hiruzen said, looking at the woman in question, who was now very silent and still. Obviously, she had been quite shocked at the Hokage's harsh words, and so had many of the council members. But some had expected them, seeing as it was common knowledge that the Hokage saw Naruto as a grandson. Mizuki looked like a woman who had just been struck by lightning. No longer was she sitting proud and defiant, but small and defeated. I can't answer that question, Hokage-sama, Mizuki said before slumping into her seat. Hiruzen just nodded before looking over the council again. Very well, but next time choose your words more carefully. Now I will tell you the reasons for my decision. First of all, the Uzumaki are already a clan in their own right in what was once Uzumaki, but now that it has been destroyed, Naruto is the last known remaining member. Furthermore, the Uzumaki have always been very close friends of Konoha, as our village symbol shows, with part of it being the crest of the Uzumaki. What's more is that they are also descendants and relatives of the Senju, our founding and greatest clan. For this reason alone, they should be a clan. Also, there is the fact of the Uzumaki's natural affinity to seals, innate massive supplies of chakra, and their long lives. These are all clan-specific qualities and are akin to a bloodline limit that grants them the right to become a clan under Konoha clan law. Section 1. Article 1.3. And lastly, Naruto is in possession of all of Uzushiogekure's jutsu and Fuinjutsu that were left to him in his inheritance. And if he allows some of that knowledge to be passed on to Konoha, it could strengthen us significantly. Once the Hokage had finished, there was a great silence as everyone pondered what they had just been told, as there was much to think about. For one, Konoha would gain a facsimile of sorts to the Senju clan, the founders and royalty of sorts of Konoha. No longer would they have to rely on the slim chance that Tsunade would have a child. Now they would be able to start again with another person who had more chance to reproduce than she ever does. Another factor was the jutsu and Fuinjutsu that Konoha would gain. It was a well-known fact that the Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu was second to none. Not just second to none, but so far better that they were considered untouchable in that department. The things they could do with seals was what other people considered impossible, and their jutsu were not to be taken lightly. All in all, the knowledge they could gain was vast. "May I ask a question, Hokage-sama?" Koharu said, leaning forward, gaining the council's attention. "You may, Koharu," was Hiruzen's curt response that showed no reaction, but inside he was instantly wary and on guard, as Koharu was a very clever and subtle person, and not to be taken lightly. "Thank you. My question is, why didn't we know that Konoha was in possession of these jutsu that could strengthen Konoha?" So, she said before looking round to the council. "Because as you know, it is Konoha law that if Konoha should come into any information, which in this case is jutsu, that could aid or be detrimental to Konoha's strength and stability, it should be shared with the council to best decide the course of action to take with it. So, why haven't you told us?" Once she finished, she got many nods of approval from the councilmen and women. Taking a breath, she decided to further hit her point home. "Furthermore, why have you given them all to this child and not to Konoha? Now we rely on whether or not he is willing to give us anything, and he will no doubt keep some of it. If you had kept those scrolls, then we wouldn't be in this situation, and Konoha would have the information that made the Uzumaki the most feared clan in the world. And then that would truly strengthen our title of the strongest country." As she finished, she could once again see that most of the chamber was in agreement with her. "Good. Now we can pass a vote and take that information from that damnable child. This will strengthen Konoha greatly," she thought with a reserved smile. Hiruzen looked over the council and could see he had already lost the majority vote, but, much to some people's confusion, smiled anyway. "That is all true, Koharu. Well, except for the information being given to Konoha, because if it was you are right, I would have to bring it to the council. But, you see, Konoha never received information, the Sarutobi clan did. It was given to us as a gift by the last head of the Uzumaki clan, and as you know, all clans have the right to exchange things and not be susceptible to Konoha law due to the Konoha clan law charter that states we all have the right to privacy, and anything we own is not considered property of Konoha, but of the clan in possession. So, you see, this has now all been given back to its rightful owner through the legal channels, and you can't touch it," said, informing them all of the way this was done, and said the last more as a threat that most understood clearly. Seeing all council members slowly back down from this, Hiruzen smiled before standing up. "One last thing, as you all know, in Minato Namikaze, while I was left the Namikaze complex, possessions and assets to do with as I please. So, you should have no problems, or should I say no choice but to accept, that I have decided to give the clan complex to the Uzumaki instead of building a new one." "Good day," Hiruzen said with a smile on his face as he walked out of the door to a loud chorus of shouts and protests. "Let them eat that down. It feels liberating to finally get back at them for trying to hurt Naruto-kun so much," he thought as he walked towards the Hokage tower. "Now all that's left is to clear out all of Minato's things and clean the place up a bit before I give it to Naruto. It'll take a while, but I think he'll like it." Hokage Tower. As Team 7 walked up to the doors to the Hokage Tower, there was a lot of anticipation in what was about done as they were on their way to gather their first C-rank mission. Although each team member was anticipating this mission for their own various reasons. Walking up to the Hokage's assistant's desk, Kakashi placed down his team identification badge. "Team 7 to collect a mission," he said, knowing this formality was only in place for safety measures, and quickly walked through the Hokage's door. Looking up from his paperwork, the old Hokage saw Team Kakashi standing to attention. "Ah, Kakashi-kun, Naruto-kun, what brings you and your team here today?" "Another D-rank. Let me just get that for you," he said, pulling open his drawer that contained his D-rank missions, but stopped at Kakashi's abrupt cough. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but we are in fact here for our first C-rank mission today," Kakashi informed the old man. Looking up, Hiruzen entwined his fingers and rested his chin on them. "Are you sure about this, Kakashi-kun?" he asked questioningly with a raised eyebrow to show his disbelief. "Very, Hokage-sama. As you know, my team has done the minimum amount of D-ranks to apply for a C-rank. I also strongly believe they are ready for this, as they are all coming along individually and as a team," Kakashi confirmed. For a few minutes, the Hokage sat there silently, before sighing and reaching for a C-rank scroll and throwing it to Kakashi. "Very well, your mission will be to guard a bridge builder from water country from any possible threats, such as highwaymen and the such. Now I think it's best you meet your client," he said with a smile before turning to look at the door and shouting, "Bring him in." As he said this, the door behind Team 7 slowly opened to show an old age man holding a bottle of sake in each hand. As the man walked in, he looked with an appraising expression at the group of genin, before his face suddenly turned sour and he looked at the Hokage. "What the hell is this? I pay good money and get a bunch of weak children. What do you take me for, an idiot?" he said with a slight drool and slosh of his sake. Now, Tazuna-san, I assure you this team of individuals are more than adequate for your needs. Plus, if they can't handle anything, their sensei, Kakashi-kun there, can handle it, as he is a high-ranking jounin and experienced veteran of war," the Hokage said, trying to placate the client, although he was a little annoyed at his remarks. Kakashi just gave his usual eye smile and light-hearted wave. "Hello, Tazuna-san. It's good to meet you. When do you plan to leave?" he questioned, hoping to get the show on the road. Tazuna grunted and turned to leave. 2 hours at the East Gate. "Be there," he said before leaving through the door. Turning to his team, Kakashi smiled and said, "Well, team, you heard him. You have 2 hours to get ready and meet me at the East Gate," and finished by disappearing in a swirl of leaves. "Great, let's play guard the drunk. Kami, I think I'm gonna like this guy less than you," Team Naruto said as he walked out the door. "Whatever, Dobe. Just be there, and don't embarrass us," Sasuke said before leaving to get ready, as did Naruto and Sakura. East Gate. Team 7 and Tazuna stood outside of Konoha's East Gate and were now getting ready to leave for the country of Wave. Kakashi stood there reading his novel as he asked, "All right, Team 7, are you ready?" "Yes, sensei, you bet," and HN were the 3 replies he got, but still found it hard to believe for one reason. "Well, you say that, Naruto, but where's your traveling kit?" he asked, seeing that everyone sported a bag on their back that held all the things needed to live in the wild for a short period of time, except for Naruto. "Yeah, don't tell me you forgot it, you idiot," Sakura said, throwing in her usual put-down comment. Sighing, Naruto pulled a scroll out of his pouch before saying "Kai," and as he did, a bag full of the things Kakashi was looking for now appeared. Naruto then opened his kunai pouch to show several other scrolls. "I store things in containment scrolls to save me the trouble of carrying them. In these are spare clothes, my sword, extra kunai and shuriken, and I mean extra as in a couple of hundred medical supplies, and all my training scrolls. I also use these so that I can carry more things and be better prepared for various situations. Also, my training scroll seals are there so that even on mission I can continue learning if the chance appears," Naruto said as everyone there went bug-eyed at the logic that Naruto was listing off. "Nice work, Naruto, that is a very thought-through idea, and a useful one," Kakashi said, now wondering why he wasn't doing this. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and held his hand out. "Yee, it's useful, but if you want I can store your bags in here as well," Naruto said, and instantly had to catch 3 cumbersome bags. After Naruto was done sealing the bags, he created 3 clones and sent them off into the direction they were heading. This of course drew everyone's curious attention, but was answered by Kakashi. "He's sending them out to scout ahead. After all, it was the reason the shadow clones were created. To become scouts," Kakashi said as he started walking towards Wave. "I'm impressed you're taking this mission seriously, Naruto. So far you have been very impressive today. All the books I'm reading generally say that no matter the mission it pays to be prepared. Now shall we get going?" Naruto said as he set off at a sedate pace. Sasuke just ignored them and walked up beside Naruto as they headed towards their destination. Several hours from Konohagakure. The group that was Team 7 all walked in a comfortable silence as they trudged on, no one knowing what to talk about. So, they all just fell back on their own thoughts of what things might happen on the mission, things to expect, dangers they may face, people they may have to kill. To all young genin, the last thought was one that sent a small shiver down all their backs. After all, taking a life was no small feat, but as the silence wore on for a few hours, Naruto grew more and more bored, until the point he was willing to start a conversation with Sasuke. So, team, what have you been training on lately? Anything special? Naruto asked as he walked next to Sasuke. What's it to you? Dope, Sasuke said, but was a little surprised that Naruto was opening a conversation with him. Nothing much, just trying to pass the time. Tell me what you've been training on and I'll tell you what I've been working on. Deal, Naruto said, blowing of Sasuke's earlier comment. Sasuke was now intrigued and decided to accept. Alright, I've been practicing my fire jutsus, trying to make them more potent and cost less of my chakra, whilst at the same time working to increase my chakra capacity and control through using it until it's empty. I've also been training in my family fighting style, Interceptor Fist, although I still can't use it to its full capacity as it needs the Sharingan to be used properly. Well, that's me, Dobe, now you. Maybe I'll find out what has changed you so much lately. He thought as the question had bugged him for the past 2 weeks. Naruto couldn't help but think Sasuke's training was very similar to his own and smiled a bit before answering him. Well, first of all, do you remember what I told you about my clones? He asked, referring to earlier on today. The thing about retaining their memories and learning what they learned, Sasuke said bitterly, still annoyed that the blonde wouldn't teach him that jutsu. That's the one. Well, I usually create a couple of hundred of them to split into groups that focus on different areas of my training. For instance, I send out 40 to practice taijutsu, 40 for kenjutsu, 40 for ninjutsu, 40 for chakra control, and 40 for basic knowledge. Just read some books on history, strategy, and ninja stuff. Recently, I've mastered intermediate level taijutsu and kenjutsu. I've got down several jutsu, most of which are lightning or clone jutsu. Also, my chakra control is at the point where I can now levitate 3 leaves on each hand and 1 on my nose simultaneously. Plus, I've been practicing this chakra control technique that requires me to channel chakra to the bottom of my feet to walk along objects. And lastly, my IQ is now 3 to 4 times higher than when I originally took the genin test, meaning I could now ace it, most likely. But I also developed one really cool jutsu that really adds something to my list of awesomeness. Naruto said, informing Sasuke about his training with a smile, but trailed off towards the end. Sasuke walked and waited for Naruto to tell him what it was. What is it, Dobe? Or are you just bragging? He said, but then saw the scowl appear on Naruto's face and knew it was something else. Have your clones found something, Naruto? Kakashi said, who had listened in on the boys' conversation and was admiring their training regimens. Yes, I found a puddle up ahead that's out of place. It's odd because from what I know it's near absolutely no water, and it hasn't rained in several weeks. What should we do, sensei? Naruto said, looking at his teacher curiously. Dispel your other clones and don't tell the others. I want to see who these ninja, which they most likely are, target, as I have a small theory, Kakashi said before walking to the front of the group. For several more minutes, Naruto and Sasuke walked in silence, preparing for the fight up ahead, and weren't kept long. On the side of the road was a large puddle that was quite obvious and totally out of place. Tensing, the 2 genin continued to walk past it. Shortly afterwards, the team heard the loud clinking of a metal chain and turned to see 2 ninja wearing dark cloaks and clothes running at the team with a chain between them. As the 2 approached, they quickly threw the barbed chain around Kakashi and pulled it tight, causing Kakashi to be torn to pieces. Sakura, who was unaware of the previous talk between her team, cried out for her fallen sensei, Kakashi-sensei. The 2 ninja, getting over their kill, quickly charged at the unsuspecting Tazuna, but were quickly intercepted by Naruto, who used his sword to catch the chain tied between them and stop their charge. Thinking quickly, they both circled round Naruto's back and tied him in the death chain, but were shocked to see him disappear in a puff of smoke. Kage Bunshin, they cried in unison. Looking round, they saw Sasuke jump in the air and throw several kunai into the links of the chain and pinning it to the ground. The assailants, seeing that they couldn't remove the chain, detached from their weapon and ran around Sasuke and tried for a pincer attack on Tazuna once more. But were surprised when they found themselves in the headlock of the Jounin sensei and quickly found themselves unconscious. Kakashi then moved to restrain the two ninja by tying them to a tree. Upon seeing her sensei was alright, Sakura turned to see Naruto putting his sword away and Sasuke picking up his kunai. Damn, I was useless. I couldn't even do anything. Naruto done more than I could. She thought sadly as she thought Sasuke's opinion of her might have dropped. Show off, was all Sasuke said before placing his kunai in their pouch. So, Sensei, did you find out what you wanted to know? Naruto asked as he walked next to Sasuke and looked at his teacher. Yes, I did, Kakashi said but did not expand on his findings, but instead motioned to his two captives tied to the tree. It'll be best to get the answer from them. He then walked over to his prisoners and took out a kunai. What are you doing? Tazuna asked as he watched Kakashi slap the two ninja awake. Me? Oh, I'm just gonna find out why they attacked us, who they work for and any other potential threats, Kakashi said in a jovial, but somewhat menacing tone. That is, of course, you happen to have remembered something you forgot to tell us, he said, but this time releasing a small amount of killer intent upon the nervous man. Very well, I will tell you the whole story, Tazuna said as his shoulders dropped, making him look like a dead man walking. Good, I'm guessing that you are really being targeted by ninja, but didn't want to pay for an A to B rank mission. Am I right? Kakashi said as he stopped attempting to wake up the enemy ninja and stood to listen to what Tazuna had to say. The other members also gathered around Kakashi to hear this. Yes. Well, I guess I'm a dead man either way now. To know why I didn't tell you this, I would like you to bear in mind why I'm doing this as well, Tazuna said with a sigh as he looked at his protectors with a weary and tired gaze. Wave, as you know, is situated away from the mainland of the 5 great elemental nations, and because of this relies solely on its shipping industries and trades for its economic welfare. But recently an evil man named Gato used his large company to buy out all of our shipping industries, and whoever controls the sea and port trade controls Wave. So, once he had control over Wave, he used his power to squeeze us dry of money, through taxes and insanely increased prices, thus making us an extremely poor country on the brink of bankruptcy. Even the daimyo is very poor. The team knew how bad it was when they heard the last, quite shocking, revelation. The daimyo was supposed to be the ruler and financial leader of their country, so for him to be poor meant that Wave must have been in a terrible state. So, I resolved to build a bridge that would connect the land of Waves to the mainland to help restore its economic stability, which is against Gato's interest. I knew that Gato would try to kill me, but couldn't afford proper protection. It was because of this that I hired you under the false pretense of protecting me from bandits so that the mission was considered a C-rank mission, thus reducing the cost. I did all this in the hope to free the land of Waves from the slavery that was forced upon us, and to give my family a chance, a better life. But I will understand if you turn around and leave me to my death, and Waves, and my cute little grandsons and my precious daughters, Tazuna said with a sad smile, but with a twinkle in his eye that everyone missed. Everyone knew that he was milking the guilt trip to the maximum, but they all knew he was right as well. Could they really leave a whole country to their deaths? No, they couldn't, and the worst thing was they all knew it and knew Tazuna knew it. Kakashi looked to his team sheepishly whilst he rubbed the back of his neck. Well, what do you think? Naruto looked at Tazuna with a smile. Of course I'll carry on. I won't let people suffer just because I was scared of a little danger. After all, I am a ninja. Believe it, he said with his almost like his old goofish self. Can't be outclassed by the dobe now, can we? Sasuke said, not willing to admit he felt it was the right thing to do. Well, if Sasuke's in, then so am I, Sakura shouted happily as she thought of the good deed she was doing. Well, Team 7 has spoken. It looks like we'll be staying with you, Tazuna-san, Kakashi said with a textbook eye smile. Thank you so much. Wave will always be in your debt, Tazuna said with a tear at the corner of his eyes. I know. I just hope it doesn't come back to hurt my team, Kakashi whispered under his breath as they turned to the two ninja. Well, let's find out what they know. Team 7 along with Tazuna were now rowing across the water towards the shore of Wave Country. After a small amount of encouragement from Kakashi, the now named Demon Brothers, missing ninja of Kirigakure, were working for Gato and were ordered to kill Tazuna. But, after some more coaxing, they had also revealed that they were working for Zabuza Momoichi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the village hidden in the mist. Also an A-rank missing nin notorious for a failed coup d'etat and assassination attempt on the Yonde Mizuki, Yagura of the Three Tails. After they had gathered the information from the brothers, Kakashi had sent a messenger bird to Konoha telling them of the captured Nuke Nin, and that he would leave them tied up for ANBU to gather. But that was not what was worrying Kakashi. What was that the infamous demon of the bloody mist was what his students had to prepare for. Kakashi was fairly sure that he could beat the so-called demon, but knew that he would have some sort of backup that his genin would have to hold of. And whoever that was would probably be Chunin or stronger, not good for his little team. Hopefully, though, he could get in some last-minute training that would at least make them survive until he could help them. "We're almost to the shore now. Just through and past this bridge," Tazuna said as they passed under the large bridge. "I can't believe an old drunk like you actually managed to build something like this," Naruto joked as he looked on a little awed at the massive structure. "I don't know whether to take that as an insult or a compliment. So I'll take it as both, you little shit," Tazuna said before taking a sip of sake. "Quite you bitching. It was a compliment mixed with the truth," Naruto said with a smirk, knowing how Tazuna would react. And as if on cue, "Why, you little shit? Stop acting all clever or I'll launch you off the top of my bridge," he said before sipping more sake. "Anyway, we're here," he said, hopping of the boat and onto a wooden walkway, closely followed by everyone else. Heading towards the forest with Team 7, Tazuna said, "My home is just through this forest. Should only be about an hour away." Following, Team 7 walked after the old bridge builder, but kept a close vigil of their surroundings, waiting for the inevitable appearance of the enemy Nin. Shortly after they had left the Demon Brothers, Team 7 Sensei had told them to expect a confrontation shortly after arrival, as he expected that Zabuza was not one to wait around and do nothing, especially with the name Demon of the Bloody Mist. As they ventured further and further through the forest, Kakashi got more and more nervous as he waited for Zabuza to make his appearance. Where the hell is he? He should have come to challenge us now that he knows his first team failed. Unless... Kakashi had to sigh in annoyance. He found out I'm leading this team. Damn, I was hoping to spring that one on him and gain a little advantage. Oh well, at least I can get some training in and some rest. Whilst I'm at it, I might as well catch up on the latest Ika Paradise, Kakashi thought, now smirking at the perverse ideas he was having. Naruto, realizing what Kakashi's hidden smirk meant, shouted, "Stop thinking about your smut book, pervert." Why do I have to teach these brats? Oh right, I passed them. Why'd I do it again? I can't seem to recall, Kakashi thought as he saw a small house come into sight. Well team, it seems that Zabuza never showed up. I thought that was clear to everyone here. Did you just figure? Naruto joked with his teacher. Yes, Naruto. I think I realized, Kakashi said as he walked towards the house. Come on. I'll take it this is your house, Tazuna-san. Yes. When we get in I'll have my daughter make some food, he said as he walked towards his house. Everyone else quickly following at the prospect of some warm food and a roof to sit under. A large man in combat trousers and no shirt with face wraps covering his mouth and a large sword on his back looked down at 2 figures kneeling before him. Pointing his sword at the pair, he spoke slowly but deadly, making the temperature seemingly drop rapidly. Not only have you failed me, but you have also given information to the enemy. From what Haku tells me, you screamed like a pair of bitches. Ha! Demon brothers, don't make me laugh. More like the puppy duet, the way you two howled. People in Konoha probably heard it. The sword-wielding figure said as he calmly placed their heads inside of the holes of his sword, his famous executioner's blade at work. The demon brothers were sweating profusely, knowing they may well not make it out of this room alive. We could help in the battle. Please let us make it up to you, Zabuza-sama, Mizu said shakily. Both men flinched slightly at the demonic smile that spread across Zabuza's masked face. Haku could handle the little twerps on her own, but the help would make it far easier. Fine, you can live, he said, lifting his sword just above their heads. Both men sighed in relief as they knew they'd live now, but their breath caught when they saw him tense his sword arm again and look them straight into the eyes. A stare that could freeze men's blood. But If I ever have to send Haku to save your arses from enemies again, know this, there will be pain. For you at least, I'll just be having fun chopping you down a foot or 2 inch. Yes, Zabuza-sama. We promise not to disappoint, the demon brothers said in unison, bowing low. Zabuza chuckled at their pathetic attempt to placate him. If he wanted them dead, their groveling would not save them. Though Zabuza cut his laugh short as he heard his door open, and saw a fat little man with long white hair and glasses walk in. Zabuza, I thought I hired a competent shinobi, but here I am looking at a bunch of losers, the fat man declared. Raising his sword once more and putting the tip of it under the man's chin, Zabuza said, I have not yet entered this fight, Gato, and you would do well to remember that before you slander my skills. But do not worry. 1 week from now they will be dead, little man. WL, just make sure it gets done, Gato said with a squeak before turning tail and leaving. Stepping out of the shadows wearing a pinstriped outfit which stopped at her knees. Over this she wore a green haori with white trimmings, around her waist a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around her waist and a white porcelain mask over her face. Zabuza-sama, what shall we do in the meantime? She asked in a sweet feminine tone. HN, always willing to serve, aren't we, Haku? Anyway, I want you to spy on the Genin team, find out anything that can be used against them and if they are bringing in reinforcements. Got it, Zabuza said as he sat down. And for goodness sake, remove your mask. There's no need for it. Hi, Zabuza-sama. I shall not fail you, Haku said as she removed her mask to reveal the young and beautiful face of a 14-year-old girl. I will not let you down, Zabuza-sama, even if it costs me my life. Preparations. Near Tezuna's household, forest. Kakashi-sensei, what are we doing out here? Sakura asked as she looked around at forest they were currently situated in. Well, training. If you're going to have a snowball's chance in hell of holding of Zabuza and any goons he brings, I'm going to have to put you through some rigorous training, Kakashi said with a patent eye smile. And what would that be? Naruto asked just as miffed as the others. Kakashi seemed to smile all the more before pointing to the tree. You are going to increase your chakra control and capacity by climbing that tree. With no hands, he said. I smile always present. Sakura and Sasuke just looked at their idiot sensei and blanked. How the hell was that even possible? Maybe they should all just petition for a new sensei. Surely the Hokage would understand their plight and help them. Surely? Ugh, okay, I'll bite. How? Sasuke said, not wanting to waste time on any pointless exercises. He needed to focus on getting stronger and not just gaining pointless skills. Naruto, to everyone's surprise, just laughed and started walking vertically up at a slow and sedate pace. Well, first of all you send chakra to your feet, and then you walk, Naruto said as he backflipped down, landing next to a stunned Kakashi. Naruto, when the hell did you learn that, and how? Kakashi asked, not quite sure what to think of what he just saw. Damn. Every time it's just more and more surprises. I need a break from this. All this teaching and actual work is going to give me a heart attack, Kakashi thought with a sigh as he looked expectantly at Naruto. Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed nervously, blushing from embarrassment. Well, as you know, my chakra control is shoddy and overpowered, so I decided to get as many books on chakra control as I could, and this just happened to be one of the exercises. I'm working on water walking at the moment. Naruto sighed and shrugged. But that's going awfully. Sakura was looking at Naruto with bug eyes. In the matter of 2 months, Naruto had went from dead last idiot to just as clever, if not more so, than her, and was catching up to Sasuke in terms of ability. What had happened to the annoying, stupid, weak guy that used to love her? The last thought also hit her quite hard as she just realized Naruto no longer loved her. The one person who always boosted her self-esteem after being rejected by Sasuke. But now he no longer boosted her self-esteem. All she got was point-blank rejection, and that thought truly depressed her. But she would just have to deal with it and move on. After all, what else could she do? Sighing, Sakura said, so, how do we do this then, sensei? Looking to Kakashi, who was now snapping out of his reverie. Bringing himself back to the current situation, Kakashi walked towards the tree and stopped in front of it. First of all, I will explain how this will help you. Tree climbing practice is a training method used to gain more skill with chakra control. This is done by learning to focus a constant and steady stream of chakra to our feet, the hardest place to mold chakra on our body. He said and quickly done a tiger seal and focused his chakra at the bottom of his feet, which now emitted a light blue glow, showing his students how to do it. This also involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of our feet, and using that to climb a tree without using our hands. If the stream of chakra is too weak, the user will lose their footing on the tree and fall off. He said, rubbing his foot on the tree to demonstrate how little chakra affected his attachment to the tree. Suddenly his foot blew of the tree with a cracking sound, revealing a partially destroyed piece of bark. If it is too strong, the user will be pushed away from the tree, causing the tree to break around the point of contact and the user will fall. Walking up the tree at a sedate pace, he looked at his students. So the aim is to get the right amount of chakra into our feet and keeping it supplied at a constant and steady pace. Once this is done, we walk up the tree, which uses more chakra. So, in the end, we boost our chakra reserves through this training as well as control. As Kakashi finished, he jumped down and looked to see that both of his genin understood, and when they nodded, he threw a kunai at both their feet. Use these to mark your progress. Now if you go. I'm going to set Naruto some different training. Have fun, Kakashi said with a wave before turning towards Naruto and looking at him with a thoughtful frown. Naruto, come with me, Kakashi said, walking to a secluded part of the forest, Naruto following shortly behind. After several minutes of thinking, Kakashi decided what he could help him with. Naruto, you remember when you and Sasuke were trading stories about how your training was going? He asked, looking at his student. Ye, why? He asked back, not knowing where his sensei was going with this topic. Good. Now tell me, when you said chakra control, did you perchance come across nature transformation? Kakashi asked, due to the fact that he knew the next stage of chakra control that would be mentioned was his elemental control. And before it came to Naruto attempting things far out of his reach, he wanted to ease him into it so that he could pay attention to his progress. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a confused expression. Nature transformation? What the hell is that? Is it that thing with the paper where you push your chakra into it to find out your nature affinity? He asked, confused, causing Kakashi to sigh. No and yes, it has something to do with that, and by the way you speak of it, you already know what your affinity is, don't you? Kakashi asked, knowing what he could possibly help him with. Although, he couldn't teach him any of his higher-level lightning jutsu yet, as all his were high-level and deadly. When Naruto heard this, he face-palmed himself before looking back at his sensei. I'm such a dumb ass. Kakashi misunderstood why his student was annoyed and tried to comfort him. Now Naruto. Most Chunin and nearly all genin don't know their affinity. There's no need to be ashamed, he said, putting up a glistening eye smile. No, I've known my affinity for weeks. I just forgot to tell you. I was even told by Gigi that you were one of the best lightning wielders in the worlds. Kumo included. I should have been looking for your help from the start. Especially how I'm a lightning type myself, Naruto said, rubbing his temples in anger. Well, that would have been nice to know, Kakashi said, sweat dropping at his forgetfulness. But you don't have to be angry about it. It was a small mistake after all, and I know now. Naruto stopped rubbing his temples and sighed. That's not all, sensei. I don't just have lightning affinity, I have a high lightning affinity, akin to how the Nidaime had a high water affinity, he said, now looking at his teacher's shocked face. Go with that. He smiled at seeing how his teacher was unable to speak. You do know what that means, right, sensei? Naruto said, stifling a laugh as he saw his teacher nod his head dumbly. Heh! This is what it's like to surprise him. I should have done this sooner. He looks like I just punched the Hokage, Naruto thought with a snicker. Of course I know what that means, and now I've got to say it was a stupid thing to forget to tell me, Kakashi said, sighing. I wanted something I could teach him in, but this is a little extreme. This could make him one of Konoha's best ninja in the future. If he masters it, of course, he thought. Naruto's face flushed a little with embarrassment and anger. Oh. First you try to tell me it's fine, but now it's stupid. Are you trying to confuse me as well as call me stupid? It doesn't really matter. Does this mean you can teach me anything or not? Naruto asked, hopping to get over the embarrassment he was feeling about forgetting something so important. Seriously, how many people forgot something as important as he did? Kakashi laughed before saying, one of the best lightning users in existence. Does that count for anything here? Kakashi said with a cocky eye smile, but quickly carried on as Naruto said something about being a pervert. Tell me, have you started training your element yet? Seeing Naruto's blank look, he sighed. This was going to be fun teaching someone the beginning of elemental. Yes, fun. Well, let's get you started. Go get a leaf. Naruto thought it was some kind of joke, but got the leaf and handed it over to Kakashi. Here you go. Now, what's nature transformation and what does that leaf have to do with it? He said, pointing at aforementioned leaf. Oh, the naivety of my chibi followers. This, my dear student, is how you are going to train your lightning chakra. He said, getting a scoff from Naruto. First of all, let me show you what to do, as he said that a blue-white line of energy shot across the leaf and cut it in half. Naruto, having just seen this, stood slack-jawed. Pointing at the leaf, he said, how stupefied. It wasn't every day that he saw someone do ridiculously unheard of things. Although, he did paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight whilst wearing a bright orange jumpsuit. But hey, who's counting? Heh, simple really. I just used my lightning chakra to cut it in half. Now, before you ask how again, I want you to create some shadow clones to help Sasuke and Sakura with their tree climbing, Kakashi said, but had to reiterate his words as Sakura walked over with a smile. Done, Kakashi-sensei, she shouted as she walked closer with a bright smile. Stopping next to Naruto, she said, So, what do I do now? Blinking back his momentary surprise, Kakashi, I smiled. Well done, Sakura. I guess that was rather easy when you have near-perfect chakra control. Well, just keep doing it until you're out of chakra and then come back to the house. From then on you'll be guarding Tazuna. K? He said jovially, and had to hold back a laugh at Sakura's downturned expression. Turning back towards Sasuke's location, she said, Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Before running to her crush shouting things about finally having time alone with him, Kakashi watched as two Narutos also ran towards the location, joining Sakura and Sasuke. Turning back to Naruto, Kakashi smiled under his mask. Thank you, Naruto. Now, to answer your question. Picking up a leaf in one hand and placing the other above, Kakashi said, Now watch what happens, and proceeded to create a line of lightning between each hand that cut the leaf in half like a laser. You created a mini lightning bolt? Naruto guessed. No, well, yes. But what I was really doing was focusing my lightning chakra and using it to make the particles in between my hands vibrate very aggressively and very fast. This action created a lot of random electrical and static energy that sits in the air. I then focus these particles together and uses it to create some lightning, which I in turn manipulated to cut this leaf, Kakashi said, whilst once again demonstrating to Naruto, but a lot slower. There is also several things you should remember when manipulating your element. The first is that when using lightning jutsu without knowing how to properly manipulate that element, it will significantly slow down and weaken it. Whereas when you do know how to manipulate lightning and use it to create lightning this way, instead of relying on hand signs to help you create it, it will significantly increase the speed and damage done by it, as well as reducing the amount of chakra needed. Kakashi said, looking at Naruto, seeing if he was still following him. Raising his hand slightly to hold his sensei, Naruto asked, So, my lightning jutsu are really only half-cooked and cost more than what a more powerful one would? Yep. Well, that's just great. All that hard work learning those jutsu and they weren't even worth the time, Naruto complained, mourning over all of the wasted time. Now, Naruto. Those jutsu are still valuable. It's just now you can make them more powerful. Kakashi interjected. Sighing, Naruto said, I guess you're right. So, what's next? Also keep in mind that due to your high affinity, all your lightning-based jutsu should be easier to control, direct, make faster or more powerful, and cost less chakra, and not to mention it'll be far easier for you to learn than other people. That is, if you have it. I'm still a little skeptical, as you can imagine. And last but not least, always remember lightning is very fast, active and volatile by nature. If you keep that in mind whilst making jutsu and using manipulation, it should increase your skill and understanding with each. Understood. Kakashi said, listing of all of the points Naruto needed to know. Although Kakashi was still skeptical about Naruto's claim and filed it in his head as something to question the Hokage about. Sure. I'll get my clones on it. I'm gonna go and do some exercises, Naruto said, before creating roughly 300 clones and giving them their standing orders. Well, bye, he said with a wave before setting off at a jog. Kakashi stood there for a moment, thinking on how well Naruto was coming along. The rate at which he was improving was extraordinary, and he would now place Naruto a little higher in the ability spectrum than Sasuke. And it was all down to Naruto's marvelous use of shadow clones. The thought of Naruto's potential with the shadow clone technique, his longevity of life, large chakra reserves, which would only continue to multiply, and the QB thrown into the mix, all scarred Kakashi. Naruto really had the potential to do anything. Adding Sasuke to the equation, whom had a potential as great as Naruto's, would only make both boys want to beat each other, and would constantly use each other as a measuring board that would only continue to make them grow. Their combined potential was what truly terrified Kakashi. Together they could become a new Sannin, or an even better one. Legends in the making. Later that night at dinner, everyone sat at Tezuna's family dinner table, eating. Everyone was having a good time and joking around and talking about fun times and trivial matters. Even Sasuke seemed to have a good time. Earlier on, with Naruto's clones help, Sasuke had completed his tree climbing and now had it down. Sakura had kept going until she couldn't walk and couldn't stand at the moment due to chakra exhaustion. Tomorrow she would be guarding Tezuna, whilst Naruto and Sasuke would have time to do as they please. Train. As everyone sat down with empty plates, Sakura took the time to look around the room, until her sight fell upon a picture of Inari, Tezuna's 8-year-old grandson with black hair and white eyes, Tsunami, Sunin's daughter who looked very young and her as dark as Inari's, and Tezuna. They all looked very happy in this picture, but that's not what caught her attention. What did was the part where someone's face had been ripped out. Turning back to Tezuna, she asked, "Tezuna-san? Who was it that was in that picture?" When she asked, she suddenly felt the dark and cold atmosphere that crept into the room, suffocating all of the joy and happiness in the air. It was Inari's father, Tezuna said in a low voice that everyone barely caught. As he said that, Inari got up rather quickly and left the room. Turning from the dishes she was washing, Tsunami shot a worried glance over to her son. "Inari!" she shouted as he walked out of the room, slamming the door. Turning to her father with an angry glare, she shouted, "I told you not to talk about him in front of Inari," as she left the room to go after her son. "What's up with Inari?" Sakura asked, looking back at Tezuna now that Inari had left the room. "There is obviously something behind this," Kakashi said, looking at Tezuna, catching everyone's attention. "Sai, you're right. That man was Inari's stepfather, the closest thing he's ever had to real father. But he, along with Inari's and the village's happiness and courage, was taken away from us the day our village's hero died," Tezuna said gruffly, with what looked like tears at the corner of his eyes. Perking up from this, Naruto asked, "Hero?" Generally interested on how someone became a hero if he wasn't a ninja. "Yes, hero. I prefer to call our hero Kaiza, son, or Inari's father, for those are his names. And he took great pride in them, especially father and hero. He was a father for Inari to be proud of, for the village to be proud of. He first met Inari 3 years ago when he saved Inari from some bullies and drowning after they had stolen his dog, Pochi. Unfortunately, Pochi was lost, but Kaiza taught Inari a valuable lesson. He said, "Whatever is important to you, protect it with these 2 arms, no matter how hard or sad it is or if it even costs it your life. Just give it your all." And from that day, Inari followed him around like they were father and son. Taking a small breath, Tezuna stopped to wipe a stray tear away from his cheek, much to everyone's surprise. He first became known as the village hero on a terrible day. Our village had been hit by a terrible storm that had flooded parts of our village and killed a lot of people. But there was worse to come. A runner came to our house. He told us one of our safety measure dams were down and couldn't be raised, and that thousands of people in Sector B could be killed or injured by the rush flood that would strike them if the dam wasn't lifted. So Kaiza and Inari ran to the dam, and Kaiza jumped straight into the raging torrents that were more powerful than most rapids and done the impossible. Swam to the other side, raised the dam and saved many, many lives and became the village hero. Everyone was so proud of him. Inari more than any other, and their relationship as father and son truly blossomed. Tezuna said, releasing a sigh in contemplation and remembrance at truly happy times. But it was not to last. Gato feared the power he now held with the people and knew they could all turn on him at a single word from Kaiza, and so he acted before that could happen. It was with his power in mind that he decided it would be best to have my son killed, just for his goodwill, just because he was a good person. So one day Kaiza was executed publicly and made a mockery of in front of his friends, family, and villagers. Gato's words were, I heard you say you should protect what's important to you with your own 2 arms. Let's see you do that without them. And cut his arms of and left him to bleed to death in front of us all. That was the day that Inari changed, I changed, Tsunami changed, and our entire village changed. It was that day the village gave up and I carried on in his name. As Tazuna finished he cried freely, truly distraught over the loss of such a great man. Everyone couldn't help but to think the same thing as they thought about how a man could stand up to such a person, such a monster, and still carry on. Even willing to risk his life for those around him, no matter what. It was men like him that inspired others to do great things, to be great people. It was heroes like him that deserved greatness, but sadly never got them. Everyone was snapped from their reverie when Naruto suddenly, "Excuse me, I'm going for some training," Naruto said before turning to Sasuke. "Wanna spar?" "Team," he said with a smirk. Sasuke didn't know why, but he smiled and said, "Sure, but you still can't touch me, dope?" Getting up and walking to the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Prepare to have your pretty face rearranged," Team Naruto said before walking out with Sasuke close behind, leaving a bemused Sensei and Pinkett. Sensei? What the hell just happened?" asked in amazed Sakura, after all the impossible had just happened. Kakashi just shrugged with an eye smile. "Call it male bonding, Sakura," he said calmly, but inside he was jumping up and down with joy. Yes. 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 They might finally start working together, and if they do, Sakura will instantly fall in with Sasuke. Hee, I did it, he thought, patting himself on the back for a job well done, while Sakura just continued to stare at the door in amazement. How the hell did they become this friendly with each other? Well, if you can call punching each other's faces a friendly, but still. Was all she could think, but decided to go to bed and hope Sasuke wasn't acting strange in the morning. Forest, land of waves. Naruto opened his eyes and scanned the area. He realized that he'd slept outside last night after sparring with Sasuke. Or did he pass out? Naruto couldn't really remember, so decided to get up and go back to Tazuna's. Turning around, he saw Sasuke sleeping on the first branch of a tall tree and gained a smile on his face. Cupping his hands to his mouth, Naruto shouted, "Oi! Team, get up!" and nearly laughed so hard that he passed out when he saw Sasuke shoot wide awake and stumble out of the tree and land on his arse as he hit the floor. "Haha, nice landing, douche," Naruto said, holding his hands to his stomach as he laughed his head off. Sasuke growled as he looked at Naruto. "Shut it, dobe. Damn blonde. I'll beat you to a pulp again like last night," he said, annoyed, but walked over to Naruto. "Oh, that was funny. Anyway, it was a draw last night," Naruto pointed out and then looked to his right. "Look, someone's coming." Sasuke was instantly on the alert and held his hand above his kunai pouch, ready to fight if it was needed, but put his hand down as he saw an angelic girl walk into the clearing wearing her long hair loosely and wore a pink sleeveless kimono with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to her ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow and wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also wore a dark-colored choker around his neck. Sasuke had to admit she looked beautiful, very beautiful. "Hello," the girl said, walking up the two ninja with a pleasant smile on her face. "Hello. May I ask why you are out here?" Sasuke said, still a little on edge. Raising a small basket with her right arm, she said, "I'm collecting some medical herbs for an ill friend." "And you?" she asked sweetly. "Oh, we're just two ninja out and about, doing some training. That kind of thing, you know. Want some help picking some herbs?" Naruto said with a goofy grin as he scratched the back of his neck nervously. The girl's smile seemed to brighten a little at Naruto's offer. "I would like that." "Oh, Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Sasuke Team Uchiha," Naruto joked, slapping Sasuke on the arm. "You forgot your middle name, Dobe?" "You Dobe," Sasuke said back calmly, much to Naruto's annoyance. "You two are very amusing. I am Haku Yuki. It is a pleasure to meet you," she said with a slight bow of her head. An hour or so later, Naruto and Sasuke were just finishing picking some herbs that Haku had pointed out she needed. Walking back towards Haku, Naruto waved at her with a friendly smile. "HN, you're like a lovesick puppy, Dobe," Sasuke said like his usual arrogant self. "Yee, she's hot. Or did you prefer the sex?" Never mind, because if you didn't have a slight interest in her, you wouldn't be here picking up herbs. You don't do kind things? Or have you forgotten that you're supposed to be a prick? Naruto said with a laugh as he saw Sasuke huff and look the other way. My interest in her is not her looks. It is something else, Sasuke said cryptically as he neared Haku. Hello, Sasuke. Naruto, Haku said, accepting the herbs gratefully. HN was Sasuke's reply as he looked away. Yep. I definitely hurt his feelings, Naruto said with a smile, laughing on the inside at how Sasuke was acting. Hello, Haku-chan, Naruto said, turning to the girl and giving her the herbs he had collected. After a small silence, Haku asked, So why are you training this early in the morning? With a slight tilt of her head. We're ninja on a mission to protect a client. This client has been attacked by an A-rank missing nin. We cannot even begin to compare to an A-rank ninja, so we are training to take on any subordinates he has, Sasuke said, watching Haku. Oh, a rank, that does sound scary, she asked, her smile ever present. So, would you mind if I asked for what purpose you would use your strength once it is attained? To protect those close to me, and those of my village, Naruto said quickly whilst putting his fist to high chest and smiling. Because someday I'm gonna become Hokage. Believe it. Ha! Like to see you try, dope. The only thing you could become is a dope. I, on the other hand, want power to kill a certain person, Sasuke said darkly, and then looked at Haku. Why do you ask? He said evenly. I believe that for one to be strong, they must have something to protect. Whether that is a person, a place, or even an inanimate object, but whatever it is, you must be willing to protect it with your life. Because when you do, you find you are able to go further and harder than you ever have done before. Haku said with a warm smile and looked at Sasuke. Your hatred can only be used against you and harm you if you don't have love to balance out that hate. Because you can gain strength from hate does not mean it's good to only hate. Find something that you can love and protect that equals your hatred and destructive desire, because you then have love to defend your heart with and hatred of your heart to attack with. A truly fearsome combination when used properly, she said calmly and kindly, relaying her beliefs to the Uchiha. And you, Naruto, I feel you will truly become a strong person. Remember to always cultivate that desire to defend and love, and you can only become stronger. Goodbye, she said, picking up her basket and going to leave. Naruto, who had listened, couldn't help but to agree with Haku's beliefs. He would always continue down the path he was walking, no matter how hard. It was his desire and destiny to protect all those he considered his, and he always would, even if it cost him much. The price would still be too cheap if the people he'd sworn to protect could still smile. Sasuke was contemplating the new perspective of his worldly dilemma. It was definitely different and similar to how he currently thought. And what she had said all made sense. It was a well-known ninja fact that the wrong emotions could get you killed just as easy as a kunai to the heart could. But he had always seen caring for people as a weakness. Just look at his life example. He and his entire clan loved Itachi and cherished him, but he turned on them and killed them all and left him all alone. But on the flip side, he had recently seen how Naruto had made a promise to protect and had seen the effects, a massive leap in power, skill, and intellect. Was his way of thinking truly correct? Or did it need to be revised? But now was not the time to think about that, as he and Naruto had a bigger problem on their hands, and he only hoped that Naruto realized. Turning to Naruto, he sighed when he saw Naruto pulling out a kunai and hold up one of his hands with 3 fingers up. Sasuke likewise pulled out a kunai and nodded to Naruto. 3, 2, 1. Naruto grabbed the handle of his kunai tightly, quickly charging forward and swung at Haku's back, who dodged the strike and jumped to a tree to escape, but was cut off by Sasuke. Stop now, Sasuke said coolly as he looked at Haku, who now had several senbon in her hand. How did you know? Haku asked, not knowing where she had went wrong. The herbs we picked, I recognized them. They are all poisons, and some even require chakra to use, proving you have ninja training. Added to the fact that you had lied to us saying they were for healing someone makes me come to the conclusion you're the enemy ninja. Naruto said, and saw the questioning look on Sasuke's face. I eat a lot, so I decided to find out what was poison and what wasn't, so I knew what I could eat and what I couldn't. Had my clones do it last week. He saw Sasuke nod in understanding. I figured it out when you said Yuki. When we joined Team 7, our sensei suggested that we look up all clans, friendly and not, for future reference. The Yuki clan is a clan of Hayatan, ice release. Users, you match their usual description. Dark black hair, very feminine features, and brown eyes. Furthermore, that was a Kiri clan, and due to the bloodline purges you would have had to flee Kiri. Add that to the fact Zabuza comes from Kiri and it all fits perfectly. Now, surrender and we won't hurt you, Sasuke said, standing a little straighter, obviously proud of himself. Smug bastard. Sighing, Haku tied her hair up into a knot and placed a sunbond through it. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Zabuza-sama would be rather disappointed if I did. What's more is that you are 2 low-level genin and I'm a high-level chunin. You can't beat me. As she finished, she launched several sunbon Sasuke and attempted to rush him as he dodged the deadly needles. As she got closer, she dodged backwards as a clone jumped over Sasuke's shoulder and attempted to kick her. Sorry, Haku. You'll have to kill us to get past. But that's unlikely as we have the number advantage. We're better equipped as you're wearing that kimono that constricts your movement and there is also no around here, so that means you can't use Hayaton or Suiton jutsu. That only leaves wind. Sasuke has several fire-type jutsu, so we can negate those jutsu as well. Face it, you cannot win. It also helps us that one of my clones has already told Kakashi-sensei about you and is on his way. Naruto said. I'm sorry, but I still can't give up. I will not fail Zabuza-sama. She shouted once again, charging Sasuke, but this time at a very surprising speed. Sasuke quickly backtracked and began blocking and redirecting any strikes that came his way, only throwing attacks in when his opponent was of balance. Ducking under another swing, Sasuke found Haku's knee coming towards his face, but it was deflected at the last moment by Naruto, who quickly took the offensive whilst she was of balance with fast and strong attacks that were meant to keep knocking her down. But, unfortunately, Haku was deceptively strong and was matching Naruto blow for blow. Jumping back from the attackers, Haku looked around to see that she was circled by clones who were hiding in the woods. Should she get past Naruto and Sasuke, they were most likely there to delay here whilst those two caught up. Hearing a crackle, she jumped backwards as a wave of lightning shot through the ground, tearing up the earth where she had been. Whilst in midair, she turned to see a large fireball attempting to catch her whilst she couldn't move. Doing 2 quick hand signs, she breathed out a burst of air using Futon, Kaiku Jinpu, wind release, mouth gale, to push her away from the fireball's reach. Landing, she turned and settled into a defensive stance. Sasuke, you handle mid-long range support, Naruto said before creating 10 clones and charging in. Just before any clone reached Haku, Naruto saw several flames from Sasuke's Hozenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, force her to duck and dodge, throwing her off balance just as Naruto reached her. As soon as he got in close, Naruto got his clone's attack and keep her off balance as he set up the finisher. Throwing 4 kunai at equal distances from each other, creating a square, Naruto ran through several hand seals and threw several shuriken above Haku, who was now standing inside of the square of kunai. Collaboration technique, Raitun, Saitiki Nashi, Kaminari Shuriken, Static Death, Lightning Shuriken. Naruto shouted as lightning bolts sprayed down from the shuriken above Haku's head, some hitting her while some hit the kunai in the square, causing the lightning to flow through the ground and shocking Haku. The end result was a steaming and unconscious Haku laying in the middle of a destroyed area of earth. Walking up to her, Naruto checked her pulse and sighed. She's alive, but barely. Help me tie her up, he said to Sasuke, who was walking over with a cocky smile. Nice, by the way, that Katon. Hozenka technique has definitely gotten faster and stronger, as well as your Gokayaku. Thanks. That was a nice collaboration technique. Where did you learn it? Sasuke asked as he started tying Haku up with Naruto. Family scrolls. Haven't you learnt any new stuff? Don't you have like a clan full of techniques and you only use 2? Didn't your clan copy down thousands of jutsu? Naruto asked, generally wanting to know. Sasuke hadn't seemed to have learnt anything new since the beginning of Team 7. No, I don't. The council refuses to hand over my clan inheritance until I'm 18 or a jounin. It's ridiculous, my family's possessions are being kept from me. And for what reason? They haven't kept yours from you, have they? Sasuke said, his voice teeming with spite for his injustice. I have to agree that that is unfair, Naruto said with a frown, but then smiled. Wanna make a deal? Naruto asked. Sasuke looked at Naruto carefully. What kind of deal? He asked cautiously and curiously. I'll give you my clan's fire jutsu scroll, as I can't use it at all, burnt myself horribly dash. You borrow it until you get your family scrolls, but you help me with taijutsu and teach me any lightning-based jutsu you happen to come across. Deal? Naruto asked with a smile, even though he knew that the deal was in Sasuke's favor. Sasuke looked at Naruto skeptically. You do that, dope. Fine deal, he said, shaking Naruto's hand. Ah crap, I should have added you can't call me a dobe anymore. Damn it. Naruto shouted, headbutting the floor repeatedly. Stopping, he said, not too late to add it to the deal, is it? He asked with puppy dog eyes. Ha, of course not, dobe. Our deal has been struck. Sasuke said, trying to hide his smirk as Naruto screamed, cried and cursed Sasuke as a team. Naruto smiled happily though and pointed to Sasuke's eyes and said, congrats, you got your Sharingan, and clapped him on the shoulder as his jaw dropped. Sasuke smiled as he realized he had. Everything seemed slightly slower than normal. All of Naruto's movements seemed more defined and telegraphed. Also, everything he was seeing seemed to be transferred to his memory in perfect clarity. Pulling out his kunai, Sasuke looked into its reflective surface to see two red eyes. One with one tomo and the other with two. Yes, I've done it. I'm one step closer to you now, Itachi. Just you wait and I'll kill you soon enough, he thought in ecstasy as he reveled in his joy. He was snapped out of it though by some loud clapping. Clap, 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 clap. Naruto and Sasuke turned with kunai out to intercept any threat, but put them away when they saw Kakashi and a wide-eyed Sakura. Well done, you two. That was an amazing piece of teamwork. Your coordination was wonderful, and the way you used your knowledge, elements, and location to your advantage was amazing. I'm very proud of you too. Furthermore, you even managed to successfully apprehend the enemy ninja, who also has a Kekkei Genkai, alive. She will probably now be taken to Konoha and used to create a new clan of Kekkei Genkai users with the Hayaton. The village council is going kissing your backsides for years, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he looked with joy at his students. Wait, two things. One, why didn't you help us out if you watched our little party? Which it sounds like you did, Naruto said, getting a shrug from Kakashi, which caused Naruto to have to restrain his ire. And secondly, just say what it means. She's going to be forced to bear children, right? Naruto said venomously, in his mind Haku, even though she was the enemy, didn't act being nice and deserved better. It was inhumane to just gain a special ability. Sighing heavily, Kakashi looked at his chibi team. She will have one of two options. Refuse to work with us and be forced to give birth to multiple children and spend the rest of her life in jail. Or work with us and become an official clan leader. Get married by the time she's 18 and have children by 23. That way she has a lot more freedom of when and who she does it with, and she can live in a clan compound instead of a jail. She can live with her family and watch them grow up, although she will most likely never be allowed out of the village again. And if she is, she will have a tracking seal placed on her. So, she has a choice between servitude or a more lenient form of jail, Kakashi summed up for them all. Looking around, he saw the disbelief on Sakura's face, disgust on Naruto's, and even a frown on Sasuke's, which was all that needed to be said if it had managed to make him think more about it than his Sharingan. All in all, he could tell they didn't like it, and neither did he. But that is part of what being a ninja was all about, letting the higher-ups make the difficult choices. His little team just had to understand that as well. Picking up Haku and slinging her over his shoulder, Kakashi started heading back to Tezuna's. Come on, this is a time to celebrate, not look downtrodden, he said as hopped from tree to tree, not looking back at the angry and disgusted faces he knew he would see. Oh, and Sasuke, congrats. Land of Waves, Gato headquarters. Ha ha ha. That little girl of yours wasn't all she was cracked up to be? Was she? Gato shouted hysterically as laughed at the demon of the mist. Probably not his greatest idea in his life, he had to admit, as Zabuza's sword was at his throat. Shut it, you fat little prick, Zabuza growled as slowly released more and more killer intent. Next time you insult me or her, I'll take that burden off of your shoulders, he warned. Zabuza had not taken too well to the news that Haku had been captured a little under 24 hours ago. He knew what that meant for not only his plans on Yagura's life, but for Haku's future. He knew he couldn't subject her to that life, demon of the mist or not. No man would leave a woman under their protection to that horrible fate. He was honor-bound, no more than honor-bound. He owed Haku more for what she had done for him. Okay, Gato squeaked, sweating as his eyes looked down at the huge blade at his throat. But you better get the J-job done soon, or I won't pay you, Gato said before quickly leaving with his tails between his legs. Little man has no nerves. A little danger and he shits himself. Zabuza grunted out a chuckle. Meizu, Gozu, he shouted, and two figures instantly appeared before him. We attack soon, get in any training you two need, and with that they all left to train. 2 weeks later, land of water, Tezuna's household. The last 2 weeks had been spent in preparation for the inevitable conflict. Today was the day of that conflict. Today was the day the bridge would be completed. Today was the end of the mission. Over the past 2 weeks, Naruto had managed to learn one lightning jutsu that required no hand signs, mastered cutting the leaf, and worked on his taijutsu with Sasuke. He had now moved on to the next stage of lightning manipulation, which was cutting a small rock in half. Sasuke had got down a new fire jutsu and was currently working on the fire version of splitting the leaf with your chakra nature, except he had to burn the whole leaf in under 3 seconds. The best he'd managed was 11, but then he didn't have Naruto's shadow clone capabilities, so he made do with his Sharingan, which thanks to Naruto's and Kakashi's help he'd managed to get the second tomo on both eyes. Kakashi-sensei had said the third tomo would most likely take a couple of years from all the study and experience he'd had with it, but told Sasuke to get used to using it in battle with Naruto so that he could get his timing right whilst using his Sharingan. Due to the fact that everything seemed slower and easier to read made most new Sharingan users move too quickly and mistime their attacks, so he needed to get his timing to his best standard so that he truly got the best out of his Sharingan. Sakura had been working on her chakra levels and taijutsu with Kakashi-sensei, whilst Naruto and Sasuke had been bonding with their fists, as Kakashi-sensei liked to put it. Furthermore, Naruto had given her a book on beginning medical ninjutsu, as he had tried it but needed considerably higher levels of chakra control and decided to give it to Miss Perfect Chakra Control, and she's managed to start it up, but wouldn't be doing much healing anytime soon. Kakashi had watched his team grow over the past 2 weeks and could happily say that he was proud of his new team, and was truly glad that he had accepted them. Fighters in their prime, legends in the making. Unfortunately, his mood was a little soured by Haku, had said nothing but how she had failed as a weapon to serve her master, and was now worthless and deserved to die. Not even Naruto had managed to sway her opinion, and they all knew what that meant for her future. It wasn't good. But now he stood in front of his team with a bright eye smile and his hands on his hips. Watching over you the past few weeks has been one of the greatest times of my life, Kakashi said happily. Seeing you all come together, Naruto snapped out of his stupid and hateful streak with Sasuke, gaining strength, skill, and intellect just as rapidly. Sasuke, you have achieved your Sharingan, learnt that teamwork is as important as your single ability. And Sakura, you have finally stopped being a total fangirl and learnt that your ninja skills and training are as important as your love, and have even found a speciality to start on thanks to Naruto. Together you will achieve great things, and today will only be the start, Kakashi said as he looked over his students. Sasuke stood tall and proud with a smile adorning his face. Sakura stood on Sasuke's right with a bright smile that showed how she felt, and Naruto crouched next to Sasuke looking up at his sensei with a goofy smile. His wonderful chibi team. Now down to business. Because we know Zabuza has to attack today, Sakura will be staying here and guarding Tezuna and his family, Kakashi said and smiled. He heard Sakura's reply. I'll do my best, sensei, she said with all of her conviction. There's no way I'm going to let those two leave me behind. I'll stay with you both no matter what. I know you will, Sakura. Now, Naruto and Sasuke, you will be taking on whoever is backing up Zabuza whilst I take him on personally. He said, knowing that was exactly what the two wanted, and was proven right as they both smiled. Albeit Sasuke's was more of a smirk, but it would do. Lastly, I have one last lesson. Those who abandon their mission are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. If you can't handle the enemy, get your friends out of there and retreat. If I lose, retreat. Make sure you all survive, he commanded with as much authority as he could. Yes, sensei, the three chorused in unison. All right, Team 7 set out, Kakashi said as he, Naruto and Sasuke disappeared into the trees, heading for the bridge. The Battle of Wave Country. Tezuna's Bridge. As 3 people arrived at the bridge, they took slow, careful steps towards the center, each one allowing every moment they could to possibly detect an enemy presence, waiting like coiled snakes ready to strike. As they waited, a misty hue breathed into the land, clouding and forming around the 3 ninja, blocking the vision to within 10 meters of themselves. Visual, 10-meters. Kakashi said as he looked for any sign of the enemy. This was the technique that Zabuza, the demon of the mist, was renowned for, the silent killing technique of Kirigakure. This meant the target was nearby. Naruto and Sasuke tensed up as they saw three figures walk out of the mist and stroll casually towards them. Two were already known to the group, Meizu and Gozu, the demon brothers, two Chunin missing Nin. In between them was the man that Kakashi-sensei had drilled them on since day one in Wave. Zabuza. Zabuza was a tall and muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, small eyebrows and brown eyes. He also wore bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants, a forehead protector sideways on his head. But the biggest thing about Zabuza was the large sword on his back, Kubikurabocho. The sword blade was as long as Zabuza was tall, with a 2-foot handle attached to the end of it. Furthermore, there was a semicircle hole cut out of the blade at the bottom, and a full circle at the top. As the 6 ninja converged, Zabuza looked at his companions and pointed to the other end of the bridge. They quickly ran to the other side of the bridge and waited. "Your fight is with them," was all Kakashi said as Naruto and Sasuke disappeared from view. Chuckling, Zabuza said, "Your team seems in a rush to die. 2 genin on 2 experienced Chunin is hardly fair. They are the 2 best genin that Konoha has to offer. I sincerely hope the demon brothers are what they've been cracked up to be," Kakashi said calmly. But inside his thoughts were different. This can't be too good. Zabuza must have freed them before Anbu could collect them. I hope they can handle them, he thought to himself. Heh, that doesn't matter, Zabuza said, taking Kubikurabocho into a 2-handed grip. What does is that I kill you and regain my tool. I'm afraid I can't let either happen. Demon of the Mist, Kakashi said, pulling up his forehead protector to reveal his scared face, and most of all his Sharingan. I'm going all out from the start, he said, charging at Zabuza. Meizu. It looks like we can get revenge on those twerps instead of Kakashi. Gozu said to his brother with a feral grin. Yes, brother, I think we shall, replied the other brother. Tuning to Naruto and Sasuke, he said, so, how about it, twerps? Ready to die? Ha! Don't make me laugh. You couldn't even kill the dobe here. The ones who are going to die today are you. Sasuke said, as though they really were nothing more than insects to him. Why, you snotty-nosed brat? Let me wipe your head of your shoulders for you. Meizu shouted as he charged forward at an impressive speed, kunai drawn. Well done, Sasuke. You finally learned how to use that annoying sentence to piss someone other than me off, Naruto said jokingly, knowing that this would further infuriate the brothers. Sasuke smirked as he watched Meizu approach him, turning on his Sharingan in preparation. Sasuke smiled when he saw his opponent's eyes widen in surprise as he stepped past his kunai swing and slipped into his guard with a vicious snap kick to the jaw, which sent his opponent flying back to his brother. Like I said, it's your turn to die. Behind you, Sasuke said calmly as he pointed over the brothers' shoulders. Just as both brothers turned to look around, their eyes widened as 10 Naruto clones jumped up from the other side of the bridge and engaged them in hand-to-hand combat. Hands and legs flashing, the demon brothers blocked, dodged, deflected, and redirected multiple attacks and burst clones with quick one-hit counterattacks. Turning back to Sasuke and Naruto smirking, they said, Is that all? Twerp. But their smirk faltered as Sasuke finished some hand signs. Katan. Gokaiaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted just before releasing a large ball of roaring fire into the brothers' midst. Both brothers, seeing the flaming ball, quickly ran through 3 hand seals and finished as a small amount of water covered their entire bodies. Suiton. Mizu no Yoroi, water style, water armor. They said in unison just before the flames engulfed them. Just as they thought they were in the clear, as the fire stopped coming and the water around them deflected the heat, they saw Naruto running just behind the last of the flame, sword drawn. Taking a diagonal slash in between, the brothers forced one to jump left and the other right, pushing the advantage whilst Meizu was of balance. Naruto threw 3 shuriken further, splitting him off from his brother as he had to jump back further. Heh, trying to spit us up. Won't work, Gozu said as he went to charge Naruto's unguarded back, but was stopped as Sasuke showed up in front of him. Tisk. Big deal, I'll take care of you in no time at all. He growled as he set into a defensive stance. Without your brother you are nothing. Just like him, Sasuke said coolly as he threw a shuriken at Gozu, which he easily dodged, and charged him down, closing the gap between them in a couple of seconds. Sparks flew as Sasuke's kunai hit Gozu's. Pushing off of him, Sasuke took a quick slash at Gozu's face, but hit thin air as he ducked under the swing and had to then defend Gozu's thrust at his unguarded waist. Pushing the incoming kunai to the side, Sasuke took a snap kick at Gozu's knee, taking pleasure at feeling him buckle slightly on that leg. Following up, he kicked the missing nin in the chest, sending him several feet back. Skidding across the wet surface of the bridge, Gozu brought himself to a halt several feet away from the Uchiha. Looking up, he threw a few shuriken to halt Sasuke's charge and went through several hand signs with the little time he had. Suetun, Suegon, water release, water gun, he thought as he brought his hands to his mouth and started spewing a high-pressured jet of water at Sasuke. Sasuke quickly went through 3 hand signs and slapped his hand onto the ground in front of him as a large wall of fire sprouted up before him. Katon, Bukahiki, fire release, fire wall, he shouted as the turd of water hit the fire wall, making both jutsu cancel each other out in a large cloud of steam. Both fighters stood waiting for the steam to clear, each smiling when they saw their opponent again. It looks like you aren't a bad twerp, Gozu said snidely, hoping to draw his opponent in with some taunts. HN, Sasuke grunted. Please, I'm trying not to laugh at how weak you are. I bet you never made Chunin for your one-on-one capabilities. You're pathetic and not even worth my time, he said with a smirk as he saw Gozu's visibly twitch in anger. Sasuke smirked as saw Gozu grit his teeth and his body tense to attack. You'll pay for that, punk, Gozu said as he charged at Sasuke. Smirking, Sasuke stood firm, readying himself into his interceptor fist stance. This would not last long if Gozu took the offensive, and Sasuke knew it. His style of fighting was designed to be used on the defensive and then to counter when you see opening. Pair that with his new Sharingan capabilities and he would be untouchable for this low-level Chunin. But he would use this chance to further his skills with his Sharingan at least. Might Oswell make something good come of the fight. Meanwhile, you managed to separate me and my brother. Clever, but not good enough for you, unfortunately. I'm still a rank higher than you with about 6 years extra experience. This will be your end, Meizu said with a smirk as he looked at Naruto. Smiling, Naruto locked eyes with Meizu. I really hope so, for your good, because if I get my hands on you, I'm going to tear you apart for what you've done to Haku, he said in low voice. Naruto still couldn't get how Haku thought she deserved to die for failing, like she was some mere kunai to be tossed aside once used. He found how Zabuza had twisted her loyalty to such an extent, just for his own good, an abhorrent thing to do. Ha, good joke. She's always been like that, we had nothing to do with it. She was probably just Zabuza's little toy or something. So stop barking up the wrong tree. Twerp, Meizu said with a laugh. Pulling out a kunai for each hand, Meizu beckoned him forward. Time to die, twerp. With a feral grin, Naruto got ready. I knew you'd make this fun, and charged. Closing the distance, Naruto used the extra reach his blade provided, just staying out of Meizu's kunai's range, but still taking glancing swings meant to just cut the enemy multiple times and slow their movements. The problem was, though, every time Naruto looked to be gaining some advantage with the length of his blade, Meizu showed his superior speed by the way he kept redirecting his blade away from him, throwing Naruto slightly off balance and stopping his constant flow. When Naruto even became open in the slightest, he found himself back on the defensive as Meizu came twirling in, uses his dual weapon wielding capabilities to great effect as he tested and poked Naruto's guard, not relenting for a second and keeping Naruto on his toes, aiming only for vitals. Seeing that continuing to fight Meizu like this due to his obvious experience in weaponry, Naruto decided to add a bit of ninjutsu to the flow. Of a sorts anyway. Jumping back from his opponent, Naruto made a half-tiger seal with his left hand and created 10 shadow clones. A one-handed seal he'd managed to learn so that he could do shadow clone whilst using his sword. The downside was it cost a little more chakra than normal. But Naruto could deal without. He was like a chakra-creating factory that never stopped creating and next to never ran out. With a smile, Naruto once again engaged Meizu, and this time, to stop his clones from being destroyed, decided to take the majority of Meizu's attention by engaging him straight away. Whilst he and Meizu traded blows, his clones kept dancing in and out, striking in Meizu's blind spots and aiming for shots he couldn't easily block without creating exploitable openings. As this war on Meizu started to tire as the cuts and bruises clotted his body and made his movements slower and more painful. Taking a few steps back, Naruto let his clones fight Meizu whilst he analyzed what was happening. Meizu was now looking quite haggard now, his breathing ragged. His body was covered in shallow cuts on places like his legs and arms to slow his movements, and a few deep ones just to add to the damage. Naruto himself had 2 or 3 cuts on him in random places, and a fairly deep one on his left shoulder, but that was starting to close up and clot, so at least he wouldn't bleed too much. Looking over at Sasuke, Naruto could see that he was keeping up with Gozu's speed better than he had with Meizu, and was even starting to pull ahead due to his Sharingan and ability to anticipate his opponent's attacks. In a little while Sasuke would wear down his opponent, or at least Naruto thought so. Turning to Kakashi-sensei, he saw, missed. He'd be alright in that. Who wouldn't? It was only a death trap that was feared throughout the elemental nations for its efficiency in killing and difficulty to escape from. He'd be fine. The only person Naruto worried about was Sakura. She had no backup or possible help. If a ninja of the Demon Brothers' caliber attacked her, she'd lose. It's not that he thought she was useless. It was just he knew how strong she was and knew she couldn't handle a Chunin. Although she did have a surprisingly good right hook, he pitied the fool who thought otherwise. Naruto turned around and looked at Meizu in time to see him dispel the last of his clones. Meizu looked just as bad as few moments ago, but now he looked like a bull who had seen red, and decided to hit the bastard holding the red instead of the cloth, unluckily for him. You know, this killing me thing. So not going in your favor, is it? Naruto asked with his lips upturned in a smirk. You're all talk without your brother, aren't you? Maybe you should quit being a ninja and become a professional punching bag. You don't seem to be doing a bad job of it. Naruto joked, trying to get a rise out of his opponent, but then thought for a second. Even though I'm using a blade, who cares? It's time to end this, he said and charged Meizu down. My thoughts exactly, Meizu growled as he charged at Naruto. Meanwhile, Tezuna's house. Sakura sat at the Tezuna family dinner table with Tezuna, Inari, and Tsunami. For some reason she had an itch to find Naruto and beat him into a bloody smear, but shook it off. Since the others had left, everyone had just sat at the table in silence. An eerie silence. No one wanted to talk about what was going on at the moment at Tezuna's bridge. Everyone knew what was happening and how much weighed upon the outcome, so sitting here doing nothing was killing everyone. To help her pass the time, Sakura had decided to list all the good things about Sasuke, but had eventually ran out. So, she decided to list the bad things about Naruto, but had surprisingly come up short on that list. She then decided to think about how Naruto and even Sasuke were starting to change. Since Naruto had become more serious and started taking his learning and being a ninja a serious level as well, Sasuke had found Naruto more bearable and something of a rival and measuring stick, and to some extent a friend. That had also become more obvious since Naruto had given Sasuke some scroll just after they had captured, which intrigued her to no end about what was inside of it. But once Sasuke had seemingly opened up to a friendship with Naruto, he'd even started replying with more than one word when she talked to him. And he had even given her a tip during her training. A tip. Sakura couldn't help but to think that her team was becoming better and better, and it was strangely all down to Naruto. She never thought she'd ever be thinking those sorts of things. Sasuke being kind, Naruto being serious, smart, and bearable, and she was starting medical ninjutsu. Once again, thanks to Naruto, things were changing for the better, and she knew it. Sighing, Sakura stood up from the table, drawing everyone's attention. I'm going to go check on our resident prisoner, Sakura said, as she walked to the room Haku was in. When Naruto and Sasuke had brought her back, Tsunami had said it was wrong to take someone so young, and a girl to top it off, prisoner. Naruto had given a dark laugh and said, that's nothing compared to what's really going to happen, surprising her. But once she had heard the whole truth, she had called it barbaric, given Kakashi the evils for the next 2 weeks and told him he can cook his own food from now on. She remembered the argument they had next. Tsunami looked at Kakashi with disgust. This is barbaric. How could you do this? She shouted in his face. After the incident, she had blamed Kakashi and not the genin children, as they had to follow his orders, much to Kakashi's chagrin. Sighing, Kakashi closed his Aika Paradise book. Look, it goes against my morale code as well. I don't like doing it, but it's my duty to my village. When I took up this headband, he said, flicking the metal plate, I swore to always follow Konoha's law and whatever it orders me to do, not just protect it. I swore on my word and life to do as she asks of me, and this is one of those things, he explained calmly and truthfully, because he really didn't like it. Tsunami's face had softened a bit at hearing that. Then why not just let her go? Before your village finds out? What's wrong with that? She asked almost pleadingly, because as a woman she had to totally disagree with this to its fullest. I can't. I swore I would abide by Konoha law. And this is Konoha shinobi law. If I let her go, I would be breaking my oath and solemn promise to my home. I can't do it. It's not even near the worst thing shinobi like me have done. Believe me, Kakashi said with a tired voice, showing how much this was wearing on him. How could anything be worse than this? It's barbarism to its worst. Tsunami said, not believing there was much that could be worse. Standing up and walking to the door, Kakashi said, off of the top of my head, assassinating an entire family, children younger than Inari included, because the Fire Daimyo ordered it, and just because they thought he made a wrong decision. Kakashi said, leaving a stunned Tsunami as he walked out of the room. Sakura flinched a little, remembering the calm and level tone he had said it in. It made her think of what she might one day have to do for Konoha. The thought frightened her a lot, until she put it down. Tsunami hadn't brought the topic of Haku up afterwards, though. Walking into Haku's room, Sakura saw Haku on her knees with her hands and ankles tied behind her back. It looked really uncomfortable to her. Hello, Haku. Would you like me give you some food? She asked kindly. Due to being tied up, Haku had to be fed by others ever since she'd been here, forcibly more than once as she had tried to starve herself to death at first, but Kakashi just kept feeding her until she gave in. Today is the day of the battle, is it not? Haku asked without even looking at Sakura. Yes, it is. My team left a while ago, Sakura said evenly. Dropping her head, Haku said, I have failed you, master. She then looked at Sakura. Why do you not kill me? I have no more purpose in life, she said as if talking about the weather. Somewhat used to Haku's remarks about failure and purpose in life, Sakura sighed and sat down next to Haku. How can you say that? As long as you are alive, you can always find a different and new purpose. Just because you failed does not mean you have to die. For instance, my purpose as a ninja is to complete any mission given to me, but I failed one. Albeit it was to track down an annoying cat, but just because I failed my purpose doesn't mean I have to kill myself. What I did was reapply for that mission, hunted down that stupid cat and brought it home. All I'm saying is don't give up on life because you failed it. Find a new one and start again, Sakura said, and then stood up to leave. Think about it. Okay? She said as she strode out of the room. Haku sat there silently for several minutes before smiling as the ropes around her wrist fell away. I would, but you have just supplied me with a back to my old one, Haku said as she held up the shuriken she had managed to take from Sakura. Getting up, she stretched out her cramped limbs and body until she was satisfied. She then left through the window, rushing off towards Tezuna's bridge. I'll be there soon, master. I have not failed you yet, she said with a smile. Tezuna Bridge. Well, Kakashi. It looks like your brats managed to separate Gozu and Meizu. Best thing they could have done. Those two together are great, apart they're low-level chunin at best. Zabuza said from somewhere within the mist with grudging respect for Kakashi's genin. I told you that they better be up to crack if the Demon Brothers have a chance of beating those two. Like I said, the best genin Konoha has to offer, Kakashi said smugly as he looked for Zabuza, which was proving to be futile. For most of the fight so far, Kakashi had had to wait until the last moment, when the sword was visible, meaning it was a few inches from him, to block and counter. So far he had been doing rather well, as he had not been cleaved in half by Kubikurabocho and was still standing. Although he had still not managed to get a single hit on Zabuza at all, and if he didn't start taking the lead soon, the drain of his Sharingan would become too great and he'd exhaust his chakra supplies. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I'm going to have to end this soon, Kakashi said as he took a defensive stance and quickly formulated a plan. Come at me with everything you've got, he said. It's your death wish, Zabuza growled before charging through the mist and bringing his sword on Kakashi, once again getting blocked by his kunai. Naruto ducked under another set of shuriken thrown his way. Once Meizu had figured out close combat with Naruto and his endless supply of clones was hopeless, had resorted to keeping him at a distance with shuriken and low-level Suetun Jutsu. Running to his right, he found himself next to Sasuke, and now realized that the two brothers had been attempting to get back together. And were. You alright, Sasuke? How'd yours get past you? Naruto asked as he looked at his teammate. Frowning, Sasuke said, he used about 10 Mizu Bunshin water clone to hold me down whilst he regrouped with his brother. You? Naruto looked around at about the 30 or so shurikens spread about on the floor. He keeps a shitload of shuriken in that pouch of his. What's in there? Fucking Narnia, Naruto complained, looking around at the product of the past 5 minutes of the battle. Well, shit just got a lot harder, didn't it? Naruto asked rhetorically, already knowing these two specialized in team combat. Nothing we can't handle, Dobe, Sasuke said, putting his kunai back into his pouch. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto asked, we gonna use it now? Close to disbelief. Yes, it's time to end this, Dobe, Sasuke said as he started to collect and mold chakra in his lungs. Naruto shrugged and created a shadow clone that stood on Sasuke's right, whereas he stood on his left. Hey, Meizu, I think they're gonna do something big. Shall we end it now? Gozu asked his brother with a smirk. Yee. I think they should see just how outclassed they are. Let's do it, Meizu said as he started some hand seals, followed shortly by his brother who did the same. As they finished, a large column of water rose up from over the bridge, which quickly shaped itself into a large, dark blue two-headed water dragon that swayed about in front of its creators. Suetun, Suin Mizudoragon, water release, twin water dragon. The brothers said in unison. Let's see you handle our strongest collaboration technique, Meizu said with a smug grin as he looked at the two genin as they finished their seals. Let's do this, he shouted as the water dragon shot forward like a missile straight for the genin. As Sasuke finished, he spewed a large amount of burning flame out of his mouth in the form of a large ball. Shortly after, it was hit by a stream of lightning from Naruto's clone and a blast of air from Naruto himself. Shortly after contact, they all coalesced into a giant white-blue version of Kitan. Gokaiaku no Jutsu with bright blue crackles of lightning charging through it. The end result of the two collaborations charged down the bridge towards each other, one with a hurricane of water around it, the other with a scorching heat, both tearing up the ground as they approached each other. As they hit, both seemed to stop for a moment, each struggling back and forth for domination. That was until the fireball tore through the water dragon, destroying it instantly in a hiss and blast of hot steam, and traveled on towards the demon brothers. Boom! Both brothers disappeared when they were caught in the deadly blast that rocked the bridge as the fireball exploded in a large blast of white-blue flame and lightning that seemingly burned into the genin's eyes as they ducked under the explosion of rocks that flew their way. When the bridge stopped shaking and the boys no longer had to dodge rubble, both stopped to check if the enemy was indeed dead. What was left was a large tear in the ground from where the jutsu had been shot, all the way to a large crater that centered where the demon brothers had stood. And all that was left of them now was two burnt metal gauntlets. Both boys stood and regained their breath, as on their part that jutsu used an extremely large amount of chakra. They were breathing heavily, sweating, bleeding, and extremely tired, but both were grinning like maniacs. We so got a name that, I dunno, what about Akurieo Gokaiaku no Jutsu? Great bright blue fireball. Yee, that sounds good. What do you think, team? Naruto said with a gleeful smile. It doesn't matter what we call it, Dobe, because the enemy will only hear it once before they're dead, Sasuke said coolly whilst keeping his grin on his face. Yee, that thing was awesome. I'm so glad I learned that wind technique. It was such a good idea. I bet that could get labeled as an A-rank jutsu. Naruto joked, but seriously, that jutsu just tore up a stone bridge like it was wet paper. Turning to look at the mist that his teacher was in, Naruto asked, Heh, do you think we should help Kakashi-sensei? No. If we go into that mist, we'll most likely be killed. Plus, if he can't handle it, how can we? Sasuke said as he slowly sat down and deactivated his Sharingan. He still wasn't used to that small but constant drain on his chakra from when he used it. But just in case, get 2 food pills out. Sitting down, Naruto pulled out a pill and threw it to Sasuke, who ate it straight away. I hope Kakashi-sensei wins, Naruto said as he leant back and waited for the mist to clear. A few minutes beforehand, inside of the mist. Boom! Kakashi grabbed the railing on the side of the bridge to steady himself as the aforementioned bridge shook after being hit by some very large explosive. After the shaking stopped, Kakashi steadied himself and looked around for Zabuza. "What the fuck was that jutsu your genin just used, Kakashi?" he heard Zabuza shout through the mist. "Those two done that? I've definitely got to see that after this is done," Kakashi thought, shaking of the shock that they were behind that explosion. "I would like to know that as well, but first I'm going to end you," Kakashi said as he once again searched for the impossible to find Zabuza. "That's funny. I think I'm about to end you," Zabuza said directly behind Kakashi, causing the former's eyes to widen in shock as Kubikurabocho swung down at him, catching most of his back before he managed to jump away, causing a large spray of blood. Kakashi landed a few meters away from where Zabuza got him. He had meant to be caught with a little less of the blade, but he smirked none the less as his plan had just started coming to fruition. Zabuza really should have killed him then but had missed anyway. Now he would pay for his mistake. "Your end is near, Demon of the Mist," Kakashi said coolly as he ran through several hand seals before slamming his hand onto the ground. "Ha, really? Aren't you the one who just took a cleaver to the back? It's you who's gonna arg. What the fuck?" Zabuza shouted as felt a dozen sets of canine teeth sink into his flesh. "This is your death," Kakashi shouted as a large blue light emanated from his hand and led of the noise of thousands of chirping birds. Meanwhile, "Hey dope, wake up you idiot," Sasuke growled as he shook his blonde partner awake. How did the idiot actually manage to fall asleep in a hostile environment? "It's only been a minute," he thought as Naruto sat up rubbing his eyes. "Oh, why'd you wake me up?" Naruto asked as he tried blinking back sleep. "The mist is clearing," he replied, pointing at the unraveling mist. Both boys sat there as they silently watched the mist clear, waiting to see who had won the battle. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences either of them had ever felt, and it only lasted a few moments. "Yes, way to go, sensei, you kick-ass," Naruto shouted as he saw the fog clear with Zabuza being held still by a pack of dogs. It was obvious that he'd win. "Or did you forget the genin test?" Sasuke asked, but also had a small smile on his face. "No. I remember you getting your ass handed to you on a silver platter quite clearly. Thank you for reminding me though," Naruto said with a laugh when he saw Sasuke's frown and a breath that sounded like the word dope. Both boys turned to look back at their sensei and watched as his right hand suddenly became covered in lightning that led of a loud screeching noise that sounded like chirping birds. Naruto looked on in awe at the wonderful, wonderful jutsu he was somehow going to get his sensei to teach him. "I'm so gonna get him to teach me that. If he doesn't, I'm gonna torch his book stash and his house whilst I'm at it," he said to Sasuke. Sasuke snorted. "As funny as that would be, dope, he'd kill you afterwards," Sasuke rebuked him. Naruto looked like a wounded puppy when he heard this, but then suddenly smiled. "Ah, you care whether I live or not. I care about you to Sasuke-chan," he said with a large grin. "On second thoughts, do it," Sasuke said, somewhat irritated by his partner. Both boys then watched in anticipation as Kakashi charged at Zabuza at a speed that was far beyond their level, and amazed them at how fast it was. They watched as the pure power of the jutsu tore the ground to pieces as their sensei ran at the soon-to-be victim. And what they saw next shocked them. Their sensei had went to jab Zabuza through the heart, but was stopped as the body of a girl got in the way of the jutsu. As Haku got into the way of the jutsu, Kakashi looked down in shock as his arm was elbow-deep into Haku's chest and mere inches from her heart. He had seen her appear in front of him at the last second, but couldn't change the course of his attack. It was too late now. The only way she would be saved is if she got to a medecinine, and soon. As blood dripped out of her mouth, her heart slowed, her vision dimmed and the world slowly went black. Haku turned and smiled at her master. Master. I miss dash. Sorry I dash. Failed YYU, she said as her breath escaped her. Her heart slowed and her vision went black. Zabuza had watched in shock as Haku had saved him, in disbelief as he felt her blood splatter on his face, and in a slow stream of tears as he heard her last words and watched her death. Ripping his right arm free from the dogs, with pieces of his flesh being ripped out with it, and much pain. He didn't care about that though as he caught the body that slipped from Kakashi's arm. Holding up her body, looking at Haku's limp body. "No, Haku, I am sorry I failed you, he whispered remorsefully as he kissed her forehead. Goodbye, he said as the tears fell from his face onto hers. Kakashi, seeing that Zabuza was no longer a threat, called of his Ninken who disappeared in puffs of smoke. Turning around, he saw Naruto and Sasuke standing behind him with somber looks on their faces. Well done you two, you did great, he said. Yee, did you expect anything else from us, sensei? Naruto joked half-heartedly as he looked down at the body of Haku and teary demon of the mist. I have to agree with the dobe, if only this once, Sasuke said. But like Naruto couldn't quite bring himself to be his normal self with the tragic scene before their eyes. Sighing, Kakashi turned back to Zabuza who was starting to stand up, sword at the ready. Give up, Zabuza, you can't possibly win like this. Both of your arms are only just able to lift that sword, Kakashi said as he watched Zabuza take a step forward, arms shaking under the weight of Kubikirabocho. I'm dead either way, Hatake. Let's end this, Zabuza said back and started swinging Kubikirabocho at Kakashi. Grunting, Kakashi caught Kubikirabocho with his kunai. If that is how you want it, let's, he said as he pushed the sword off of his kunai, quickly breaking into a set of jabs and slashes. Kakashi tried to break Zabuza's guard, but still found it extremely hard, even with his damaged arms and body from the dog's teeth. Disengaging from Zabuza, Kakashi looked next to him to see a grinning Naruto and Sasuke. Want some help, sensei? Naruto asked with his sword drawn once again. Sasuke was standing ready next to Kakashi with a smirk. H.N., you seem to be tiring, sensei? Was Sasuke's way of offering help. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Yes, but you two are going to be providing long-range support. Close-range combat with Zabuza would be your deaths, he said seriously, but couldn't help but to be proud of his students for standing up to such a strong opponent. Naruto nodded and put his sword back inside of a scroll. Sure thing, sensei, we'll end this in no time, and then we can brag that we took down an AS rank missing Nin. Heh. The others are so going to be jealous, Naruto said as he pulled a food pill out. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I would definitely like to see that, alright? You better get ready. Aim for blind spots and try to disrupt his attacks with kunai. If you see a chance, aim for the kill, but don't go for anything obvious because it's most likely a trap. Alright, go, Kakashi said, running in and engaging Zabuza, albeit a lot slower than earlier as his chakra levels were nearing zero due to his overuse of the Sharingan. I told you to have a food pill earlier, Dobe Sasuke said as he watched the dance of death that his sensei and Zabuza were performing. Even with them not being at 100%, they never seemed to miss a beat or misstep. They were truly deadly even when tired. Yee bitch all you like. I'll only need a few seconds for this pill to boost my chakra levels, Naruto said as he swallowed a food pill, instantly feeling his chakra coming back to him. Pulling out some shuriken, Naruto said, I say we do a little more than cover Kakashi's ass. I say we get that bastard. HN, I have to agree with you. Dobe, let's do it, Sasuke said, pulling out some shuriken. Right, let's go. HN. Kakashi was really starting to feel the fumes of chakra he was running on start to leave him. If this didn't end soon, he would run out of chakra and surely die. Kakashi ducked under a high slash from Zabuza and then kicked out at his legs trying to catch his ankles. Zabuza predictably jumped over his legs with ease but had to block some shuriken that had tried to catch him off guard. Ignoring the two long-range support ninja, Zabuza proceeded to rush Kakashi, first trying to split him in half with a quick slash down the middle, but he stepped to the side. Growling in annoyance, Zabuza switched his grip and went for a backhanded slash at his waist, but met with thin air again as Kakashi took a step back. Moving forward to meet Kakashi in a spree of slashes, parries, and evasion, Zabuza started to lose his temper as he felt 3 shuriken hit his right leg and 2 hit his left. Taking a step back, he avoided a sword swipe from Naruto and kicked him in the chest, dispelling him in a puff of smoke. Quickly raising Kubikirabocho, he blocked a swipe for his head from Kakashi, but had to pull out a kunai in his left hand to start blocking some attacks from some Naruto clones. As Kakashi and Naruto clones worked on his defenses, Kakashi held Zabuza's attention as Naruto worked on slowly, wearing him down with multiple cuts to his body. Whilst that was happening, the real Naruto would constantly make more clones as they got destroyed, as well as assisting Sasuke in covering Kakashi with long-range projectiles. After a while, Zabuza was like a pincushion for many, many shuriken, and was covered in the amassed cuts that Naruto's clones and Kakashi had made. Relying on the twerps a lot now, aren't you? Zabuza growled as he blocked a slash from Kakashi's kunai. Yep, makes this easier. Plus, they could use the experience, Kakashi said as he pushed against Kubikirabocho. Zabuza grunted. Yee, that's if I don't kill them, he said, pushing Kakashi a few feet away from him. Going to swing his sword down, he instantly had to block a few kunai and shuriken, halting his attack and allowing Kakashi to regain his balance. Annoying little brats. Heh, gotta love myself there, Kakashi said, mentally thanking them for the save. Hearing a large roar in the air, Kakashi turned to see Sasuke releasing a keton Gokayaku no Jutsu as it flew from his mouth towards Zabuza in a swirling blaze of heat. Zabuza, seeing the large fireball, jumped back several feet to avoid the ball of death. Hearing the sound of metal tearing through the air, turned to deflect several shuriken that came from Naruto, who was now finishing a hand seal. Kaminari Rinku Shuriken, Lightning Chain Shuriken, Naruto shouted. The shuriken that Zabuza had deflected and now surrounded him suddenly started letting of crackling noises as lines of blue appeared on them. Shortly after the crackling, multiple lines of lightning energy shot inwards towards Zabuza, engulfing him in a blue light of energy that shocked him to within an inch of his life. Arg! Zabuza cried as the lightning shot through his body, frying his muscles and insides. When the lightning stopped, Zabuza dropped to his knees and looked up to see Naruto and Sasuke in front of him finishing a set of seals. This is your end, Zabuza, Sasuke said just before releasing a very familiar fireball that met a gale of wind from Naruto, turning it into a raging torrent of white flame that engulfed Zabuza in seconds. The flame lasted a few seconds, but still managed to burn everything away. After the flame cleared, nothing was left apart from a black scorch mark on the floor, ash, and Kubikirabocho sticking out of the stone, marking the death of Zabuza Momoichi. Phew, thank my lucky stars that's over, Naruto said, breathing heavily. How the hell did he last so long? He must have been tired from fighting Kakashi-sensei in that bloody mist. Then he was covered in a ton of injuries thanks to Kakashi-sensei's mutts. But no, that wasn't enough, was it? He had enough energy to fight Kakashi one-handed with a giant-ass cleaver, about 50 clones at the same time as Kakashi-sensei with a kunai. A fucking kunai. And lastly, he still managed to move with about 20 shurikens sticking out of him. What was he? I'm not sure if he was lucky, amazingly good, blessed by a deity, or just a fucking glutton for pain. Naruto complained in disbelief at how Zabuza had managed to tank through just about anything. Seriously, that man deserved a medal when he got to the next life for making death wait for so long. I think I know what you mean, Sasuke panted as he stood next to Naruto. Even he thought the man should have just rolled over and died a long time ago, even if it was just to stop wasting his time. Hobbling over to his two genin, Kakashi put a hand on their shoulders. You two did great. I do believe you two will get bragging rights over this, Kakashi said with a tired smile. I am going to enjoy the looks on guys, Kurenai's and Asuma's faces when I tell them what you've done here today. Plus, I'm gonna get a free night of drinks out of it, Kakashi said with a laugh. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a sweat-dropped expression. He comes out of a life or death scenario, boasting about the free drinks he's gonna get, Naruto said in annoyance. Sighing, Naruto pulled out a scroll and walked up to Kubikirabocho. Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi asked, Naruto, what are you doing? Not sure what he was going to do, but curious all the same. Setting the scroll down, Naruto said, when you made us read all that pointless shit on Zabuza, Kirigakure fighting styles, the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, and lastly the silent killing technique, there was one very important thing I learned. Swelling with pride, Kakashi looked at his student. And what would that be? He asked, knowing no matter the answer he'd be proud that his student was learning from him. Smiling, Naruto wrapped the scroll around Kubikirabocho. This sword is bad fucking S and I want it, Naruto said with a huge grin and looked round to see that his sensei had slapped himself in the face. What? Legendary sword meet aspiring young swordsman. Aspiring young swordsman meet legendary sword. It was bound to happen. Did you think I'd leave this beauty behind? Naruto asked with a laugh. It's now my little, or not so little baby. He finished with a gleeful smile as the sword disappeared in a puff of smoke. Picking up the scroll, he walked back towards his sensei. I thought you were about to say something I could be proud in, something smart. Not, oh, a new sword. Sighing, he turned back towards Haku's body. Naruto, create a clone to take Haku's body. The least we can do is bury her. A shadow clone appeared next to Naruto and went to collect Haku's body. Everyone took their time to sit down after their hard-won battles. Everyone was looking forward to the long sleep they'd be having. The fights had been long and hard for everyone, especially Kakashi's. He was exhausted from his long fight with the Sharingan. It was taking a lot for him to just stay awake. Naruto was exhausted from making nearly 100 clones, firing a wind jutsu multiple times, a B-rank lightning jutsu, using another lightning jutsu, and was now recovering from the use of a food pill. The downside to using them was once you stop using chakra for a little while, the excess chakra that was rapidly produced within your system starts making you feel like you've run multiple marathons, one after the other. Sasuke wasn't feeling any better, probably worse. Seeing as how he had about half the amount of chakra Naruto had, he felt like he'd just run those marathons with Sakura on his back and weights on his legs. All in all, they were all looking forward to that rest they were going to have now that there was... "Well, I'll be fucked. Boss, you gotta come see this," shouted Naruto's clone. Nothing left to do. Looking over to his clone, Naruto shouted, "What?" with a large amount of anger and exasperation in his voice. Could he seriously not get a break? The girl. She's alive," the clone said slowly, as if it didn't believe its own words. Hearing this, though, had everyone at the girl's side in seconds. A wide-eyed Kakashi checked her over and realized that she was still breathing and her heart was beating, but very, very slowly. He also realized the hole he'd made in the girl's chest wasn't bleeding, and upon closer inspection saw why. Haku had covered the wound in ice so that she didn't bleed to death, but the ice was mostly melted now and she was starting to bleed. "Shit, Naruto. Have you still got that medical kit on you?" Kakashi asked as he looked down at the dying girl, eyes still wide in disbelief. In all rightness, that girl should have been dead, but by a stroke of luck and skill on her part, she was still alive, if only barely. "On it," Naruto said, taking out several sealing scrolls and taking the things out of them that he needed. Ripping off Haku's shirt, Naruto ignored everything else and quickly put on several layers of bandages to help stop the blood flowing from her. After that, he crushed a blood pill and put it in a small bottle of water, which he then proceeded to pour down her throat, very slowly and carefully so not to drown her. The blood pill mainly being used to replenish any blood she would soon lose. Turning to his sensei, Naruto said, "We've got to get her to Sakura and hope she at least knows how to stop the bleeding. After that, we'll need to get her to Konoha Hospital, and quickly. Sakura may be able to stop the bleeding, but Naruto knew she wouldn't be able to properly close the wound or fix the internal injuries that she had. She needed to be at Konoha Hospital, and soon." "Understood, you go take her to Sakura. It looks like me and Sasuke are going to have to deal with some pests," Kakashi said calmly, knowing what Naruto said was right and was also looking at a large group of trouble. Not understanding the last part, Naruto looked around to see about 100 mercenary thugs, but no ninja. Scooping Haku up into his arms, he nodded to Sasuke and Kakashi before he started running to look for Sakura. "You ready, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked his student. "This shouldn't be too hard to handle." Like they could challenge me," Sasuke said before charging into the center of the group, running through them like a hot knife through butter. "Well, he's certainly coming along well," Kakashi said before running to join his student. Tazuna household, later on that evening. Sakura sat beside Haku as she tried to maintain the healing jutsu she was using, Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm technique. She was barely even able to use the jutsu as it required large amounts of knowledge on the human anatomy, a lot of chakra, and extremely good control. She had the required chakra control in abundance, she had the knowledge, but the constant drain on chakra was eating away at her reserves very quickly, and the concentration of putting all this together and still managing to do it was killing her. Haku had lost quite a bit of blood when Naruto had brought her back, but thanks to his good skill with bandaging and the blood pill he'd had the prudence to give her had made her body constantly produce enough to keep her alive. Sakura was mainly focusing on trying to reattach the 2 arteries that had been severed when Kakashi-sensei had put a hole in her chest, but was finding it very difficult. She wouldn't be able to do anything complicated like the cell regeneration for her skin, to fill the hole in her chest, or restructuring the bones that had been destroyed in her ribcage, or put all the severed veins back together. All of those things were far beyond her skill. Heck, the arteries were beyond her skill. She was just trying to make it more likely that Haku would make it back to Konoha alive and not bleed to death along the way. "Naruto," Sakura shouted to the blonde, who was sitting next to her, although he was nearly asleep. I need a food pill quickly. My jutsu is running on fumes. Sure thing, here Naruto said, putting a pill into her mouth before yawning tiredly. How long before we can move her to Konoha Hospital, he asked. I don't think she should be moved at all. My skill is bare minimal with this, but all I'm trying to do is stop blood coming from the arteries so that she bleeds less when we move her. We can give her blood pills at regular intervals on the journey back to Konoha to replace any blood she's lost. But the problem is with doing that is that if she has too many of them, she'll die from overdose. So we'll have to space out the gaps we give them to her as far as possible, Sakura said with a sigh. Even with this food pill, she knew she was going to run out of chakra again soon. This was, it only restored the maximum amount of chakra you were capable of holding, and for her that was still very little. So, she needed to have this done soon. I thought that's what we'd be doing. Seeing as how she has a class 4 hemorrhage, she would be needing those, or we'd be more worried about resuscitation right now. Added to that, she has an entry and exit point for the protrusion, aka Kakashi-sensei's arm, which only multiplies the danger. Sighing in anger, Naruto rubbed his temples. We're lucky she hasn't gone into peripheral hypoperfusion. If she had, things would be much worse. But I think that's because she didn't start bleeding until after the fight due to her ice thing that stopped her from bleeding out. And whenever she lost blood, we've used blood pills to refill her blood supply. But seeing as she's going to continue to bleed out internally and externally, she'll have a lot more problems soon. When we get to Konoha, she'll probably be unable to maintain homeostasis due to the constant loss and regaining of her blood, meaning things will happen to her internally, things like metabolic acidosis, hypotension, and hypothermia. If this happens, they'll likely have to perform a damage control surgery to stabilize her. All in all, we hit one brick wall to plow into a steel one. I hate my life, he said exasperatedly. Things were seriously going to hit the fan, and soon. Looking to his left, he saw Sakura looking at him with wide eyes. What? He questioned. How the hell did you know all that? Sakura spluttered, not believing what she just heard the biggest idiot she'd ever known say. I read all of those medical books before I gave them to you. I can't perform medical ninjutsu because I lack the chakra control for it, but that doesn't mean that I can't do it all the old-fashioned way if need be. So I decided to learn a lot of medical things, although I haven't practiced anything. I know a shitload of theory. Naruto answered before standing up. The others are back. I'm gonna kick Kakashi-sensei's ass for not teaching the jutsu that he used to put a hole in Haku. Then I'm gonna kick his ass for putting it through her, and then I'm gonna ask him about who's gonna escort her back to Konoha, and then just kick his ass whilst he's too tired to fight back, Naruto said with a shadow of a smile before leaving. Sakura looked at the door after Naruto left for a while, before going back to what she had been doing. How have you changed so much, Naruto? First you become sensible, stop wearing those hideous clothes, and become a good fighter. Now you're best friends with Sasuke-kun, and I don't even know how. You use your brains more than bluster, and now you're sprouting out medical facts like you've known them for years. Where the hell is the real Naruto? Sakura thought as she continued to do her best for Haku. Kakashi sighed heavily as he and Sasuke sat down at the dinner table. They had just got back from annihilating Gato and his men, whom had been nothing more than meat shields for the businessman behind it all, which had been killed slightly after the battle. The way back here had seemed far longer than they'd expected, but noted it down to their tiredness. After explaining how they'd won and killed Gato and his army, Tazuna and his family had all thanked him profusely. Inari had even went as far as to call him a hero. Kakashi had graciously accepted their thanks and told them his genin were just as responsible for the win as he was. Kakashi couldn't help but to enjoy his well-deserved peace. Sensei. And quiet. Looking round, he saw Naruto standing next to him with his arm raised and couldn't help but to curse his awful luck. Crack. Kakashi's head snapped back around so that he was looking at the smirking face of Sasuke. Rubbing his jaw, Kakashi looked at his blonde student. I guess that was for stabbing Haku, he said back to him in an even tone. No, that was for not teaching me that awesome jutsu. Especially as you knew about my lightning affinity, Naruto said with a glare that almost froze his core. He thought Naruto took his jutsu seriously, but not seriously enough to kill his injured sensei, right? Crack. Whilst he had thought about what Naruto had said, he'd been sucker punched by Naruto again. That was for stabbing her. Why didn't you stop your attack? Naruto asked coldly, and Kakashi felt shivers run down his back. In order of problems, Can't teach a genin an A-ranked assassination just to. Hokage-sama would probably lock me in a mental asylum if I did. Also, it requires a Sharingan to use properly, Kakashi said, rubbing his jaw still. Wait, Sasuke said, now interested in the conversation. Why does it require a Sharingan to master? Because, Naruto, why the hell did you hit me so hard? I think one of my teeth are gonna come out, Kakashi complained as he prodded the tooth that currently felt like it was on fire. Also, how could Naruto hit so hard? He must have really gone one up on his training regimen. Naruto just shrugged. Because there was no way in hell that you could dodge it, so I decided to make it worthwhile. Should have thought about that. Anyway, to answer your question, Sasuke, when you use the Chidori 1000 birds, it requires that you move at a very fast pace to help build and maintain the lightning chakra in my hand. But when moving at that speed, anyone who isn't at least Jounin or a Sharingan wielder would not be able to change direction or avoid being killed whilst using it. All it would take is for someone to sidestep your jab and then they could stab you whilst you couldn't move, or just throw some shuriken at you whilst you run in a straight line. Kakashi said before looking at Naruto. You look like you wanted to say something else though. I did. As soon as Sakura has finished doing what she can, we're gonna have to take her back to Konoha immediately if we want her to live, even if we have to abort the mission. The way I see it is we abort and let Tazuna get his money back, get a slight amount of bad rep for aborting the mission, but in reality we can leave knowing that we've taken care of everything that Gato has and any ninja he'd hired. And then we save Haku's life and gain a bloodline limit for Konoha. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said, weighing up the pros and cons. Nodding his head in acceptance, Kakashi said, You're right on all points, Naruto, but we don't have to abort the mission. I asked Tazuna if he felt satisfied with what we'd done, and he declared the mission complete. We're free to leave whenever we need. So, why don't you both go get packed and ready to leave? When he finished, Sasuke got up and went to get ready, but Naruto stayed. About Haku's service for Konoha, Naruto said as he appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at his student. Yes. Well, seeing as I'm going to be induced as head of the newly founded Uzumaki clan of Konoha, I decided to look up some of the clan laws and things like it, Naruto said. Kakashi, though surprised as he hadn't heard anything about Konoha raising an Uzumaki clan in Konoha, nodded for Naruto to carry on. When I did, I came across the law about if we capture a Kekkai Genkai user and decided to read up on it. Well, I found out that if another Kekkai Genkai user came to Konoha of their own free will and offered their allegiance to Konoha, they wouldn't be forced to do the same things as a captured one would, Naruto said more awkwardly than at first. He even seemed rather nervous. Yes, that is true. But Haku is a captured nin, not the other, Kakashi said, stating the facts evenly. He knew that his cold demeanor would tick Naruto off, and knew what he was about to ask of him. He was going to do it anyway, but wanted to see if Naruto would go through with it as it could get him put in jail. I was hoping you could tell the Hokage that we saved her from Zabuza and she offered to join Konoha in return, so that she doesn't have to be forced into marriage and the other things, Naruto said, his disdain for the other things quite clear. They both looked at each other in silence for a few minutes, Kakashi seemingly contemplating what his student had asked, but in reality just wanted to make him sweat a little, especially after the little bastard had nearly knocked his tooth out. After he could see Naruto had sweated it out enough, Kakashi decided to answer him before he panicked or passed out or something. You know what you just asked me to do is considered betrayal and can get us killed as traitors, right? Kakashi asked calmly as he watched Naruto twitch and nod his head. Oh, the sweet irony of revenge, Kakashi thought with a smile. Suddenly standing up, he ruffled Naruto's hair. Sure. I was going to do it anyway. You best go tell those two so that they don't blow our cover though, Kakashi said before walking up to inform the Tazuna and his family of their departure, smiling all the more as he heard the indignant shout of asshole come from Naruto.